Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Southgate, 4th update, 300 monthly tickets plus. The next morning, Tang Zheng got up early and came to the location of the outer city wall according to the sketch drawn by Guo Yun. After determining the location of the wall and the gate, Tang Zheng began to build. This outer city wall is very important. Not only may it face war in the future, but it is also the facade of Tang Zheng. So Tang Zheng decided to use the ultimate wall directly. Open the system and check the situation of the ultimate wall. Ultimate wall. 20 meters high, 10 meters thick, reinforced concrete structure, 100 gold per meter. This is the price of direct construction without using building materials. Tang Zheng added building materials, and the price changed. Ultimate wall. 20 meters high, 10 meters thick, reinforced concrete structure, 10 gold per meter. The base that Tang Zheng wants to build is a rectangle. According to the plan, the east-west length of the city is 5 kilometers, and the north-south length is 2 kilometers. In this case, the length of a circle of the ultimate wall is 14,000 meters. 100 gold per meter. This circle of the wall alone will cost 1.4 million. In the case of using building materials, 140,000 can circle the wall. Of course, the actual price is higher than this price, because there are still city gates to be built, and sentry towers, and bunkers need to be built, which is too expensive. Using the building materials, Tang Zheng first chose a city gate. This city gate is the south gate of the future city. City gate, water gate, can be placed in the city wall. Alloy structure, priced at 200 gold per meter. Tang Zheng thought about it, and decided to set this city gate to be 50 meters wide. The width of 50 meters is enough for vehicles to enter and exit, and it is also very grand, which is quite suitable as a facade. Click, and most of the steel materials he obtained here were consumed immediately, and a considerable part of bricks, stones, cement, etc. were also consumed. At the same time, the funds were deducted by 1000 gold. If no building materials were used, this city gate would cost 10,000 gold. Place. With a rumble, a huge city wall appeared. The city wall is 50 meters long, 20 meters high, and 10 meters thick. There is a huge iron gate in the center, which is a lifting type. There is a winch on the left and right of the city wall, which can pull the city gate up to a height of 10 meters. Such a gate has no locks, and there is no such thing as unlocking it, so it is almost impossible to break through the gate head on. Tang Zheng walked over. This gate is made of alloy pillars with a thickness of nearly half a meter. The density of the pillars is so high that humans cannot pass through it. Moreover, the smooth surface of the pillars is not subject to force, which is almost an indestructible existence. Even if it is bombarded with cannons, the result will be the same. Looking up at the top of the gate, Tang Zheng couldn't help but sigh at Guo Yun's design. The 20-meter high wall has a smooth surface for 19 meters, which is difficult to climb. And at the top of the wall, there is a protruding stone that protrudes outward by about half a meter. This protrusion alone has become a difficult point for climbing. Even if someone can climb up the wall, it is difficult to get over this protruding stone. There is no fulcrum on it, so it cannot be used for climbing. Tang Zheng came to the back of the wall, where there are steps that go back and forth to the top, and Tang Zheng walked up. Above the city wall, there are battlements like those of an ancient city wall. Soldiers can shoot calmly in the battlements, and the battlements can provide cover for their bodies. The thickness of the city wall under my feet reaches 10 meters. There are battlements on the outside, and there is a 1 meter 3 high protective wall on the inside to prevent people from accidentally falling from it. The actual road is about 9 meters wide, and it is easy for 2 cars to run side by side. Standing on the city wall and looking down, the scenery to the south is unobstructed. The Fengming River flows in a winding way and flows into the distance. To the south is a vast plain, and the line of sight can be seen very far. Tang Zheng looked at the bare city wall and turned on the system again. Sentry tower. It can be built on the reinforced city wall and the ultimate city wall, equipped with a high power searchlight, and the price is 100 gold. Tang Zheng selected a sentry tower, came to the east side of the city gate, and placed one first. With a sound, a sentry tower rose from the ground on the foundation of the city wall. The sentry tower is 15 meters high and supported by 4 pillars. The 4 pillars are 10 meters high and are built on both sides of the city wall. They are completely cast with reinforced concrete. Near the inner side, there is an iron ladder that can reach the top, which is 10 meters high. Tang Zheng climbed up the ladder and came to the top of the sentry tower. This is a relatively large internal space with a 1.3 meter high parapet wall. There are also tables and chairs inside forest. On the southern parapet wall, a high power searchlight was set up. The wires and other things had already been connected. Tang Zheng walked over and turned on the searchlight. A strong light shot out. Even in the bright morning, you can see a beam of light shining far away. And this height is already more than 30 meters. Looking from here, it looks even farther away. Good guy, put some of these sentry towers on the city wall. It's too difficult for others to get close to here. Coming down from this sentry tower, Tang Zheng came to the west side of the city wall and placed a second sentry tower. After that, he came down from the city wall again and placed 2 machine gun bunkers on the left and right sides of the city gate. The machine gun bunkers were directly embedded in the city wall. There was a small soldier storage room inside, which had beds and electric lights, and could accommodate 4 people to rest inside. There were shooting holes on the side close to the city gate, and a thick layer of metal plates were embedded around it, so that the defense of the city wall would not be reduced due to the sacrifice of the internal space of the city wall. In this way, the construction of the south city gate was completed. Whether it was above or below the city gate, the defense system was basically complete. Even Tang Zheng couldn't imagine that apart from those modern heavy weapons, there was nothing else that could pose a threat here. Back on the city gate again, Tang Zheng clicked on the city wall and continued to place it. When he placed it 1 meter, the road under his feet would extend outward by 1 meter. When he placed it 10 meters, the road under his feet would extend outward by 10 meters. Seeing that he could easily build this huge project, Tang Zheng was also very excited and kept clicking to place it. When he placed about 50 meters on each side, Tang Zheng stopped because there was not enough building materials. Think about it, this kind of wall that is 20 meters high and 10 meters thick is very material consuming. Tang Zheng was a little unhappy and even wanted to not use the materials and directly use the system funds to buy it. But he still suppressed this idea and patiently waited for the convoy that went out in the morning to come back. When it was almost noon, the convoy came back. This time, 2 combat platoons and 1 engineering platoon were almost out in full force, with nearly 50 heavy trucks, bringing back a large amount of building materials. When the materials came back, Tang Zheng immediately greeted them excitedly. He didn't even bother to eat lunch and started a new round of construction. When the soldiers who were carrying the materials finished their meal, they found that the wall of the south gate had been expanded to nearly 500 meters wide. After consuming all the building materials, Tang Zheng walked back with a sense of unsatisfaction. This 500 meter wide wall is like a huge natural barrier that distinguishes the inside and outside of the base. Just sitting here will give people an infinite sense of security. After sitting down, Ningyu took out a box lunch from her arms and handed it to Tang Zheng. "General, eat it while it's hot. I've been holding it, so it's still warm." Tang Zheng nodded, took the lunch box, and smelled it. It seemed to have a fragrance. He opened the lunch box and started to eat. At the same time, Tang Zheng said to the people around him, "Go collect it after dinner. This time, the 3rd platoon will also go with you. Bring all the heavy trucks over. It will take half a day to go back and forth. We must maximize the benefits as much as possible." "Okay, General." Several platoon leaders nodded one after another, then got up and set off. The 3 combat platoons and the engineering platoon left, and the place became quiet again. Tang Zheng, who had nothing to do, took the guards to the location of his home reserved for himself. This place is close to Goyan Mountain, about 2 kilometers away from the south city wall. The terrain here is relatively high. From here, the city wall built in the south has become smaller. Near the mountainside, there is a waterfall falling from the sky. This is the source of Fengming River. The mountain streams and the melted snow from the mountains converge to form this waterfall. For thousands of years, a pool of water has been washed out below the waterfall, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. Standing on the shore, the pool is crystal clear, with the maximum water depth of about 10 meters, and you can see small fish swimming in it. There are not many weeds on the shore, and there are some wild fruit trees. The waves of fruit fragrance and cool water vapor are refreshing. Tang Zheng also feels happy when he thinks of living here every day in the future. He stayed here to enjoy the leisure time, and Ji Yunshan led the soldiers to disperse and check the situation around. Only Ning Yue followed Tang Zheng and walked slowly. After all, Ji Yunshan is the squad leader, and Ning Yue is now just a personal guard. Her task is to follow Tang Zheng and protect his safety. Yue, drive a Willis Jeep over. I'll sit here for a while. Okay. Ning Yue went to get the car, which was not far away. Tang Zheng was strolling alone by the pool, and at this time, he suddenly saw that something seemed to fall from the waterfall with the water flow. It flashed past and fell directly into the pool, and then followed the water flow and rushed directly to the Fengming River. At this moment, Tang Zheng saw it clearly. It was a wooden box. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and then he heard the reminder from the system Meng Meng. General, please pay attention. A supply box has been refreshed. It is near you and is moving away. Moving away. Looking at the wooden box floating with the water, Tang Zheng suddenly became anxious. The supply box refreshed in the river and wanted to run away. Ning Yue came back in a Willis Jeep at this moment, and Tang Zheng jumped on it immediately. Chase. Don't let the supply box get away. Chapter 77 Underwater Supply Box. Because the supply boxes were refreshed too quickly, and the current of this section of Fengming River was too fast, Tang Zheng could only catch up quickly. Ji Yunshan was patrolling the area with the guard squad. When he saw Tang Zheng and Ning Yue driving the Willis out, he immediately wanted to catch up. But the Willis could only accommodate 2 people, and Ji Yunshan couldn't run to chase them, so he had to ask the soldiers to get the car. Those motorcycles, jeeps and so on were parked far away, so he was destined to be late. The Willis bumped on the road and followed along the river. Fortunately, this area had been explored, and there were no other survivors, so he could follow with confidence. Ning Yue also knew that the situation was urgent. If they delayed for a while, the supply boxes might float far away. Driving the Willis Jeep, the two chased along the river. Soon, the vehicle followed out of the planned area of the base. Sitting in the car, Tang Zheng found a problem. That is, it is difficult to intercept the supply boxes floating downstream in the turbulent water. He can only hope that the supply boxes are blocked by something, and then he can go into the water to collect them. When the supply box did not stop by itself, Tang Zheng could only let Ning Yue drive and follow. During the drive, Ning Yue suddenly asked a question. General, when the supply box stops, should I go into the water to get it, or should you go into the water to get it? Tang Zheng took a look at Ning Yue's beautiful face and curvy figure, sighed and said, when I was studying in Sanjiang, I went diving at the beach. Because I dived too deep, my muscles cramped and touched the reef, leaving a hidden injury. Although it still hurts when I touch the water, this little water flow should not be difficult for me, so I'll go into the water. Ning Yue immediately shook her head when she heard it. That won't work. I'm your guard. My duty is to protect you, and I can't let you get into danger. I was a scout and I've learned armed swimming, so I'll go into the water later. Tang Zheng heard Ning Yue's argument and could only nod his head. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. The vehicle drove along the shore for a while and finally stopped about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the base. Because the supply box was blocked by a branch that reached the surface of the water, it stopped about 7 or 8 meters from the shore. 2 people got off the car. Tang Zheng first turned on the radar to make sure there was no one around. Ning Yue was ready to go into the water. She took off her military cap and tied up her hair. She took off her service gun, pistol, grenade, and saber. Tang Zheng took these things actively. Leave it to me, and leave the clothes to me. Although I'm your superior, I still have strength and can take as many clothes as possible. Tang Zheng decided to help Ning Yue get clothes. Moreover, Tang Zheng was a gentleman and would not watch Ning Yue take off her clothes. He just stood beside the Willis vehicle, with his back to Ningyue, and stretched out his hand. He did not look at Ningyue at all, but just studied the structure of the vehicle. The rear view mirror was good. Ningyue was wearing a military uniform, so it was really inconvenient to go into the water like this. Although there was only underwear inside, she didn't care that Tang Zheng would see it. The soldiers of the system all trusted Tang Zheng unconditionally. Ningyue unbuttoned her military uniform and prepared to take off her clothes. 222. The sound of a vehicle rang out. The guard squad leader Ji Yunshin finally rushed over. In order to protect Tang Zheng in time, he didn't even have time to take a jeep. He found a three-wheeled vehicle and followed. After rushing, he finally caught up. Seeing Ji Yunshin coming, Ningyue stopped taking off her clothes. Ji Yunshin's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the scene here. The supply box ran into the water. No wonder the general chased out eagerly. If he couldn't keep up, it would be easy to lose it. Since the supply box refreshed in the water, someone must go into the water to get it. Ji Yunshin looked at the three people here and immediately felt that his chance had come. After following the general for so long, his current position as squad leader, Ji Yunshin knew that the troops were close to full strength and the general had sufficient funds, so it was not far from upgrading to a battalion. He did not want to stay in the position of squad leader forever, but there were so many people in the army, and they were all brave and good at fighting, so it was not so easy for him to stand out. If he wanted to be promoted, he had to show something in front of the general. Now was the best opportunity. The general naturally could not go into the water, and it was not appropriate for Ningyue, a female comrade, to go into the water. Ji Yunshin had no choice but to take responsibility for this matter. So after getting off the car, Ji Yunshin threw his military uniform and gun on the ground without saying a word. He came to the water's edge in a vest. I'll do it, just leave this kind of thing to me. After saying that, he dived in. After a lot of thumping, Ji Yunshin salvaged the supply box. He came to Tang Zheng, all wet, and handed the supply box to Tang Zheng like a treasure. General, you have completed the task successfully. Tang Zheng looked at Ji Yunshin expressionlessly for a while, then patted him on the shoulder. You have good sense, kid. It's my duty. Ji Yunshin felt his bones lighten after receiving the compliment. Tang Zheng said nothing more and returned to the Willis jeep with the supply box. Ningyue also returned to the driving position, started the vehicle, and returned to the base. Ji Yunshin also drove the three-wheeled motorcycle happily to keep up, feeling that it would be easy for him to upgrade to a company commander in the future. After returning to the base, Tang Zheng returned to the pond. He took out the supply box and looked at it, and he was very excited. This was the first time that a supply box was refreshed in the water, and Tang Zheng had a feeling that, since it was refreshed in the water, the things inside might be related to water. What could it be? If an aircraft carrier is driven out, my pond may not be able to accommodate it. It's a bit difficult to deal with it if it is stranded here. With anticipation, Tang Zheng opened the supply box. A white light flashed, the box disappeared, and a small bottle appeared in Tang Zheng's hand. A light green glass bottle with some liquid inside. I don't know what it is for. What is this? The system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, General, you have obtained aquatic animal gene fluid. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Aquatic animal gene fluid? I don't remember having this thing when I entered the folder at the beginning. General, the system has been updated. Since the scientific research soldier Ji Yuoyun has extracted a lot of animal genes and has achieved initial results in research, the gene fluid has been automatically updated. Then what is it used for? This gene fluid can be taken by aquatic animals. After taking it, the animal will be as loyal to the general as the soldiers purchased by the system and will be open to strengthening and upgrading stars. Each star upgrade is equivalent to a mutation. Therefore, when the general chooses an aquatic animal, it is best to choose a strong one. This gene potion can make the size of aquatic animals increase dramatically. Strong aquatic animals? In the river, or in the ocean? All are fine. After hearing the system's introduction, Tang Zheng subconsciously put away the bottle of gene potion. It can subdue a strong aquatic animal. Tang Zheng is still very satisfied with this thing. He had seen mutant fish in the Beilang River, but Tang Zheng didn't think that kind of thing could meet his requirements. Unfortunately, the area he was in was a mountainous area with plains, deserts, and rivers, but it was not easy to find large aquatic animals. It seemed that he could only try his luck. After collecting the genetic medicine, Tang Zheng invested in the construction of the base again. That afternoon, the second convoy to collect construction materials came back. This time, nearly 100 heavy trucks brought back countless supplies. As vehicles entered the resource recycling station, Tang Zheng continued to build the city wall on the other side. After the soldiers finished unloading, they immediately ran for the third time. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the convoy completed the feat of pulling goods 3 times a day, which also accelerated Tang Zheng's construction progress. In this day, Tang Zheng completed the construction of 2,200 meters of city walls, and the city wall outside the south gate has been built for almost half. During this process, Tang Zheng also built a water gate across the Fengming River. The structure of the water gate is similar to that of the city gate on land. The entire city gate spans 50 meters. The winch on the city wall drives a huge metal door. When the metal door is lifted, it can reach a height of 15 meters, which can even accommodate some medium-sized ships. Fengming River is not a big river, and large ships cannot enter. After the alloy door was lowered, it went directly into the water 5 meters deep. Even if someone wants to enter the city through the water gate, they have to dive 5 meters to do it. There is a sentry tower on the city wall. Tang Zheng does not believe that anyone can do this under the surveillance of the sentinels in the sentry tower. Moreover, during the construction process, Tang Zheng found that the city walls on the west and north sides do not need to build the ultimate city wall because they are mountainous. As long as the city walls are strengthened, they can be almost the same as the south and east sides. In this way, the construction cost will be greatly reduced. Tang Zheng estimated that in 3 more days, he will be able to complete the construction of the outer wall of the city, and then the separation zone between the inner city and the outer city, as well as the buffer zone, will be built. When the city walls are built, and the sentry towers and bunkers are set up, the prototype of the entire city will be formed. After that, it is the infrastructure construction. He can also notify the 4th row in Tailei town to rush over with his family. Because at that time, there is nothing that needs to be specially built in the outer city, and it doesn't matter, even if there are survivors. With the wall blocking the inner city area, people in the outer city don't know what happened in the inner city. At that time, whether to bring the family over or continue to recruit survivors, there will be no problem. Chapter 78, Full Company. The southern suburbs of Lombardy, the headquarters of the Northern Territory Alliance. This was the former grassland province agriculture, forestry and animal husbandry university. This university is not well known in Hanyu, has few students, and is far from the city. It is precisely because of this that this place has become the headquarters of the Alliance. Xi Jinshan, dressed in black casual clothes, is standing on the top floor at this moment, listening to the report of the visitor. Speaker, the total number of our alliance has been counted. How many? The total number of the alliance is currently 386,300, of which our university base has the largest number of people, with 67,000 people, and the other 11 are close to 320,000 people. Xi Jinshan nodded. Although this number sounds like a lot, you have to know that this is the border area of 4 provinces. There are several prefecture-level cities, and many county towns. Before the end of the world, the population of this area was several hundred million. Even if most of them died in the end of the world, there should be more than this number of people left. Speaker, it seems that there are still many survivors around us, but they did not join the alliance. The speaker was a man in a wheelchair. This man is the 3rd person in the alliance council. His name is Liemo. His eyes are not black like the Hanyu people, but a little blue. He is a mixed-race child. His mother is a Hanyu person, and his father is from the Bohemia Empire in the north. This person is cruel and ruthless, not only to his enemies, but also to himself. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he was scratched on the ankle by a zombie while he was out on an operation. He cut off his foot with a knife, and became the only person who was scratched by a zombie, but did not mutate. Although he has been in a wheelchair since then, he survived. Xi Jinshan is a little afraid of Liemo, but he also has to use him because of Liemo's identity. Xi Jinshan knows that after the apocalypse, Liemo still keeps in touch with his father. His father is from the Bohemia Empire, and his identity is not simple. After listening to Liemo, Xi Jinshan nodded. That's right, but I don't plan to lower the entry threshold of the alliance. Now the alliance of 12 bases has enough people. Not everyone can stand at the top. I don't want us to be too crowded here. The speaker is right. We still have to maintain a high pressure situation for other bases. I believe that this doomsday will end sooner or later. Those zombies will only stand there stupidly like wooden stakes. As long as we eliminate them one by one, sooner or later there will be a day when they will all be eliminated. At that time, the people who decide the fate of this world will only be those in the superstructure. Liemo completely agreed with Xi Jinshan's idea and spoke very cooperatively. Xi Jinshan stood up, came to his desk, and picked up an iron bucket. When he opened it, there was fresh beef inside. He came to his fish tank and threw a piece of beef in. It's time for dinner, my baby, come out. The water in the big fish tank splashed, and an octopus about 1 meter in size appeared. The long tentacles rolled, scooped up the beef, and swallowed it in one gulp. Our statistics work is not done well enough. We can't just count the members within our alliance. We also need to speed up the statistics of other survivor bases in the region. We need to find out their locations and numbers as soon as possible, and then ask them to pay taxes. Otherwise, the alliance will be under too much pressure to feed nearly 400,000 people. The subordinates recorded quickly. Xi Jinshan said to another woman on the sofa, Lena, this matter is left to you. Report the situation of other bases in the region within 10 days. This is a hot foreign woman. Judging from her face, she should be from the Bohemia Empire in the north. Lion Man nodded. Okay, speaker, but it's not easy to get those people to pay taxes. In this world, they regard food as their lifeblood and will not let go easily. Xi Jinshan threw another large piece of beef into the fish tank and watched the octopus inside quickly swallow the beef and then turned back with satisfaction. This is not a problem. Find the leaders of those bases, ask them to come to our headquarters, and then hold a meeting with them. As long as they see how powerful we are, I believe they will obey obediently. After all, no matter how precious food is, it is not more precious than life. I understand, speaker, but what if they don't want to come in person? Then send their capable men down. The effect is similar. Anyway, someone must come. As he said, Xi Jinshan looked at the playground downstairs. A group of 5,000 troops are conducting military training here. The equipment of these 5,000 people is not sophisticated, but at least everyone has a gun, which is a very rare situation in the end of the world. Most people don't know where Xi Jinshan's gun came from. This is his secret. Moreover, these 5,000 people are already the second batch of people who have received training in the Alliance. These people come from various bases of the Alliance and are considered the coalition forces. The first batch of 3,000 people who have completed the training are Xi Jinshan's own elite troops. On one side of the playground, there are also some vehicles parked. Among them, there are more than 40 bulletproof vehicles for escort. These vehicles are bulletproof and have shooting holes on them. After modification, they can be used as military vehicles. What is more conspicuous is that there are more than 10 armored vehicles parked here. Those are real military vehicles. Now many people are sitting and maintaining the armored vehicles. Looking at the general machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns on the roof, Xi Jinshan showed a satisfied smile. This 8,000-man army and these combat vehicles are his confidence. There will be no discordant voices in the area under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, because no one else will have such strength as him. Of course, the Imperial Royal Army is an exception. However, there has been no news about the Imperial Royal Army so far. Xi Jinshan even has some fantasies in his heart whether the Imperial Royal Army has completely collapsed. Although this hope is slim, he still often can't help thinking so. Even if it didn't collapse, as long as he gave himself a few more months, he was even confident that he could build an army that was not inferior to the Huaguo army. At that time, even if the Royal Army came, I'm afraid they could only sit down and talk to him on an equal footing. Because this is the end of the world, the one with the bigger fist is the boss. Zijinshan threw a piece of beef into the fish tank again, full of confidence. It is his top priority to completely control the current area. He will immediately send tax officials to inspect this area, hoping that the leaders of the survivors' bases can be more aware of the current situation. Boom. With the fall of the last city gate, the construction of the city wall on the east side of the base was completed. This city gate was reserved by Tang Zheng as a passage for the future railway. The city gate is located in the northeast of the base and does not border the survivors. The process of building the city gate and the city wall took a little longer than Tang Zheng expected, and it took a full 5 days. The main reason was that there were not enough materials at the Kingpin construction market at the end, and the troops did not start collecting in the surrounding towns. Fortunately, after 5 days, the construction of the outer city wall was finally completed. On the city wall, in addition to the 2 sentry towers on each city gate, Tang Zheng placed 1 sentry tower every 300 meters. The same is true for machine gun bunkers. One is hidden every 300 meters, ensuring the full coverage of the outer city wall by firepower. On the west and north sides, Tang Zheng built reinforced walls with a sentry tower every 1000 meters, and the machine gun bunker was cancelled because it is unlikely that someone will come over there. The construction of the sentry tower is also to guard the mutant birds in the mountains and forests, to prevent the mutant birds from flying into the city and hurting people. Despite this, 50 sentry towers and 50 machine gun bunkers were set up on the south and east sides alone. There are a total of 14 sentry towers on the west and north sides. These more than 100 sentry towers and machine gun bunkers, even if there are 2 people in each, there will be at least 200 people. And the soldiers still need to change shifts. Even if there are 3 shifts, no matter how Tang Zheng calculates, just to guard the base, at least 1 reinforced company is needed. Therefore, the current base only has a basic prototype, and the actual number of people is far from enough. This wave of wall construction, Tang Zheng has spent a total of about 170,000 gold. In the meantime, it has also cost more than 100,000 gold to supplement vehicles and personnel, as well as power plants and resource recycling stations. A total of more than 300,000 gold has been spent, but Tang Zheng still has more than 1.3 million funds in his hands. The wall between the inner city and the outer city has not been built yet, and some street buildings in the city area that need to be separated by walls have not been built yet. These reserved 100,000 gold are almost enough, and the next building unlocking, the reserved 100,000 gold should be enough. It will take another 100,000 gold to upgrade the battalion commander, and the other thing is to supplement personnel. Tang Zheng decided to make the whole company full. After full strength, as long as the next building appears, he can upgrade the battalion commander, and at that time he still has 1 million funds in his hands, which should be able to burst a wave of new recruits. Click on the soldiers and start buying. Now his 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th platoons all have only 3 combat squads. Tang Zheng needs to add a total of 8 squads, 64 soldiers, 64 mobilized soldiers, each equipped with all the equipment. The price is 235 gold. 15,040 gold. After the purchase was completed, Tang Zheng checked the total number of troops. 5 combat platoons, and 1 engineering platoon, all full of 45 people, a total of 270 people. The cooking squad has 8 people, the guard squad has 8 people, and the medical squad has 8 people, another 24 people. There are also 2 scouts, a communicator, and 2 scientific research soldiers, another 5 people. A total of 299 people. As for the mortar combat group, the heavy machine gun combat group, snipers, etc., they were all incorporated into the combat platoon by Tang Zheng. There is only 1 person left, and the whole company is full. Tang Zheng did not move this last quota for the time being, as a vacancy. As long as he wants, he can enter the full state at any time, and he doesn't need this 1 person. After doing all this, Tang Zheng was secretly excited. As long as Ji Yuoyun made progress, he would be the battalion commander. At this time, Ji Yunshan, the guard squad leader beside Tang Zheng, raised a question. General, we have been away from Qin's house for almost 10 days, and now we have almost established a foothold here. If we want to recruit survivors in the future, should we have a name? Tang Zheng looked back at him. Yes, what should our unit be called? We can't continue to say that we are the royal unit, right? What base are we? Such a big city. What is the name of the city? What unit are we? We must have a name. Hearing this, Tang Zheng felt that it made sense and immediately pondered. Thank you to the book friend for the 1000 coin reward. Thank you to the book friend Green Witch for the reward. Thank you to the book friend of questions reading for the reward. The new base is about to be built, and the new unit is about to be named. I have several intentions for the specific name, but I haven't thought of it yet. If you have a good name, you might as well propose it. It's best to join the group, because you can discuss it, and the result will be out tomorrow. Group number 746,860,067. Chapter 79 Naming the Troops. 3 more chapters. 350 monthly tickets added. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng stood up and paced slowly on the ground. This matter really needs to be carefully considered. I can still remember the ecstasy when I first got this war system. At that time, I once thought that in the future, I would stand on the top of the world and look down on everyone. I even had a hot-blooded and second-year idea that those who follow me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. But those are just unrealistic fantasies. In fact, I'm not having an easy time with the system. I have something I can't give up. I want my relatives to be alive, so I returned to my hometown from afar instead of collecting funds and developing rapidly at all costs. This world is not as simple as I imagined. It has been almost 2 months since the end of the world, and I have been living in fear. Especially after hearing the broadcast of the Imperial military, I realized that there are still powerful forces in this world. Not to mention the Imperial military, not to mention the countless zombies and mutant beasts, the current Northern Territory Alliance alone is currently stronger than us. And during this period of time, my thoughts have gradually changed. What touched me the most was what a little girl asked me in Yida City. From that moment on, I realized that the most precious thing in this world is people. I like to watch the fireworks of the world, like to walk on the bustling streets, like to listen to the street vendors, like to eat my favorite food, like beautiful women flirting with me. In short, I want this world to return to its original state, even if it is no longer so prosperous. Now it seems like a foolish dream, but I want to try. The light of hope should not be extinguished here. I will chase it forward, grab it, own it, and bring it back. Let's call our army the Chasing Light Army. Our city will be called the Chasing Light City from now on, and our military uniforms will also have our unique emblem. At this time, the system voice suddenly sounded. General, are you sure about the name of the army? Tang Zheng nodded. Yes, it will be called the Chasing Light Army. Is the name of the city confirmed? Yes, Chasing Light City. What style of military uniform emblem do you want? Since Tang Zheng has decided to establish the Chasing Light Army, it will be different from the Empire in the future. At this moment, if you still assume that you are a member of the Imperial Army, you will be exposed soon. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng said, our military uniform emblem is on the medal. The pattern is a ray of light in the sky, and then there is a person running towards the light. Understood. Now the system will be improved according to the general's request. After speaking, Tang Zheng felt a change in his chest. The medal that originally belonged to the Imperial Army uniform has now become a medal of the style he requested. Under the dark clouds, a ray of light in the distant sky penetrated the clouds and fell to the earth. A person was facing the direction of the light and running as hard as he could. Although the light seemed very far away, this person's steps were firm. Just from the pattern, you could feel an unyielding and stubborn power. The back of this person looked a bit like Tang Zheng. The word company on Tang Zheng's original military uniform still existed, but it was no longer the company of the Empire, but belonged to a brand new unit, the Light Chasing Army. Moreover, there were some light-colored lines on the clothes, which were different from the Imperial Royal Army uniform. At first glance, it looked a bit like the Imperial Army uniform, but it was not. It looked like a copy. But if you look closely, you will find that the quality and texture of these clothes are better than the Imperial Royal Army uniforms. General, the words Chasing Light City have appeared on the gates of the South Gate and the East Gate. The communicator told Tang Zheng another piece of news. Tang Zheng nodded. At this moment, he felt that he had taken root in this land. After doing these things, Tang Zheng felt that he was shining at the moment. After delivering such a long speech, there should be applause. But unexpectedly, Ji Yunshan beside him continued to remind him, "General, there is no problem with us calling it the Chasing Light Army, but what about Michael and the others in the 5th platoon? Have you decided to let them use the same emblem as us?" Tang Zheng was a little speechless for a while. The 5th platoon had been released by Tang Zheng and was now in a free-range state, developing freely. Not only did he have to let it be free range, but Tang Zheng also planned that once it was upgraded to a battalion, he would immediately supplement the 5th platoon into a company and let it grow outside. But after hearing what Ji Yunshan said, Tang Zheng also realized that the emblem of the 5th platoon really couldn't be the same as the large army on his side. They should also have a name. What is it? Tang Zheng knew a little about the current movements of the 5th platoon. Now the 5th platoon is a group of foreign mercenaries. They do things when others pay them. Of course, this money is not paper money, but some materials mixed with some gold and silver, which makes people unsure what they want. Mercenaries, protect others for money. Tang Zheng had an idea and a name came out of his mouth. Let's call the 5th platoon the Umbrella Mercenaries. Tang Zheng said it, and naturally no one would have any objections, so the name of the 5th platoon was determined. The emblem is not the words on the side of the Chasing Light Army, but a huge black umbrella, covering the crowd below. It has a bit of a dark tone, but it also fits their identity. After completing the name of the 5th platoon, the matter was finally completely determined. The large army is the Chasing Light Army. The 5th platoon, the scapegoat, is called the Umbrella Mercenaries. After the naming, Tang Zheng had his mind taken care of. After a while, the team transporting supplies came back. Tang Zheng started the construction between the inner city and the outer city. Here, there is also a 20-meter high ultimate wall to ensure that the people in the outer city cannot see the situation in the inner city. Tang Zheng planned to send people back to Qin's house after the construction of this wall to take over most of the 4 rows, Qin's house father and sister, and some survivors who were willing to come. Now the wall of the outer city has been built, and the remaining work is to level the land, lay optical cables and other things, and there is nothing to carry people. But just when he finished half of the middle wall, the communicator Woody who was monitoring the radio ran over. "General, listen to this news." Tang Zheng stopped and listened to the news on the radio. It was still sent from the Northern Territory Alliance. Empire Earl, the Northern Alliance speaker Xi Jinshan ordered that the leaders of the bases in the jurisdiction should take the initiative to go to the Lumber Agricultural, Forestry and Animal Husbandry University base to report the number of personnel, armed forces, and basic conditions of the base. The reporting period is 3 days. After 3 days, the Alliance will send tax officials to the local area to verify. Those who conceal and fail to report will have their taxes doubled. There is no requirement for each base to report personnel to the university base. The leader can go or send someone to go. This message was repeated several times, and Tang Zheng did not speak after listening. Beside him, Ji Yunshan said, "General, we don't have to pay attention to this alliance. We can just develop our own." Ning Yue rarely agreed with Ji Yunshan, but from a safety perspective, "General, I think it's a bit dangerous to go there. After all, it's not our territory. There's no need to go." However, Tang Zheng had a different opinion. "I think it's necessary to go there. At least, we can see the strength of this alliance. In the future, we will know whether it's an enemy or a friend. We haven't completed the construction of the city yet, so it's best not to make enemies now. In terms of safety, it shouldn't be a big problem. You can hear from the broadcast that the alliance will not take action against the leaders of other bases. There is no reason and no meaning to do so, because the bases are actually the least lacking of leaders. If the alliance only had this kind of pattern, it would never have come to this day. And don't forget, we still have more than 1,000 rifles in our hands. In the future, I plan to continue this road of selling weapons. Going there to meet more people will only benefit us." The subordinates were speechless. From the content of the broadcasts in the past few days and the feedback from other survivors, the alliance performed well in other aspects except for the tax payment, and even when a base was threatened by zombies, the alliance did send troops to help. Tang Zheng's sale of weapons was not their concern. They just needed to ensure Tang Zheng's safety. Hearing that Tang Zheng decided to go, everyone asked to follow. Tang Zheng waved his hand. It's not good to have too many people go. In fact, the fewer people there are, the safer it is, because we won't be taken too seriously. However, some of his subordinates still expressed different opinions. General, it's always better to be prepared. We cannot follow you into the base, but it is still necessary to support you outside. It's best if nothing happens, but we can help you if something happens. The speaker was Luo Fei, the platoon leader. Tang Zheng thought about it and felt that there was some truth. Then send 2 trucks, take a platoon, a mortar combat group, and 2 heavy machine gun groups, and set off first to lurk near the Agricultural and Forestry University base, and wait for my order. Understood. Luo Fei immediately organized people and prepared to set off today. After the arrangement, Tang Zheng called out the names directly. Ji Yunshan, Ji Yuo Yun, Wu Di, the 3 of you follow me and find a sturdy off-road vehicle with anti-collision steel beams installed. The alliance requires us to arrive within 3 days. We are 220 kilometers away from Lombard City, which can be reached in 1 day. We will not leave today. I will complete the construction of the inner city wall, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. The 3 of them all nodded in agreement. Tang Zheng asked Ji Yuo Yun again, when can the next construction blueprint be produced? General, 5 days will be enough. Tang Zheng nodded. Okay, hurry up. He called the second platoon leader Yang Mu over. I will give you a task. Return to Kinzhao and pick up the people from Tailei Town. Remember one thing, those who are willing to come with us can come, and those who are unwilling to come, don't force them, just follow their wishes. It will take you about a week to go back and forth, so try not to delay on the road. Understood, General. Make sure to bring the people back safely. Yang Yu left with the soldiers of the second platoon, accompanied by several heavy trucks. After arranging the tasks for the next few days, Tang Zheng continued his work of building the city wall. That night, Tang Zheng finally completed the inner city wall of the base. There are 4 gates between the inner and outer cities. There is a 50-meter long gate in the middle, and a 30-meter long small gate on each side of the east and west. There is another gate, which is the second water gate of Fengming River. In a corner near the west side, Tang Zheng used a regular city wall to enclose a small courtyard. This is the residence of his family and close people. Because it is not suitable to be placed in the inner city, it is built in the safest place here. It is close to the west gate of the inner city wall and can be evacuated to the inner city at any time. The buffer zone isolated by Tang Zheng. The buffer zone is 100 meters wide, separated by a reinforced city wall in the middle, which can accommodate a large number of people for emergency use. After the construction of the last few walls, the construction of the city wall has come to an end. Chapter 80 Alliance Headquarters, 4th update, added by Captain Gu Jiuli. On the morning of the second day, Tang Zheng and his 4 companions drove a Hercules off-road vehicle and started to head to Lombard City. When the vehicle went out of the south gate, Tang Zheng looked back and looked at Ziguang City. From this angle, it was completely different from the view from inside the city. Relying on the angle between 2 peaks, a miraculous city rose from the ground. The 20-meter high city wall spread out for a full 5 kilometers. Above the city wall, a number of sentry towers stood. The morning light fell, covering the city with a bright coat. The Fengming River meandered out of the city like a river in the sky. On the city wall, there were some flags fluttering in the wind. These flags were thought up by Tang Zheng last night. After all, a unit cannot be without flags. The flags are a little different from the emblems. That is, the sun penetrates the dark clouds and the sky suddenly appears. The light part is dyed with fluorescent powder. The flag is spread out in the wind. When it blows in the wind, the light seems to be constantly flickering. It can be seen even at night, which makes people unable to help but pay attention. The light that represents hope also represents a spirit of never giving up, which is also a kind of chasing light. Several huge city gates make people want to go deep into the city and find out. If such a city is built in less than a week, no one will believe it. Tang Zheng also has a draft for this question. Anyway, no one comes to this place, so he says whatever he wants. He said that the construction started a month ago, or even before the end of the world, and no one can verify it. The car left the chasing light city and drove for a while before getting on the rural road. Along the rural road, it began to move north. The area managed by the Northern Territory Alliance is very large, and there are many zombies in this area. Just within 100 kilometers of Tang Zheng's area, there are no less than 10 million zombies in Kingpin and Keiki counties. Looking at the entire area, there should be about 500 million zombies here. With such a huge number of zombies, the Northern Territory Alliance certainly cannot clean up, and it does not have the ability. But they did a good job of cleaning up the roads. Even on the rural road that Tang Zheng was walking on, there were no zombies to be seen. Even the scrapped cars on the road were basically pushed into the ditches on the roadside. The weeds on the roadside were swallowing up these scrapped vehicles. The acid in the air was also constantly corroding the cars. Perhaps it would not be long before these products of civilization would completely disappear. Tang Zheng was able to rescue some large machinery and vehicles, which was relatively timely. In another 2 months, the engines would rot instead of rust. It is conceivable that in a few months, there would be no cars available in the world except the existing cars, unless humans can restore the production line and build new cars with acid resistance. However, Tang Zheng did not think that civilian forces could accomplish such a feat in a short period of time. Not to mention a few months, there might not be hope for 1 or 2 years. So now the cars are precious treasures, because there will always be a day when maintenance is slack and corrosion has not stopped yet. After the car bumped on the road for an hour, it finally got on the provincial road. This is the road from Kingpin County to Lombard City, so most people going from south to north have to take this road. After walking on the road for about another hour, it was almost noon. At most, it would take another hour to reach the Agricultural and Forestry University. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry and asked the car to stop for a rest and eat something. The car just stopped and another car drove up from behind. Tang Zheng was a little surprised because it was the first time he encountered other vehicles on the road after the end of the world. The other party was also a car. Tang Zheng scanned it with the radar and saw 4 people inside. Pay attention, don't be too nervous. Looking at the alert Ji Yunshan, Ji Yuo Yun and others, Tang Zheng said, this car was a very clean Laura luxury car, which cost several million before the end of the world. At this time, it also stopped beside Tang Zheng and others. The car door opened, and a person got out. When Tang Zheng saw this person's face, he was stunned. He knew him. The other party didn't know him, but he had seen him through the perspective of the drone. This person was the Imperial Earl Yang Linling in Fengcheng Dance Academy. Yang Linling got off the car, and after seeing Tang Zheng and the others, he carefully looked at their military uniforms. After seeing them, he patted his chest. Oh, I was shocked. I thought it was the Imperial Royal Army that showed up, but it turned out not to be. Tang Zheng saw that Yang Linling was wearing the dress of an Imperial Earl, neatly dressed, and holding a civilized staff in his hand. The whole person was completely different from when he was in the dance academy. It can be seen that he still attaches great importance to his noble status. Tang Zheng pretended not to know him and smiled. It turns out to be an earl. I met a noble person today. Yang Linling waved his hand. It's all in the past. Before I contacted the Imperial Royal Family, I was just the leader of a survival base. Tang Zheng smiled and said, oh, so Mr. Earl is also going to the Agricultural and Forestry University base. You know, so you are also the leader of a survival base. After saying that, without waiting for Tang Zheng to answer, he carefully looked at the equipment and car of Tang Zheng and his group. An AK-47, a few pistols, a radio, and you even have a Desert Eagle. The equipment is not bad, but the car is a bit miserable. But I can understand that most of the leaders of the bases are about the same level as you. Tang Zheng still smiled. That's true. After all, we don't have enough manpower to maintain the daily vehicle maintenance. But I can't understand it. You are a count, and Zi Jinshan is also a count. You actually went back to support him. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, Yang Linling immediately opened up. Maybe he was proud of his status and didn't care about some things being known by Tang Zheng, or maybe it was just his personality. He came to the side of the road and took a cigar from his men. He lit it and smoked it himself and didn't give Tang Zheng one. Tang Zheng could also understand that the thoughts of these nobles had not yet changed. This was the norm. Yang Linling took a puff of cigarette before slowly speaking. I didn't want to go at first. Xi Jinshan is nothing more than the Speaker of the Northern Territory Alliance. His title is the same as mine, so he has no right to order me around. When the Empire recovers, he should step down as Speaker. But this time, he can't because of the Troublemaker International Base. You know the International Base, right? Tang Zheng nodded slightly. I've heard of it. This group of people are such scum. About a month ago, they ruined a good thing for me. As an imperial noble, I certainly couldn't tolerate their rude provocation, so I fought back. As a result, Xi Jinshan scolded me on the radio and told me not to make trouble. At the time, I considered the overall situation first and gave him face, but I won't go to the report this time, and I don't plan to pay taxes to him. But the group of people from the international base went, and they should have arrived by now. Jonathan, that old pervert, is the best at making trouble. He said that he wanted to clarify that the group of mercenaries active outside are not his people. In fact, I know that he created that group of people. Apart from him, no bastard would do such a thing. Ahem. Tang Zheng coughed a few times, and Yang Linling asked him with concern if he was feeling unwell. Tang Zheng waved his hand, motioning for the other party to continue. He went there and planned to sue me. Although Xi Jinshan will not listen to his one-sided words, I can't let him discredit me at will, so I have to go this time. After complaining a lot of words in one breath, out of politeness, Yang Linling asked Tang Zheng again, "Excuse me, leader, what base are you from?" "My name is Tang Zheng. My base is called Ziguang City, and my team is called Ziguang Army." "Oh, Ziguang City, haven't you heard of this place? It's on the edge of Goylan Mountain area. I guess you haven't been there." "That's true, but it's fate that we met today. I have a chance to visit you, and you can also come to my manor base as a guest." Tang Zheng nodded, without saying much. He didn't want Yang Linling to go to his base, because in a few days, his sister and others will come here. Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't respond, Yang Linling didn't continue chatting, and the two people's greetings ended here. Yang Linling got on the car and left first. Tang Zheng and his companions ate a little and set out again. About an hour later, the surrounding scenery changed. About 1 kilometer ahead, the Agricultural and Forestry University base was about to arrive. The road was cleaned up very well, and there was no sign of zombie activity nearby. There was a bridge ahead, and the river water flowed from the university base. There should be a small river passing through this university, and it seems that Tang Zheng is not the only one who pays attention to the water source. Some sandbags were piled on the bridge, and someone was guarding here with a light machine gun. There were also some barbed wire roadblocks on the bridge, and some wooden watchtowers were built on the roadside, with people holding guns and telescopes on guard. At the bridgehead, there were still vehicles blocking the road, and someone was doing routine inspections. There were already several vehicles on the bridge, and they all seemed to be the leaders of the base who came here from all over the place. If the inspection passed, someone would remove the barbed wire roadblocks and let the vehicles pass. It seemed that they had reached the sphere of influence of the university base, and they could not pass without inspection. "General, I have contacted Liu Fenny and the others. They are at the edge of a forest 3 kilometers away from here. They can come to support us at any time, if we need them." Tang Zheng looked up at the sky. "It feels like it's going to rain. Tell the soldiers to prepare for rain." "Don't worry, General. There is a large piece of canvas in the car that can cover the car." "That's good. Let's go over and see how strong the Northern Territory Alliance is." Thanks to the book friend Super Legend Brother for the reward. Chapter 81 The Worldly Atmosphere. Tang Zheng's jeep followed the queue. Sitting in the car, Tang Zheng observed the situation nearby. These soldiers of the Alliance looked quite decent. Their uniforms were all uniform. Although they were not the style of the Imperial Royal Army, they looked quite new, unlike the people in other bases who wore rather tattered clothes. Some of the inspectors carried pistols, and some carried axes on their backs. The people on the sentry tower even carried sniper rifles. According to the Imperial system, the Earl has a battalion of guards, and the weapons they are equipped with are also weapons such as 98K or 56 submachine guns. The weapons of this university are a bit beyond the scope. and many of the weapons look relatively new. Where did they get them from? These soldiers also seem to have received military training. It seems that the teaching of the instructors of the Royal Army is still effective. The river under the bridge is not as clear as the Fengming River. It is probably because there are more people in the university base. The wall of the university base on the other side of the bridge has also been reinforced, and the height is about 4 meters. This height is also enough to resist the existing zombies. As long as the zombies do not come in large numbers, safety is basically worry-free. So far in the apocalypse, there has been no precedent of zombies acting on a large scale, so people's vigilance against zombies has dropped a lot. Tang Zheng prepared for a rainy day. When he built the city wall in advance, he had considered whether he was worrying too much. After all, building the ultimate city wall is very expensive. But he still insisted on doing it, just in case. After waiting for a while, Tang Zheng's car arrived. Ji Yunshan rolled down the window, and a man carrying an axe came over. "Is there a leader here?" "I'm the leader." Tang Zheng interrupted. "Where are you from?" "I'm from the Ziguang City base." The man did not ask where Ziguang City was. After the apocalypse, many base leaders gave their bases very grand names. In the first Takas, the leader's base was even called the Savior City. The more grand the name, the weaker the strength. The guard did not ask too much and checked the equipment of several people. Guns can be carried, but explosive packs or something like that cannot be carried, as they are too destructive. After confirming that there were no contraband in the car, the guard gave a few instructions. "Let me tell you the process. You can only stay in the university base for 1 day. After entering the city, go to the registration office first to register the number of armed forces, the number of survivors, the area, the location, etc. of your base. After a while, the tax officer will come to you to verify and collect taxes. After the registration is completed, you can go to the cafeteria of the headquarters building for lunch. After lunch, the speaker will meet you in his reception room. After the meeting, the speaker will take you to see the training of the Alliance forces. After watching the training, there will be dinner arrangements. It is up to you to eat here or not, but you cannot stay here overnight. You must leave after dinner at the latest. During this process, you are not allowed to harass the survivors in the base, and you are not allowed to cause trouble in the base. We have established a public security bureau here. If you cause trouble, you will be arrested by the people of the Public Security Bureau and put into jail. Do you understand?" Tang Zheng nodded after listening, indicating that he understood everything. "Well, as long as you abide by the rules, you will have a pleasant day here. After all, in this world, it is not easy to come to a place with so many people. Our base has a population of nearly 70,000. After that, the guard handed Tang Zheng and his men a pass card each, and then moved the barbed wire roadblock to let Tang Zheng and his men pass. Tang Zheng and his men hung the pass cards on their chests, and the vehicle drove across the bridge. After crossing the bridge, they soon arrived at the south gate of the university base. The guard here took a look at the pass card and opened the gate to let them pass. The vehicle continued to drive, and after passing through the gate, it entered the university town base. Entering here, Tang Zheng felt a long-lost atmosphere of fireworks. People came and went on the streets, and the bustle was stronger than that of ordinary towns. Some people set up stalls on the roadside to fry dough sticks, make buns, and roll noodles. Some people set up stalls to sell things, and the goods they sold were even more varied. Necessities such as food and fuel are relatively rare, and most of them are some daily necessities. There are clothes, underwear, pots and pans, and cosmetics. Come on. People who smoke, come and have a look. Here are all kinds of cigarettes. They can only be exchanged for food. Cigarettes under 10 yuan can be exchanged for half a kati of rice. Those over 10 yuan can be exchanged for a kati of rice. And those over 30 yuan can be exchanged for 2 katis of rice. If you don't have rice, flour can also be traded. Selling wine. Selling wine. We have both white wine and beer. We also have 500 milliliter bottles of ice snow beer and news and beijiu. Exchange them for food and anti-inflammatory drugs. 1 kati of wine can be exchanged for half a kati of food or 5 anti-inflammatory drugs. Why do you think beer is as expensive as white wine? It's because beer has a short shelf life. If you don't drink it, you won't be able to drink it in the future. Scarcity makes things valuable. Brothers, I can see that you are the leaders of the base from outside. Take a look at the good stuff I have here. There are all kinds of underwear and hobby products. I also have this essential oil. Everyone who uses it says it's good. I guarantee that your women will be satisfied when you go back. But I only exchange it with bullets here. Give it a try. The freshly fried dough sticks are hot. You can eat 3 with half a catty of coarse grains. Dumplings. This is the only meat dumpling shop in the eastern area of the entire base. You will regret it if you don't try it. You said my dumpling is frozen meat. Nonsense. Where can you find fresh meat now? I'm very capable to get frozen meat in the case of power outage. The meat of mutant beasts is not frozen. Can you get it? Boss, you have worked hard all the way. Do you want to come to the shop to rest? We have very good reception girls here. They were all decent girls in the past. As long as you need, they can change into their old clothes at any time to let you relive the old days. Help them. They are all poor people. You can experience it with only 2 kilograms of food. The hawking sounds on the street are endless, and there are many differences from the past. Some things that were banned by the Empire in the past are no longer managed here. Although the order seems a bit chaotic, it makes Tang Zheng feel rare. In the end times, being able to have a safe place for people to survive and settle down is the greatest ideal in the hearts of most survivors. Looking from a distance, some teaching buildings have been transformed into small rooms, which are the residences of these survivors. Tang Zheng and his companions did not stop here. They drove through the noisy streets and followed the road signs to the door of the registration office. There were many vehicles parked at the registration office, almost all of which were off-road vehicles. After parking the vehicles here, Tang Zheng and his companions got off the cars and entered the registration office. The people in the hall were different from the skinny survivors outside. They all looked tough. Most of them carried guns, and some even wrapped bullet chains around their bodies. They were shirtless and holding guns, looking inexplicably immature. Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Could it be that there were so many base leaders near the Northern Territory? Jiao Yun listened for a while and said to Tang Zheng, General, most of the people here are not base leaders, but adventurer teams. Oh, adventurer team? What is that? This is a unique profession in the end times. Because the major bases often have insufficient manpower, they will assign the task of collecting supplies. At this time, some adventurer teams came into being. These people are basically all brothers. Their family members have died. In the past, those who had some strength, or were in good health, or could play with guns often became adventurers. They go out to collect supplies and sell the ones they don't need to the base in exchange for guns, vehicles, fuel, housing, etc. In this way, they have a profession, and the people inside the base don't have to go out to take risks, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These adventurers also need to register. Every time they collect supplies, they will be sent back here and reported here, so it seems crowded here. Tang Zheng looked at it silently. This must be a high-risk profession. Yes, most adventurers live a precarious life, but they have no worries and don't care about life and death. According to my observation, some of the stronger adventurers here have become mutants. Looking at these adventurers, Tang Zheng felt that these people might also be some unstable factors in the future. However, the end of the world has its own survival rules, and this kind of profession will be indispensable in the future. The outline of my city has been established, and it is estimated that it will also develop, and there will be no shortage of such people. Fortunately, the leader's registration window is not together with those adventurers, and it was Tang Zheng and others' turn soon. Name: Tang Zheng. Base armed force. Population: armed force of 300 people. Population: less than 100. Tang Zheng's base actually has no survivors now, but in a few days, when the people of Tailei Town come back, there should be dozens of people, so he said less than 100. The people who registered inside looked at Tang Zheng in surprise. Your development is a bit abnormal. Don't you need people to do the usual work? People who don't do basic work have the ability to pay taxes? Tang Zheng smiled. In the initial stage, it's a bit biased. Okay, what's the name of the base? Where is it located? It's called Ziguang City, and the location is there. The person inside handed Tang Zheng a map, and Tang Zheng pointed it out. The person who registered took a look and said, "It's quite remote. You're almost moving to the mountains. There are no roads there. Our tax collectors may arrive later. Take advantage of this time to collect more food and fuel oil so that you won't be able to pay the taxes when the tax collectors arrive." "Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible." "Okay, follow this road. The tallest building is the headquarters. The third floor is the cafeteria. Go have lunch there. Someone will take you to see the speaker." Tang Zheng took Ji Yunshan and Ji Yuoyun and left the crowded registration office. After leaving here, there is a tall building in the front section. Stalls are prohibited on that road, and it looks much quieter. Moreover, Tang Zheng discovered that the river that flows out of the base flows under this building. "Let's go, try the food here, and then go to see the speaker of the Alliance headquarters. I have a feeling that today will not be in vain." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, First Meeting with Little Octopus. Tang Zheng and his companions continued to move forward and crossed a bridge. There was an inscription on the bridge, "Lover's Bridge." It seemed that this was a place where couples would often come in the past. After crossing the bridge, it was the headquarters building. There was an elevator here, but it was out of service now. It had been almost 2 months since the end of the world began, and all places had lost power. The places that still had power were basically powered by generators, and ordinary generators were somewhat powerless to support things like elevators. So this kind of large-scale power equipment was basically just for show. Fortunately, the stairs were cleaned very well, and Tang Zheng and his companions went up to the third floor. Entering the cafeteria hall, there were quite a few people here, but it was not so noisy. Those who could become the leaders of the base and came to the Alliance headquarters were relatively concerned about their status and would not make loud noises. Tang Zheng even saw Yang Linling and a few others sitting at a table in the distance to eat. Looking around, the dishes here were not rich. After the end of the world, the most scarce thing now was green vegetables. In ordinary vegetable fields, green vegetables were buried by weeds, deprived of nutrients and water, and had withered. The vegetables in the supermarket had long been rotten into mud. But here, you can still see some vegetables, just not many. Most of the dishes here are some soy products, bacon, river fish and other things. No mutant beast meat. It seems that the Alliance is not very generous. Mutant beast meat is rare for ordinary people, but for a force like the Alliance with a population of hundreds of thousands, it should not be a rare thing. It would be fine if they didn't give it at other times, but today they were not willing to spend even a little blood to entertain the leaders of various bases. Tang Zheng found an empty seat and sat down, and Ji Yunshan and others went to get food. After a while, they came back with 4 lunch boxes. The rice was brown rice, and the dishes were just so-so. "General, this is still a little different from the food in our kitchen team." "Forget it, don't worry about it. Our situation is not universal. At least for the survivors outside, the food here is already a dream food." Tang Zheng ate a box of lunch, and didn't want to eat much. His usual good appetite was gone. At a table next to him, several foreigners were chatting. The content of the chat actually touched on a recent hot topic, that group of foreign mercenaries. A white-haired foreign old man complained indignantly, "I don't know which bastards are causing trouble in this land. I have been looking for them for a long time, but couldn't find them. Now many people think that I sent those people out." A blue-eyed middle-aged man said, "It's not just you. We are also implicated. It is said that the mercenary group is a ragtag army with people from many countries. It's just that the leader is called Michael, and he is from Magnolia, so you have to bear the most infamy." Alas, no matter how I explain it, no one believes it. "I don't have any hope for coming to the headquarters this time." The middle-aged man whispered, "I think, why don't we just hire them? Anyway, it's hard to explain, so why not just not explain it? Otherwise, Yang Linling will always be against us. This is not a solution. Well, I can consider it, but I will talk about it after I meet the speaker. I don't know when the Alliance's entry threshold will be lowered. It requires more than 10,000 survivors and more than 1,000 armed forces. These two are a bit too difficult. If we can join the Alliance, we can also enjoy the taxation of other bases. Tang Zheng paid attention to the chat over there and knew that these were the so-called international base people. Tang Zheng did not have a good impression of this base, so he did not want to communicate with them. But after dinner, the scientific research soldiers Jiuo Yun and Wu Di walked around and got to know a lot of people and even wrote down some radio contact frequency bands. Tang Zheng will still rely on these people to sell weapons in the future. When the meal was almost over, someone came to pick up these leaders. Now, everyone, follow me. We are going to the speaker's reception room. Because there are too many people, each leader can only bring one attendant. Pistols can be brought in, but rifles are not allowed. Please identify your attendants as soon as possible and leave with me. When meeting the speaker, be polite and don't make loud noises. After saying this concisely, the man walked out, and the leaders of the other bases followed one after another. Tang Zheng looked at Jiuo Yun and called him, Jiuo Yun, you follow me. Ji Yunshan, you and Wu Di can walk around casually. Don't go too far, and wait for me to come back. Okay, General. Ji Yunshan and Wu Di left, but Tang Zheng knew they would not go far. They would stay near this building. Tang Zheng held the intercom and could contact Wu Di at any time, or even Luo Fei outside the base. Following the crowd, Tang Zheng and the others went up to the 5th floor. Speaker Zi Jinshan did not move his office to the top floor. Tang Zheng estimated that it was because there was no electricity and no one was willing to climb the stairs. Not all the base leaders arrived in this wave, because the distances to each base were different. Some arrived earlier and some arrived later. There were about 15 or 16 leaders in this wave today. Each of them brought an entourage, about 30 people. At the end of a corridor on the 5th floor, there were guards standing guard. After checking and making sure that no one was carrying a rifle, they opened the door and let everyone in. The door of the reception room opened and walked in. There was a thick handmade carpet inside. There was a large chandelier, a desk, a huge landscape painting on the background wall, and the reception sofas around. This was a rare good place in the end times. There was a man sitting behind the desk, and there were 4 guards standing beside him. Seeing these people, Tang Zheng knew why they were allowed to carry pistols. Because these guards all carried submachine guns and wore bulletproof vests, and their armed forces were almost at the suppression level. And more importantly, all 5 of them were mutants. Especially the one sitting behind the desk. That was Zi Jinshan, the chairman of the Alliance. Zi Jinshan was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who looked well-maintained and gentle. But Tang Zheng could feel that there was a strong power in his body. In fact, there were also many mutants among the leaders present, but they did not look as strong as Zi Jinshan. If mutants had levels, Zi Jinshan's level must be high. It is estimated that in addition to taking crystals, he must have eaten a lot of mutant beast meat. After entering the room, Zi Jinshan started talking to everyone. Welcome to the Agricultural and Forestry University base. I'm Zi Jinshan. Please take a seat. Someone led everyone to sit on a circle of reception sofas. Tang Zheng sat by the window, and Jiuo Yun stood behind him. Everyone should know that the original intention of our alliance was to allow everyone in the northern region, where 4 provinces meet, to live and work in peace and eventually return to our previous era. During this process, we face many problems, the first of which was taxation. During the process of coming here, I believe everyone has seen how many people there are in this base now, how many mouths are waiting for food. These are living people, they are our compatriots, they have lost their loved ones, we can't let the pain continue. So, please cooperate with and understand my work. Taxation is the basis for the existence of the Alliance, and no one can shirk it with any excuse. Of course, the Alliance will provide protection for you after collecting your taxes. The number of people who pay taxes is the number of people under our protection. Some people may question whether the Alliance has the power to protect you. What if the Alliance does not keep its word after paying taxes? Hearing this, many leaders pricked up their ears. Indeed, this is also what everyone is most worried about. There are still many dangers outside now, the first of which is zombies. Zombies may follow people, they may come to follow the smell, especially when mutant zombies appear. The danger increases exponentially. In order to deal with mutant zombies, many bases have to take some stupid methods, such as trapping them and then trying to kill them, which is extremely dangerous. There are also mutant beasts, which are also very dangerous and very aggressive. At this stage, the number of people who die at the claws of mutant beasts every day is no less than that of zombies. For example, stray dogs and cats in the city are enough to be fatal. There is also the threat of people. It has to be said that the quality of people is mixed. Some bases do all kinds of bad things, and it is difficult to be punished. And those adventurer teams, it is normal to do some bad things. The emergence of mercenaries is to ensure safety. But not everyone can hire mercenaries, and some mercenaries will even rob each other, so the protection of the alliance is also very important. Zi Jinshan stood up from behind the desk. He took an iron bucket and said as he walked, "This is also the reason why I called you here today. I will take you to visit the military training of the alliance in a while, so that everyone can have a correct understanding of the strength of the alliance. It will always be reassuring to take a look, so that everyone will not think that I, Z, am bragging here." As he spoke, he walked to a large fish tank. He took out a piece of fresh beef from the bucket and threw it directly into the fish tank. The fish tank, which was still calm just now, suddenly a black shadow jumped up. The beef was taken away by a tentacle. Tang Zheng's pupils dilated almost instantly, because he saw that the black shadow in the large fish tank was actually an octopus. An octopus with a body length of more than 1 meter. This size was not small before the end of the world, but it was not begin the end of the world. Jiuo Yun, a scientific research soldier, was behind Tang Zheng. He looked for a while and suddenly spoke. "General, this octopus is in its larval stage. Moreover, it has mutated. The water in the fish tank, where it is kept, is not seawater but fresh water. I can feel that its future size will be very large. If there is any catalyst, it may grow to an absurd degree. General, we should." Tang Zheng raised his hand and wiped the wet corners of his mouth. "Am I the kind of person who steals and cheats? Study this matter carefully." Chapter 83, The Beginning of Chaos. 3 more chapters, 400 monthly tickets plus. Zi Jinshan was still brainwashing everyone in the reception room, and the sky outside was already covered with dark clouds. A heavy rain seemed to be coming. Tang Zheng looked at the sky outside. His mind was turning rapidly. He looked to the left, and it was Yang Linling who was sitting next to him. When this Imperial Earl first met him, he was quite enthusiastic, but Tang Zheng didn't want him to go to his base, so he didn't respond to this enthusiasm. Now it seems that he should change his mind. Yang Linling didn't seem to be convinced by Zi Jinshan as the speaker. Tang Zheng muttered to himself, "I seem to have seen that fish tank somewhere. Did it come from Baiyulan? Could it be that someone gave it to the speaker?" Hearing this, Yang Linling's eyes lit up. Could it be that the speaker was colluding with the mercenaries outside? If someone else was the speaker, Yang Linling might not say anything, but Zi Jinshan, the Earl, was of equal status to him. But now he was riding on his head and giving orders, which made him very unhappy. Especially since he scolded him on the radio. He felt even more embarrassed. If the speaker could be forced to step down or be embarrassed, Yang Linling would be very happy to see it. He decided to see if the fish tank was from Baiyulan. Seeing that Zi Jinshan was a little tired from talking, Yang Linling stood up while drinking water. He came to Zi Jinshan and took the iron bucket. "Thank you, speaker. I think this octopus is quite interesting. Do you mind if I feed the fish for you?" Zi Jinshan frowned slightly, but Yang Linling was also an Imperial Earl, so he really couldn't refuse too much. So he smiled politely. "Then I'll have to trouble Earl Yang. The speaker is too polite." Yang Linling took the iron bucket and took out a piece of beef to feed the octopus. Taking this opportunity, he carefully checked the fish tank. He didn't see any clues, and he even saw the name of manufacturer in Hanyu at the bottom of the fish tank. Seeing this, Yang Linling lost interest and put down the iron bucket and came back in a bored manner. But what he didn't expect was that this move aroused the interest of another person. That was Jonathan from the international base. Jonathan and Yang Linling were sworn enemies. Seeing that the other party's behavior was a little abnormal, he couldn't help but want to understand. Anyway, the speaker didn't say anything now, so he naturally walked over and picked up the iron bucket to continue feeding the fish. Seeing Jonathan's behavior, Zijinshin was a little unhappy, but he knew that Jonathan was ready to get close to him, so he didn't say anything. After a while, Jonathan also came back. Obviously he didn't notice it. Tang Zheng almost immediately stood up, regardless of what others looked at him, and walked over with the iron bucket. One hand reached into the iron bucket and smeared the aquatic animal gene liquid on a piece of beef. When he arrived in front of the fish tank, Tang Zheng threw the beef in. The octopus had a big appetite and immediately rolled up the beef and swallowed it. The gene liquid entered the octopus's stomach. After eating this piece of beef, the lively octopus calmed down and lay motionless at the bottom of the water. Tang Zheng knew that this was a sign that the octopus would evolve again. Jiuo Yun had just told him that after taking the gene solution, the evolution would be completed in about an hour, and at this time, the octopus could already obey Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng could give him instructions. Tang Zheng lay down at the fish tank and quietly gave the octopus some instructions. It was not known whether the octopus understood, but Zijinshin over there was already impatient. Okay. Stop hanging around in the fish tank. The fish are all full from you feeding them. Tang Zheng put down the iron bucket and returned to his seat. Looking at the weather outside, it seemed that there was a sign of rain, so Zijinshin stood up and said, "Don't delay, let's go and watch the military training of our alliance now." After that, everyone in the room was invited to go out. They were going to the rooftop to watch the military training on another playground. Tang Zheng followed the crowd upstairs, and after arriving at the rooftop, the military training below had just begun. When he looked down, Tang Zheng was really a little shocked. This was the first time he had seen an armored vehicle. Officers from the Imperial Royal Army are organizing training personnel to complete drills such as lining up, running, charging, shooting, obstacles, etc. Regardless of their actual combat capabilities, this group of people's performance is really quite decent. Bang bang shooting sounds continued to echo, and mortars similar to Tang Zheng's were also taken out to fire live ammunition at distant targets. Armored vehicles charged, and the machine guns on the vehicles kept firing, hitting targets in the distance. The soldiers used the cover of the vehicles to shoot and throw grenades, taking down the designated positions one by one. The leaders on the rooftop were all watching intently. They didn't feel anything when watching acting on TV before, but today they were deeply shocked. Such troops are much stronger than those under their command. Tang Zheng watched the exercise, but he was actually secretly contacting his subordinates. Ever since he saw the octopus, Tang Zheng had a sentence in his mind. This fish is destined to be with me. I must take it away. But how to take it away is a problem. It is definitely not possible to rob openly in the base. There are several thousand troops here. Even if Tang Zheng is sure that this troop is not as strong as his subordinates, it is not easy to fight hard. He can only let the octopus come out by himself, follow the river, come to the bridge outside, and then take it away. But there are also guards at the bridgehead, so he has to think of a way. It seems that it is time to use the trump card. When the exercise was halfway through, the raindrops as big as beans fell from the sky. The rain in this end of the world is never small. It comes down with a pounding, which directly disrupts the exercise. On the playground, the people participating in the exercise were instantly soaked. At this time, the true quality of a troop was reflected. Obviously, this troop has only completed some basic military training and has no obvious response measures and experience for sudden situations. Everyone began to hide from the rain, and the scene was instantly in chaos. The commander below shouted anxiously and ordered people to cover the equipment with canvas. The rain in this end of the world is very corrosive and cannot be exposed to the rain. The participating troops of both sides were in a mess. Some were taking cover, some were running, and some were calling. On the rooftop, Zijinshin couldn't stand it anymore. It seems that simple exercises are not enough to build an iron army. If you want to be truly combat ready, you have to go through many actual combats. He didn't want to make fun of the people present, so he immediately asked everyone to go back and hide from the rain. The group went downstairs, and before they returned to the third floor, there was a burst of gunfire outside. Zi Jinshan frowned immediately. Wasn't the exercise over? Why were they still firing? He went to the window to check, and found that the troops on the playground had dispersed. Only some armored vehicles, escort vehicles and the like were covered with canvas and thrown there. And the gunshots did not come from the playground, but from another direction. Who can tell me what happened? Just when Zi Jinshan was puzzled, someone ran over. Speaker, something bad has happened. What's going on? Explain it to me clearly. A group of foreigners attacked our outpost at the north gate. The firepower was very strong and our people couldn't stand it. What? Who is so bold? Which country is he from? Zi Jinshan said, looking at Jonathan at the international base, but the old guy was also shocked, and didn't look like he was pretending. It seems it's a group of mercenaries called Umbrella. The first thing Zi Jinshan thought of was the group of foreign mercenaries who were more active recently. These mercenaries and adventurers have emerged in an endless stream recently, and Zi Jinshan is too lazy to manage them. But he didn't expect that these guys would be so bold that they dared to attack the Alliance headquarters. Damn it. It's crazy. I must make these foreigners pay the price. Mobilize the troops, go to the north gate immediately, and blow these guys' balls for me. Speaker, I'm afraid it's not easy to do. The troops have just dispersed, because they were just soaked. Everyone may have taken off their clothes now. It will be difficult to gather for a while. Zi Jinshan was also annoyed. Useless things. Let them gather quickly, and let the garrison troops in other directions advance to the north gate first. Don't let those foreigners get in. Yes, I'll go right away. The messenger ran away, while shouting on the walkie-talkie. It's a pity that a good day was ruined by those foreigners, but don't worry, believe that our troops can handle the situation here quickly. Zi Jinshan spoke to everyone with a little apology, and then pushed open the door of the reception room. As soon as the door was opened, a loud click was heard from inside. Then there was the sound of glass breaking. When everyone looked over, they saw only a few huge tentacles sliding out through the broken window. Although it was just a glimpse, those tentacles left a deep impression on people, because they were the tentacles of an octopus. The head of the octopus was already somewhere outside the window, but the tentacles that spread into the room were at least 3 meters long. It is impossible to judge how long it is for the time being, because they only saw the ends of the tentacles. But Zi Jinshan's octopus should not be so big. Could it be that its mother came to pick up the child? Everyone present thought this scene was very magical. Zi Jinshan felt his head buzzing. Why did today's events become more and more incomprehensible to him? He had spent a lot of money to get that octopus from the oceanarium to raise. When it first came, it was just a small one, not much bigger than a palm. After the end of the world, it suddenly mutated and became 1 meter long, and it was still growing rapidly. But with this growth rate today, it should not be an alien species. What is going on? Feeling the anger surging in his chest, Zi Jinshan roared, "Chase! Octopus is an aquatic animal. It can't run far." Chapter 84 Who is the mastermind? 4th update. 450 monthly tickets added. There were bursts of gunfire outside, and the guards of the other gates who were mobilized began to march towards the north gate. The soldiers who were dispersing and preparing to take a shower were also called up again. There were bursts of urgent assembly calls, but at this moment, it was raining heavily, with lightning and thunder, and it was difficult for people to hear the assembly calls. There was chaos inside and outside the base, and some soldiers even ran out with their shirts bare. Zi Jinshan was reluctant to leave the octopus he raised, so he ordered people to go outside to look for it. Tang Zheng and other base leaders were naturally not the targets of his orders. Seeing this scene, some people were watching the excitement, and some wanted to say goodbye. The first one to say goodbye was Jonathan from the international base. Although it was raining heavily outside, there were foreign mercenaries making trouble at this time. Although Jonathan had a clear conscience, he couldn't stand the strange looks from everyone. He felt uncomfortable staying there, so he simply said goodbye and left. It was nothing more than going home in the rain, and it was safer when it rained. As soon as Jonathan left, young Lin Ling turned around and left. He and Zi Jinshan were of equal status, and they didn't even say hello. Tang Zheng took this opportunity to directly bid farewell. Zi Jinshan didn't have the heart to greet everyone at this moment. Whoever wants to leave can leave, if not, stay for dinner, but we don't let you stay overnight." Hearing this, most of the people present dispersed. Tang Zheng and his group walked down the stairs quickly, and in the process, they surpassed Yang Linling's people and Jonathan's people, and were the first to leave the headquarters building. He and Ji Yuoyun had just come out when Ji Yunshan and Wu Di came to meet them outside. "General, most of the guards at the south gate have just been transferred away, and only the sentry on the sentry tower is still there. I saw the octopus swimming in the creek, and is currently swimming towards the south gate. We have to approach it as soon as possible, but the general should quickly think of a way to take the octopus away, because that guy is now quite big." Several people walked and talked in the rain, and quickly ran towards the south gate. Tang Zheng also spoke quickly. "Ask the soldiers to clear a track. Didn't they bring canvas when they came? Just spread the canvas in the car. With such heavy rain, water will quickly accumulate in the canvas, just in time for the octopus to get on the car. There is no problem for this kind of thing to stay on the shore for a while." "Okay, I'll notify Luo Fei and the others immediately." Wu Di picked up the walkie-talkie and quickly sent a message to Luo Fei and the others. Tang Zheng and his men trotted along the street, all the way to the door of the registration office, and got on their off-road vehicle. The car started and headed straight for the south gate. The vendors who set up stalls had all dispersed at this time. The streets were empty and the car was moving very fast. After leaving the university base and walking a few hundred meters, it was the direction of the bridge. Ji Yunshan took out his silent pistol, raised his hand, and fired a shot at the sentry on the sentry tower. The sentry didn't expect the attack to come from behind, and was shot down, lying on the sentry tower, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. As soon as the sentry fell, a large truck appeared from the hidden place at the bend in front and quickly drove to the bridge. With a splash of water, a giant octopus with a body length of more than 5 meters including its tentacles rushed out of the river. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, the giant octopus excitedly crawled over and blew out a bubble, almost covering Tang Zheng. Okay, get in the car, we are in a hurry, let's go." Tang Zheng touched one of the octopus tentacles, and the huge suction cup was covered with mucus. The octopus also understood and used its 8 long legs to quickly get on the truck. Sitting cross-legged in the car, it revealed its head that was bigger than a water tank. "Let's go." The truck started and ran away in the rain. At this time, the people who were looking for the octopus had already come out of the south gate. Tang Zheng didn't care about that and jumped into the car immediately. The Hercules off-road vehicle started and plunged into the heavy rain. Those who were tracking were holding a police dog in their hands. The police dog ran along the river following the smell, but the heavy rain blocked its perception, so it didn't come that fast. When these people left the south gate, they could only vaguely see a truck and a jeep going away. Before they could react, other leaders who were leaving the city also came out. Jonathan, Yang Linling, these were all rude leaders who drove out of the city quickly. The people chasing the octopus couldn't tell who was who, so they could only continue to chase in frustration, and finally stopped at the bridgehead. The police dog is circling in place. It seems that the octopus disappeared here instead of continuing downstream along the river. No way, the octopus is an aquatic animal after all, and it is impossible for it to stay on land for too long. Did someone take it away? Now it seems that this is likely to be the case, but I also doubt whether there are really such boring people. Is it crazy for grilled squid? Unfortunately, it was raining too hard, and we couldn't see the situation outside clearly. We only saw the outline of a jeep and a truck. We knew too little about the rest of the information, and couldn't make an accurate judgment. By the way, isn't there a sentry here? Go ask the sentry. Someone climbed up the sentry tower and immediately exclaimed. Not good. The sentry was killed. The leader of the pursuit pondered for a moment. I don't think this matter is so simple. The mercenaries attacked, the guards here were transferred, and the octopus suddenly ran out. There are people here to pick him up. If there is no black hand behind this, I can't believe it. We must report to the speaker immediately. They did not stay here and returned to the headquarters immediately. At this time, the headquarters was still in chaos. The scattered soldiers were reorganized and dispatched to the north gate. The mercenaries who attacked the headquarters fired fiercely for a while, and when they saw the large troops coming, They turned around and ran away without saying a word. Those people were driving some military vehicles, which were very fast. And now it was raining heavily, and they soon disappeared in the vast rain curtain. Damn. These foreigners are sick. The officer who came out to chase saw the mess outside the north gate and couldn't help cursing. I just heard those foreigners shouting. Did you hear what they said? It seems that they said that the Umbrella mercenaries should withdraw quickly. Umbrella? I'll remember you bastards. I'll make sure you can't protect yourself in the future. The officer who was chasing went back angrily. 10 minutes later, the officer who was chasing the mercenaries and the people who were chasing the octopus stood in Xi Jinshan's office. After hearing the reports from the two sides, Xi Jinshan's mind turned quickly. This matter was too suspicious. Foreign mercenaries attacked the base, and just after the exercise troops dispersed. If there was no insider, it would be impossible. It is impossible for the octopus to suddenly grow in size and break through the window to leave. Someone must have done something here. And this person who did something is likely to be the one who colluded with the foreign mercenaries and killed his own sentinel. Who could it be? It should be one of the foreign base leaders. Xi Jinshan fell into memories. A total of 3 people have come into contact with the octopus. They are Yang Linling, Jonathan and a leader of Tang Zheng. Yang Linling first contacted Octopus, who had never been convinced by him and wanted to replace him. Xi Jinshan knew all this, so he had a motive to cause trouble. By the way, the person who killed the sentry should have been the first to leave the base, and the 3 people who left first happened to be the 3 of them. Yang Linling is a suspect, and a big suspect. What about Jonathan? Jonathan was the second person to contact Octopus, and he was the first to leave. Moreover, their international base is likely to be the mastermind behind the foreign mercenaries, which Xi Jinshan also doubts. Jonathan is also a big suspect. As for that Tang Zheng, Xi Jinshan had someone send Tang Zheng's information, which was registered today. Ziguang City, located in a ravine. 300 armed men, but no more than 100 survivors? What the hell is this? Xi Jinshan glanced at it and threw the information aside. If the suspicion is divided by percentage, Yang Linling's suspicion is 49%, Jonathan is also 49%, and this Tang Zheng is only 2%. How could the leader of a small base collude with foreign mercenaries, and how could he go to such lengths to get an octopus away? Xi Jinshan couldn't think of a reason for him to do so. Of course, this doesn't mean that Xi Jinshan won't investigate. It's just that this matter is not very glorious and is not suitable for a high-profile investigation. It just so happens that in a few days, Lion Mao and the others will go down to verify the situation of the base and collect taxes, so let her confirm the true situation of these bases. At that time, whether it is Yang Linling or Jonathan, he will let them know that the dignity of the alliance cannot be offended, and those who offend must pay the price. In the heavy rain, Tang Zheng's vehicle moved quickly on the road. The off-road vehicle followed behind the truck. Tang Zheng sat in the co-pilot seat and watched the big octopus occasionally show its head in the car and blink at him. It wanted to interact with him. Tang Zheng had an idea and raised his hands to interact with the octopus. The octopus immediately stretched out 2 tentacles and followed Tang Zheng's hands to swing. Tang Zheng crossed his hands back and forth and moved them very quickly. The octopus moved even faster, waving its long tentacles, having a lot of fun. Tang Zheng suddenly stopped and retracted his hands. The octopus also stopped, but the 2 front tentacles were tied together. Seeing the octopus's confused look, Tang Zheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everyone in the car couldn't help but turn their heads away when they saw the general's mischievous look. The octopus pulled hard, and the slippery tentacles untied. Puff! A bubble came out and stuck to the glass of Tang Zheng's car. Tang Zheng instinctively leaned back and was startled. This made several soldiers in the car, who had been strictly trained not to laugh, no matter how funny it was, also laugh. Chapter 85 Sugar. The car trudged through the rain for more than 3 hours and returned to Ziguang City. Leaving the road, we walked in the muddy fields for a while and arrived outside the south gate. There were already soldiers on guard in the sentry tower. When they saw Tang Zheng coming back, the soldiers on it immediately turned the winch and raised the city gate. Entering the city, there are still some differences from the outside. Most of the weeds on the ground have been removed, and some potholes have been flattened and filled. Some places have dug trenches to prepare for laying optical cables. The road has also been simply leveled, and it will still need to be rebuilt later. Tang Zheng did not walk along the road, but drove all the way to the riverside of Fengming River. The truck followed, and when it arrived at the riverside, the big octopus jumped in with a plop before the cart stopped. After staying in the fish tank for a long time, the octopus entered the river water for the first time, and fluttered in it like a happy child. Several long tentacles danced on the water, stirring up the turbid river water, and the surrounding fish fled in panic, just like a deep-sea giant monster. This is a cheerful little fellow. Tang Zheng stood on the shore in the rain, reluctant to leave. The octopus was never idle, sometimes swimming upstream, sometimes swimming downstream. Sometimes it would chase a school of fish and eat a lot with a big gulp. Stop, stop, stop. This river is just a small river. It can't stand your tossing. You'd better not eat the fish in this river. Tang Zheng hurriedly stopped it. This octopus was too big, and according to Jiuo Yun, it was still a toddler. The ecological environment of this river could not stand its tossing. Hearing that Tang Zheng didn't let him eat fish, the octopus emerged from the water. After a while, Tang Zheng felt that its head had grown a little bigger, and it looked like a small island floating on the water. Will this thing grow into a real sea monster in the future? Tang Zheng thought about it, and walked up the river. After taking the genetic medicine, the octopus regarded Tang Zheng as its master, and it followed Tang Zheng wherever he went. Tang Zheng did not turn around, and walked to the inner city. The soldiers opened the sluice gate and he waded across the river. He continued to move forward, and walked about a kilometer, before arriving at his reserved residence. The octopus came to the pond and excitedly blew out a string of bubbles in the water. After all, this pond was bigger, with a diameter of more than 100 meters, and his huge body could flutter around in it. After fluttering around for a while, the octopus came to the shore, showing its head and black eyes, looking at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng could not help but touch its head, and it rubbed Tang Zheng affectionately. A dignified general was knocked to the ground by a headbutt. This guy. Tang Zheng stood up and decided to give the octopus a name. Before naming it, he first asked Meng Meng. Meng Meng, can the octopus be included in the purchase sequence? General, the octopus is obtained through the gene fluid of aquatic animals and cannot be included in the purchase sequence. So, before I get another gene fluid and meet another octopus, this is the only one. Yes, General. Tang Zheng nodded. Facing this temporarily unique octopus, Tang Zheng really liked it. So he wanted to give the octopus a special name. Are you male or female? The octopus did not answer, but Tang Zheng felt that this octopus was very beautiful and should be a female. Of course, this feeling is unfounded, and it is difficult to define whether the octopus is beautiful or not. It is just Tang Zheng's imagination. My last name is Tang, and I think you should also be surnamed Tang, but it is not good to be the same as me, so I will change it a little bit. From now on, you will be called Tang Tang. Hearing this name, the octopus stretched out two tentacles and covered its eyes. Tang Zheng's eyes widened. Are you a little shy? Could it be that I really guessed it right? This is really a female octopus? Tang Zheng knew that octopuses eat meat, and this one is no exception. However, it is so big now that ordinary meat is not enough for it to swallow in a few bites. I don't know if you eat zombies. If you do, you have a lot of them. You can live in this pond in the future. You can go out to play when there are no outsiders. Try not to go out of the city. If you have to go out of the city, choose to go out at night. Don't go too far away from the river, and don't defecate in the pond. Do you understand? Tang Tang nodded her big head, as if she really understood what Tang Zheng said. So far, Tang Tang, the big octopus from the deep sea, has settled here. Tang Zheng thought that the alliance might not let this matter go, and might continue to investigate. But Tang Zheng also believed that it would not be found out on his head for a while. Even if there was a day when it was found out on his head, Tang Zheng would no longer care. The system first gave him a supply box, and then he got the aquatic animal gene fluid. Tang Zheng went to great lengths to get the octopus back, believing that this big guy would not let him down. After settling the octopus back, Tang Zheng himself had nothing to do. Although the construction of Zhuguang City was still going on intensively, he did not need to do it himself. He stayed patiently in the base every day, teased Tang Tang when he had nothing to do, and Tang Zheng would bring military dogs to play with Tang Tang. Dakang Ming, Xiao Piaoliang, Xiao Balian, and others soon became Tang Tang's playmates. Tang Tang's favorite game was throwing a ball. It could throw or catch, and several military dogs could not beat it. Every time it was excited, it either blew bubbles at Tang Zheng or turned the water upside down. The kitchen team got some steamed buns to feed it, but no matter how much it was fed, it felt that it was not enough to fill its teeth. The characteristic that all units of the Zhuguang army could eat was sublimated here. They played, and Tang Zheng watched and waited at the same time. One is to wait for the last map to be completed by Guo Yun, and the other is to wait for the people from Tailei Town to come back. Speaking of which, Yang Mu has been away from the base with the 2nd platoon for 3 days, and now they are almost in Tailei Town, Kinzhou City. After 2 months of abandonment and acid rain corrosion, it has been in tatters. The streets are full of zombies, and there is no living person. As night falls, waves of roars echo through the city, like hell. In a 5-star hotel, the dark environment is not suitable for human survival, but there is a group of active people here. They should not be called people, but they still have the appearance of humans. In the lobby of the hotel, Chen Filang sat on the sofa. In front of him, there was red wine taken out of the wine cellar, and in front of him was a crystal glass filled with wine. He picked up the glass and drank a glass of red wine. He could vaguely feel that liquid had entered his stomach, but he could no longer feel whether it was cold or hot, bitter or sweet. There were some vacuum-packed foods piled on the coffee table in front of him. He picked up a plastic-sealed chicken claw, tore it open, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it down with the bones. There is no taste at all. I can't feel it anymore. My taste has been lost. Except for fresh flesh and blood, which can arouse my desire to eat. I can't feel anything else. The culprit of all this is that kid from Tailei Town, Tang Zheng. Chen Filang was very irritable at this moment. There was a large group of zombies around him. There were several female zombies among them, who were clean and tidy at this moment. They wore beautiful skirts and even put on makeup on their faces, but the makeup was a little smudged, and the lipstick was painted to the corners of their mouths, which made people sick. These female zombies were some agile zombies with slender and well-proportioned bodies. If they didn't really know how to put on makeup, they could be considered beauties. And these zombies absolutely obeyed Chen Filang's orders and did whatever he told them to do. Unfortunately, Chen Filang found that he had even lost his male desire and function. All of this made him unbearable. No more waiting. My current strength is almost enough to flatten that town. I should go find that kid named Tang Zheng. Chen Filang stood up, and a group of zombies followed him. In the lobby of this hotel, a considerable number of zombies were already mutant zombies. In addition to those agile zombies, there were hundreds of tall armored zombies. Among them, there was an armored zombie that was more than 2 meters and 3 meters tall. That was the armored zombie that Chen Filang focused on feeding, Han Yuhu. However, Han Yuhu was also like other zombies, standing blankly beside Chen Filang, without communication or communication. Chen Filang stood up, called the 2 armored zombies over, and lifted a chair made into a sedan chair. Let's go to Tailei Town. The 2 armored zombies mechanically lifted the chair and carried Chen Filang out of the hotel lobby. After walking out of the lobby, Chen Filang looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. With Chen Filang's long roar, the surrounding streets immediately became restless. Hundreds of armored zombies, hundreds of agile zombies, and some zombies close to mutation or roared. Then, even louder roars began to echo. 1, 10, 100, 1000. Even tens of thousands of zombies roared at this moment. The huge roar echoed in the night sky of the city, startling a group of mutant birds to take off and flee. Chen Filang led his mutant zombie army and left the city step by step, heading towards Mingshu. Behind him, at least 7 or 8,000 zombies began to follow with staggering steps. These were all zombies controlled by Chen Filang. In more than a month, his ability has been greatly enhanced, and now his control limit has reached 10,000. He believes that this number will continue to increase. It's just that this group of zombies walks slowly. It takes them about 10 days to get from Kinsao City to Tailei Town. Thanks to the book friends who gave me the reward, The Sky is Blue. Chapter 86. Upgrade to Battalion Commander. When Chen Filong led the group of corpses and slowly moved towards Tailei Town, Yang Yu had already led the second platoon back to Tailei Town. At the big restaurant, they met up with Li Ji's 4th platoon. The two platoon leaders met and didn't say much, just asked about the situation. The situation is probably stable. After all, we have 3 squads here, but among the survivors, led by Commissioner Wang, their emotions are a little volatile, and they don't seem to be satisfied with the current situation. But the general didn't let us take care of it, so we just let it go. Okay, then let's ask now, and see who is willing to leave with us. Yang Mu came to the restaurant and met the survivors inside. Everyone listen to me. Seeing the former warriors come back, everyone in the restaurant stopped. General Tang Zheng has established a new survival base on the edge of Guian Mountain, north of Fengcheng. There is a huge city and a safe environment there. There is no need to worry about the threat of zombies or drinking water. It is a base suitable for human habitation. The general asked me to pick up his father and sister, and also asked everyone if they are willing to go to the new base to survive. They can follow me now. Now everyone can sign up. Everyone looked at each other, and they were still undecided for a while. It sounded that the place was very far away. Most of these people had lived in Tailei Town all their lives. Now they suddenly said they wanted to leave, and they were a little panicked. Needless to say, Tang Yushan and Tang Eli had already packed their things. In this world, they would be wherever Tang Zheng was. The same was true for Zhu Jingqiu. She still remembered the scene of Tang Zheng saving her. She had secretly vowed to cook for Tang Zheng for the rest of her life, so of course she had to leave with him. Tang and I's 3 best friends and classmates were of course leaving as well. Tailei Town was not their home. Tang Zheng's classmate Li Yanhang also resolutely chose to leave. She had to endure the criticism from some of the survivors here, so it would be better for her to change her environment and start a new life. As for the rest of the people, after some discussion, they split into 2 groups. Commissioner Wang asked, now that we have arrived at the new base, do we still need to work like this? Yang Mu answered simply, everyone needs to work. Then if there are other survivors in the base, can we enjoy better treatment? After all, we are all Tang Zheng's fellow villagers, and there are even many of his elders here. No, the treatment is the same, unless you have worked hard for it. Commissioner Wang snorted when he heard this. In that case, then let's go. We would rather stay in Tailei Town. Yeah, we have lived here all our lives. Why should we leave our hometown at such an old age? We have food and drink here now, and we can still farm next year. I won't leave. I won't leave either. If we go there, we will have to live under someone else's roof and have to please their faces. It's not as comfortable as at home. That's right, there are fewer zombies in Tailei Town now, and most of them are concentrated on the other side of the town. If you leave, we can collect more supplies, and our life will be better than now. Some people who are close to Commissioner Wang are now talking at once. Yang Mu had no intention of persuading them. Seeing that the group of people split into 2 groups, and about 30 people decided to leave, he also prepared to leave. Now give everyone 5 minutes to pack up. In 5 minutes, we will leave here. Those who decided to leave didn't have much to pack. Generally, they just took a small package, packed up the things they thought were valuable, and prepared to leave. 5 minutes later, everyone started to get on the bus. 2 heavy trucks loaded the survivors who followed them. Other soldiers from the 2nd and 4th platoons also got on the bus. As the first car started, the convoy left Tailei Town. Tang Yushan did not take the jeep, but sat in the back of the truck with his fellow villagers. Looking at the hometown, where he had lived all his life, he couldn't help but tears. Tang and I saw that her father was sad, and held his hand. Dad, don't be sad. Where I am, and where my brother is, that is our hometown, isn't it? Yes, 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 Nini is right. Let's go find your brother. The convoy gradually went away, and disappeared at the end of the street. Commissioner Wang and his group watched the convoy go away, before they cheered collectively. They have reasons to be happy. Because the mountain that had been pressing on their heads has gone. Without those soldiers, this Tailei Town is this. During this period, the soldiers have fought a lot of zombies, and the number of zombies in Taylor Town has been reduced by more than half compared to before. It can be said that this is a very safe place. Commissioner Wang even decided that he would move to the public security station today. They have lived in this big restaurant for a long time, and it is time to change the environment. He even dreamed that he could live like Zheng Kejiang and Tang Zheng later. That is the life that people can live. Tang Zheng, who was far away in Ziguang City, did not know the situation in Taylor Town. He had a more important situation here. Jiuo Yun finally completed the new drawing. When Jiuo Yun handed the drawing to Tang Zheng used it, and a new building appeared in the system. Radar station, short-range warning radar, which can detect targets within a radius of 150 kilometers and feed back the targets back to the system screen. The price is 50,000 gold. Note, the location of the radar station is best chosen on the mountain. Seeing Jiuo Yun build this building, Tang Zheng was also very happy. He has a portable radar, but the detection range is only 300 meters. It is somewhat useful when going out, but it is not very useful inside the base. Drones can detect, but it is very inconvenient and the detection range is not enough. This short-range warning radar can detect a radius of 150 kilometers, which is very useful. In the future, if someone enters the 150 kilometer range of his base, it will be displayed on the radar, and the safety of the base will be greatly improved. Even where there are zombies or mutants in the surrounding area, can be checked here, which is also very useful for clearing the surrounding zombies in the future. The only thing is to climb the mountain, but Tang Zheng's physical fitness is also very good at the moment, and he is not afraid of climbing mountains. With the soldiers of the guard squad, Tang Zheng immediately started climbing, going out of the north gate of the base. Behind him is the Guan mountain area. Tang Zheng did not look for the highest peak, Guan mountain, because it was too high. He chose a relatively open mountain, trekked for more than 2 hours to the top, and then set up the radar station. The radar station is a square courtyard, surrounded by dormitories and sentry towers, and in the middle is a huge spherical building. Entering the radar station, there is a huge radar directly connected to the dome of the house, where it rotates back and forth. There is a control panel below, with many small lights on the complex instruments on it. Tang Zheng opened the system page, and found that the page was still the same as before, and there was no new radar map displayed. Meng, why doesn't the system page show the radar map? General, the radar station still needs some operators. Please send at least one scientific research soldier to the radar station as a technician. Tang Zheng was somewhat glad that he had left the purchase quota, and immediately purchased a scientific research soldier. After a while, a well-mannered young man appeared in front of Tang Zheng. Research soldier Li Shaoqing, report to the general. Li Shaoqing, you will be stationed at the radar station from now on. As the eyes of our Ziguang City, do you need anything? Not much. The general can assign me a squad of people, 4 engineers to assist me in my work, and 4 mobilized soldiers to protect the radar station. No problem. Tang Zheng had a total of 45 engineers, and he immediately ordered to mobilize 4 of them to the radar station. His guard squad also had 8 mobilized soldiers, so Tang Zheng left 4 3-star mobilized soldiers at the radar station to protect the safety here. The radar is the eyes of the base, and no problems can occur. In addition, Tang Zheng bought 2 military dogs, and also left them on the top of the mountain. The radar squad of the Ziguang army was established. It's just that eating will be a problem in the future. You can't always trek 2 or 3 hours up the mountain to deliver food every time. As Li Shaoqing got down to work, the radar station buzzed inside, and the radar began to operate. At this time, Tang Zheng's system page finally changed. The map here has become a switchable state, and the large map of the entire radar station can be switched at any time. After Tang Zheng switched, he found that the situation within a 300 kilometer radius with the radar station as the center was in full view. Most of the west and north were the Guan mountain area. He could see which mountain was high, which forest was dense, and where there were more mutant beasts or mutant birds. In the west, he could see the edge of the desert. In the far north, he could even see the road he had walked on yesterday. If the radar range was a little wider, he could even see the university base. Ziguang City was very close, but it was only an outline at the moment. The towns, forest farms, villages in the distance, and even Kingpin County and Keiki County were all within the radar range. There are too many zombies in these two counties. Tang Zheng could see the extremely dense zombies in the county on the radar screen. He felt numb at a glance and couldn't count them. In the radar range, Tang Zheng also saw some light spots of survivors. No matter how well the survivors hid, they could not escape the tracking of the radar. Tang Zheng simply took a look and switched back to his portable radar page. The radar station map is too big. There are too many things to see within a diameter of 300 kilometers. He can't observe them all. Let Li Shaoqing and others study them slowly. After the radar station was built, Tang Zheng was more concerned about his promotion to battalion commander. However, he did not upgrade at the radar station. After leaving the radar station and returning to Ziguang City, Tang Zheng chose to upgrade. Condition 1 for upgrading battalion commander. The reinforced company has a full complement of 300 people, which has been completed. Condition 2 for upgrading battalion commander. A total of 30,000 zombies have been killed, which has been completed. Condition 3 for upgrading battalion commander. 100,000 funds, which have been owned. Condition 4 for upgrading battalion commander. Construction of 3 formal buildings, which have been completed. All conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? General, upgrade immediately. Tang Zheng chose to upgrade. After deducting 100,000 funds, he was already a battalion commander. Chapter 87 Battalion level powerful weapons. 3 more chapters and 500 monthly tickets. When Tang Zheng finished clicking the upgrade, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, General. The battalion commander has been upgraded. Please confirm the number of people in the battalion. Tang Zheng asked, isn't it divided into ordinary battalions, reorganized battalions and reinforced battalions this time? General has continuously selected reinforced troops, and the number of troops has exceeded the normal military system of the Empire, so the upgrade will no longer be carried out according to the Imperial military system in the future, and the General can freely choose the number of troops. Tang Zheng silently calculated. His own reinforced company is 300 people, and 5 combat companies must be guaranteed in the future, which is 1,500 people. The engineering corps will also be expanded. If it is a company, it will be 1,800 people. And after the construction of the city, Tang Zheng found that his city defense force also needs a special company, which will be 2,100 people. In addition, the cooking squad will be upgraded to a platoon, and the medical squad will also be upgraded to a platoon. The guard squad will also be upgraded to a platoon, and these will add more than 100 people. And after upgrading the battalion, there will definitely be some new arms, and Tang Zheng also plans to set up more troops 2,500 people. This is an acceptable number. Confirm the number of people in the entire battalion, 2,500. Confirmation completed. The maximum number of people in the entire battalion is 2,500. Next, the upgrades are unlocked. Upgrade leader condition 1. The entire battalion is fully staffed. Upgrade leader condition 2. Kill a total of 2 million zombies. The original kill count is reset to 0. Upgrade leader condition 3. Upgrade funds of 2 million. Upgrade leader condition 4. Complete 10 formal buildings. Existing buildings are not counted. Seeing the 4 new conditions, Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Why are the number of zombies killed and the funding requirements increased so much? General, this is based on the maximum number of people in your entire battalion. A battalion of 2,500 people can normally be comparable to the strength of a regiment, so the upgrade requirements will also increase accordingly. Tang Zheng could only nod his head. The larger the scale, the greater the difficulty, which is also normal. The upgrades are all unlocked, and the system's equipment and soldiers are also refreshed. Tang Zheng still clicked on the equipment page as before, and there were several new troop equipment. Line mine, price 2 gold. 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun, sniper rifle universal bullet, price 0.4 gold. 89mm individual rocket, price 2 gold. 70mm individual anti-aircraft missile, price 2 gold. 107mm rocket, price 2.5 gold. 105 rifled artillery shell, price 5 gold. 155mm howitzer shell, price 10 gold. Officer's uniform, battalion commander level, price 10 gold. Parachute bag, price 10 gold. Radar vision, advanced, display all units within a 2000 meter radius in the system, ignoring building obstructions. Price 50,000 gold. After looking at the equipment page, Tang Zheng felt that this refresh was extraordinary. First of all, this mine is very powerful, and the price of 2 gold is not high. If you want, you can create a minefield. The 12.7 bullets have been refreshed. It seems that heavy firearms are online. There are also rockets and anti-aircraft missiles. This is really a big upgrade. There are also rocket launchers and 105mm rifled cannons. I don't know what weapons they are equipped on. The howitzer is easy to understand. It seems that the God of War is about to be launched. And there are also parachute packs. Does this mean that he will have a plane here? Tang Zheng was a little excited and went to check the gun page first. Tang Zheng found that there were no pistols and rifles among the weapons updated this time. MG4 light machine gun. MT gun weighs 7.9 kilograms. The barrel contains a flash suppressor, uses a 100 round belt to feed ammunition, has 200 spare rounds, and is priced at 150 gold. Barrett large caliber sniper rifle, uses a 10 round magazine to feed ammunition, fires 12.7mm bullets, has an effective range of 1850 meters, a maximum range of 2500 meters, is equipped with an optical sight, and is priced at 300 gold. M2 Browning heavy machine gun, fires 12.7mm caliber bullets, MT gun weighs 38 kilograms, full weight 58 kilograms, effective range 1800 meters, maximum capacity of 1700 rounds in the ammunition box, price 500 gold. Bazooka M20 individual rocket launcher, total weight 9.5 kilograms, maximum range 1200 meters, bullet diameter 89mm, armor penetration depth 280mm, price 300 gold. Stinger individual air defense missile, bullet diameter 70mm, range 300 to 5000 meters, maximum firing height 3000 meters, optical and infrared aiming. Comes with 6 missiles and an enemy identification device. Price 500 gold. Type 63 107mm towed rocket launcher. Total weight 613 kilograms. With 19 launch tubes. Maximum range 8500 meters. Requires a vehicle to tow. Comes with 38 rockets. Price 2000 gold. M198-155mm towed howitzer, maximum range of 25,000 meters, 5 operators, total weight of 7,000 kilograms, 10 shells, price 10,000 gold. Seeing the 6 updated weapons, Tang Zheng realized that his current firepower was basically on par with the active Royal Army, because many of these weapons are in service with the Royal Army. The MG4 light machine gun is the main light machine gun in service. The Barrett sniper rifle is the main sniper rifle in service, and it can even penetrate armored vehicles. The Bazooka M20 individual rocket launcher is used to deal with armored vehicles and tanks on the battlefield. Although it is a little older, its lethality is not bad, and it is very easy to use. For example, the money transporters and armored vehicles that Tang Zheng saw in the Alliance, as long as there are 10 rocket launchers, they can be wiped out in minutes. There is no need to fire the Stinger individual air defense missile, which is the nightmare of helicopters, and it is also equipped with an enemy identification device, which is definitely very advanced. As for the Type 63 rocket launcher, it is called the AK-47 in the rocket launcher world, and it is definitely a model of good quality and low price. Its low cost and huge lethality have given it the reputation of a divine weapon. Although more advanced rocket launchers have appeared, the Type 63 is still used by the Royal Army of the Hanyu Empire, and has not been completely retired. These weapons, especially at this time, when everyone is seriously lacking in weapons, are definitely a dimensionality reduction strike. There is also the last 155mm howitzer, which is a very powerful cannon. It has a range of more than 20 kilometers, and is definitely a weapon for siege. After all, the title of God of War is not called for nothing. But there is another saying, once the cannon sounds, it is worth a lot of gold, and a shell of 10 gold per round is also a big spender. With excitement, Tang Zheng clicked on the personnel page. Compared with the update of weapons and equipment, the changes in personnel are not small. Paratrooper, price 500 gold. Rocket launcher fighter, price 300 gold. Anti-aircraft infantry, price 500 gold. Rocket launcher combat group, 3 people, price 1000 gold. Howitzer combat group, 5 people, price 2000 gold. Armored vehicle combat group, 2 people, price 1000 gold. Tank combat group, 3 people, price 1500 gold. Helicopter combat group, 2 people, price 2000 gold. Helicopter combat group, 3 people, price 3000 gold. Seeing these combatants, Tang Zheng was almost certain what was on the vehicle page. He then clicked on the vehicle and saw something new. Boxer armored personnel carrier, total weight 20 tons, can transport 11 soldiers at a time in normal state, can carry up to 22 people, has a maximum load of 8 tons, is equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, has a maximum speed of 103 km per hour, and is priced at 10,000 gold. Scimitar light tank, total weight 18 tons, crew 3 people, equipped with a 75mm main gun and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, equipped with a smoke launcher, and a maximum speed of 80 km per hour. The price is 15,000 gold. Type 15 light tank, total weight 33 tons, crew 3 people, equipped with a 105mm caliber rifled gun, effective range 3000 meters, equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, equipped with a 30mm automatic grenade launcher. Maximum speed 70 km per hour, price 40,000 gold. AMH-6 Little Bird helicopter, maximum crew 4 people, maximum takeoff weight 1.4 tons, equipped with a 12.7mm machine gun, equipped with 12 Hellfire anti-tank missiles, maximum speed 300 km per hour, price 20,000 gold. CH-47 transport helicopter, adopts front and rear double propeller design, crew of 3 people, length of 30 meters, height of 5.7 meters, empty weight of 5.5 tons, maximum load of 6 tons, maximum flight speed of 315 km per hour, equipped with 12.7 mm movable machine guns, with 1000 rounds of bullets, price of 50,000 gold. There are 5 vehicles in total, including a heavy armored personnel carrier, 2 light tanks, and 2 helicopters. This type of troop carrier is the main troop carrier in active service abroad. It is very people-oriented and has strong comfort. It can be seen from the fact that it transports 11 soldiers that such a large vehicle can actually fit more than 20 people without any problem. The Scimitar light tank is a mobile and flexible tank with decent firepower. But the 15 type light tank is amazing. Although it is called a light tank, its combat effectiveness can actually be comparable to that of an ordinary main battle tank. At least the tank that Tang Zheng saw at the Alliance headquarters is definitely not the opponent of the 15 type. These 2 helicopters are also good. The bird helicopter is shaped like an egg. Its biggest feature is that the whole machine has no armor protection. It pursues flexibility and speed. Don't look at its light weight and lack of protection, but its firepower is not weak at all. Those Hellfire anti-tank missiles are the nightmare of ground troops. As long as you can't hit it, it can easily kill you. The last transport helicopter is a large transport aircraft. The design of the front and rear double wheels is very unique. The 30-meter long fuselage is also equipped with protective armor. It can transport a platoon at a time. With these weapons, Tang Zheng's heart is also excited. He still has more than 1.1 million in his hand. Although these new weapons are relatively expensive, he can also spend a wave. If he only adds mobilized soldiers, he can even fill the entire battalion immediately. Of course, Tang Zheng will not do that. The advanced and powerful weapons are far better than the human wave tactics. Just when Tang Zheng was about to burst the troops, the system prompt sounded. General, you have been promoted to battalion commander, unlocking new weapons and vehicles, including non-soldier weapons and combat vehicles. Star upgrades are enabled simultaneously. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. These vehicles can also be upgraded. This time it's really amazing. Tang Zheng opened the system page and officially started to blast troops. Chapter 88, Spending money like water. Before recruiting soldiers, Tang Zheng changed his clothes. He took off the company commander's uniform and put on the battalion commander's uniform. After purchasing it, Tang Zheng was surprised to find that the battalion commander's uniform had an extra piece of clothing. It was a military coat. This coat was very beautifully designed, grey, and when worn, with the armed belt tied, the whole person looks slender and upright. And it can be draped, and when draped, it will not slide off the shoulders. After putting on the coat and the pistol, Tang Zheng turned around twice on the spot and felt that the appearance of a senior officer had emerged, which was particularly stylish. With it, he looked no longer at the level of company commander or platoon leader. Putting on sunglasses and white gloves, Tang Zheng felt that he should have 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket, both cigarettes and cigars. After finishing the clothes, Tang Zheng officially began to recruit soldiers. At the beginning, there were a lot of things to think about, so Tang Zheng sorted out his thoughts. First of all, he thought that he should add at least 2 companies of mobilized soldiers. Among them, Michael's platoon should be added to 1 company. This company does not need too much heavy firepower. It can be equal to or slightly ahead of the current military strength of each survival base. Tang Zheng thought about it and decided to add soldiers to the 5th platoon. First, it is the foundation of the army, the mobilized soldiers. All foreign soldiers were selected. There is no requirement for specific countries or races. There are yellow, white, and black people. A platoon has 45 people, 40 of whom are mobilized soldiers. Add 4 platoons, that is 160 people. Each price ranges from 215 to 235. Because Tang Zheng gave them several types of guns, some took the Type 81, some took the Type 95, and some took the AK-47, which would not be too uniform, which showed the characteristics of mercenaries. The total price cost 37,000 gold, and the purchase of 160 mobilized soldiers was completed. During the process of sending troops, Tang Zheng continued to increase troops. To the 5th platoon, which should now be called the 5th company, a Hummer Jeep, a heavy truck, a flamethrower soldier, a scout, a sniper, a rocket launcher soldier, a heavy machine gun group, an armored personnel carrier and a Type 63 towed rocket launcher were added. The 5th company originally had 2 Maxim water-cooled heavy machine guns, and this time Tang Zheng added 5 Browning heavy machine guns. This type of machine gun is more advanced and can suppress the survivors of other bases. 5 Barrett sniper rifles were added, and then 2 scouts were added. 2 rocket launchers were added as heavy attack forces. Several military dogs were also purchased, and finally an armored personnel carrier and a Type 63 rocket launcher were purchased. The most expensive of them was the armored vehicle, which cost 10,000 gold. The rest were not cheap either. In the end, the total cost of Tang Zheng was 120,000 gold. There were also cooking and medical squads to be added. The soldiers of the 5th company could not eat poorly outside and be troubled by injuries and illnesses. After adding vehicles and 2 squads, more than 10,000 gold was spent. After spending 150,000 gold, the total number of the 5th company has reached more than 290 people. Tang Zheng thought about it and added 2 more scientific research soldiers and 2 anti-aircraft infantrymen to fully staff the 5th company. After all the troops were fully staffed, Tang Zheng's funds dropped to 950,000. But the 5th company was fully staffed. Tang Zheng asked the communicator to contact Michael and then sent the new recruits of the 5th company to join Michael. This 300-man force was formed. It can be imagined that it would be difficult to suppress them in this area in the future. Unless the alliance came out in full force, they could only watch the 5th company crisscross this land. After sending the soldiers of the 5th company away, Tang Zheng continued to recruit soldiers. This time, he would first increase the city guard force, that is, the city guard company. Tang Zheng had already calculated that under normal conditions, the city guarding troops almost needed a company, so a separate team must be listed. This company does not belong to the 5 combat companies, but the level is the same as the combat company. Moreover, this unit does not need vehicles, but only mobilized soldiers, as well as a large number of snipers and heavy machine gun groups. After all, these 2 types of soldiers are mainly needed in those sentry towers and machine gun bunkers. Tang Zheng calculated that there are 60 sentry towers and 60 machine gun bunkers in Ziguang City, which requires 120 snipers, 60 heavy machine guns, and 120 heavy machine gun soldiers. A sniper costs 800 gold each, and a 2-man combat team of heavy machine guns also costs 800 gold. Equipped with a Barrett sniper rifle for 300 gold each and a Browning heavy machine gun for 500 gold each. A sniper plus a sniper rifle, plus auxiliary equipment, is about 1,200 gold each. 60 snipers, a total of 72,000 gold. A heavy machine gun combat team plus machine guns and auxiliary equipment is about 1,500 gold per group. 60 machine guns plus 120 soldiers, a total of 90,000 gold. After spending 160,000 gold, some mobilized soldiers and scouts will be equipped as the city wall patrol team. A company has 300 people, and there are 60 quotas. Tang Zheng bought 36 mobilized soldiers, 6 scouts, and 6 anti-aircraft infantrymen, to form a patrol team of 6 squads. A scout, with 6 mobilized soldiers, an anti-aircraft infantryman, and a military dog, formed a combat squad, to be responsible for daily patrols on the city wall. 6 of the 3-wheeled motorcycles that Tang Zheng had purchased before were also used to equip the city guard company, to ensure their patrol speed and mobility. The patrol range includes the entire inner and outer city walls, with the south gate and the east gate being key areas. Not only the outside of the city needs to be observed, but also the inside of the city will need to be observed in the future. Because the soldiers purchased by the system only need 4 hours of sleep a day, and counting the time for changing meals, 6 squads can ensure that there are at least 4 squads patrolling on the city wall at all times. With the soldiers in the sentry tower and the bunker, the defense capability of Ziguang City has been greatly improved. These soldiers and military dogs cost another 19,000 gold. There are still 12 places in the city guard company. This time, Tang Zheng chose 2 scouts, 10 mobilized soldiers, and 4 military dogs, to guard the main gates of the South City and the East City respectively. Their main tasks are to check the passing vehicles and pedestrians, as well as to register and other work. Tang Zheng also equipped these 12 people with 2 Polaris all-terrain tactical vehicles, to facilitate their rapid shuttle at the edge of the city. This vehicle is equipped with a 5.66mm light machine gun, and can carry 4 people. It is a combat vehicle. Meng just told Tang Zheng that this kind of combat vehicle can be upgraded in the future, which shows that this kind of vehicle will gradually become stronger in the future. The so-called vehicle upgrade mainly improves the number of bullets, armor protection, and running speed, but the specific effect still depends on actual combat. After the addition is completed, the city guard company is considered to have been fully added. 2 Polaris are 2400 gold. 10 mobilized soldiers are 2350 gold, 2 scouts are 1400 gold, and 4 military dogs are 1000 gold. The total is about 7200 gold. Including the cost of several motorcycles, the city guard company cost Tang Zheng about 190,000 gold in total. Although the cost is not low, it also greatly improved the defense capability of Ziguang City. After adding 300 more people in one go, Tang Zheng looked at the system funds and found that there were nearly 800,000 left. We can still play a few big waves. Tang Zheng thought about it and decided to add another wave of infantry. Now the 2nd and 4th companies should be on the way to Ziguang City, and the 1st and 3rd companies are in Ziguang City. Although they are called companies, they are actually a platoon of troops. Tang Zheng will first add 2 combat platoons to each of these 4 companies. It doesn't need to be full. Each platoon is 35 mobilized soldiers, 5 combat squads, and some places are reserved for adding other special arms. 280 mobilized soldiers, a total of 65,800 gold. Mobilized soldiers are the foundation of a unit, and will never be eliminated at any time. Although Tang Zheng's weapons and equipment are very advanced now, fighting some zombies is like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. After producing this wave of mobilized soldiers, Tang Zheng began to fill these platoons. Scouts, snipers, heavy machine gun teams, flamethrowers, and the rocket launcher fighters who had just joined the purchase sequence were all added. There are also vehicles. The platoon leader should use a 212 Jeep, and the company commander level should use a Hummer Jeep, which should also be purchased. As for artillery, rocket launchers, armored vehicles and tanks, Tang Zheng did not equip them to ordinary combat companies. He wanted to form some special forces, and ordinary companies could be equipped with heavy trucks and jeeps. Soon, with Tang Zheng's money ability, 8 new combat platoons were formed. Now the composition of the combat platoon is like this. 5 combat squads, each squad has 8 mobilized soldiers, one of whom is a squad leader, and also a light machine gun fighter. A platoon is equipped with a heavy machine gun team, a sniper, a flamethrower fighter, and a rocket launcher fighter. The platoon leader also serves as a squad leader. In addition, each platoon is equipped with a military dog, a 212 Jeep, a motorcycle, a Willys Jeep, and 2 heavy trucks. The total cost of each platoon is 21,000 gold. The cooking squad and the medical squad are not set up at the platoon level, but at the company level. The 8 combat platoons that Tang Zheng added cost a total of 16,800 gold. The funds of 1.1 million now only have 610,000 left. However, Tang Zheng has completed the basic construction of the army, and the total number of troops has exceeded 1,200. Tang Zheng has not stopped yet. He has also upgraded the cooking squad and the medical squad to the platoon. A platoon has 45 people, all of whom are professionals. For example, the dining car is usually in Ziguang City. If a company has a combat mission to go out, there will be a dining car to follow and provide food for the soldiers outside. This kind of platoon does not cost much. Including people and cars, it cost a total of about 35,000 gold to purchase. Then it was the engineering corps. Tang Zheng added a company to the engineering corps, a full 300 people. There is no other reason. Tang Zheng wants to speed up the basic construction of Ziguang City. He must make everything look good as soon as possible, otherwise it will be just a circle of walls, which cannot be called a city. Another 76,500 gold was spent to complete the construction of the engineering company. Looking at the funds in hand, there was still 500,000 left. The total number of troops has exceeded 1,500. It's almost done. The conventional force is formed. The remaining money should be used to buy some high-end goods. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, 10 Major Companies. Tang Zheng now has 7 companies, including 5 field companies, 1 engineering company, and 1 city defense company. Next, he will set up 3 more companies. They are the armored company, the artillery company, and the land aviation company. For the armored company, he decided to use armored vehicles and light tanks as the assault force of the troops. The artillery company is composed of 63 rocket launchers and howitzers as a long-range strike force. The land aviation company, also known as the Army Aviation, is composed of helicopter troops. These companies do not require so many people, but the strength is not bad at all. First is the armored company. Due to limited funds, Tang Zheng cannot explode to larger scale, so he decided to buy 10 tanks and 5 armored vehicles for the first time. Boxer armored personnel carrier, total weight 20 tons, normal state transports 11 soldiers at a time, maximum carrying 22 people, maximum load 8 tons, equipped with 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine guns, maximum speed 103 km per hour, price 10,000 gold. This armored vehicle can be used as an assault force to quickly transport soldiers to the front line. 5 vehicles can transport 50 to 100 soldiers at a time. 5 vehicles, 50,000 gold. Scimitar light tank, total weight 18 tons, crew 3 people, equipped with a 75mm main gun and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, equipped with a smoke launcher, and a maximum speed of 80 km per hour. Price 15,000 gold. This light tank is also used as an assault force. Facing the current survivors, it has already occupied a considerable advantage. Only the level of the Alliance can fight. 5 vehicles, 75,000 gold. Type 15 light tank, total weight 33 tons, crew 3 people, equipped with a 105mm caliber rifled gun, effective range 3000 meters, equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, equipped with a 30mm automatic grenade launcher. Maximum speed 70 km per hour, price 40,000 gold. The last tank is the main force of Tang Zheng's armored company. Although it is a light tank, it is a very advanced model. Once you buy it, you can fight against some main battle tanks. In particular, this one can be upgraded. I believe that, when it reaches 3 stars, it can fight against the most advanced main battle tanks. But the price is very expensive. One car costs 40,000 gold. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and bought it for 200,000 gold. After buying the car, you still need to equip it with personnel. Armored Vehicle Combat Group, 2 people, price 1,000 gold. Tank Combat Group, 3 people, price 1,500 gold. 5 Armored Vehicle Combat Groups cost 5,000 gold. 10 Tank Combat Groups cost 15,000 gold, a total of 20,000 gold. The initial formation of the armored company was completed, and the total cost was 345,000 gold. This money was spent like water, but this armored company, at this stage, in the northern region, is absolutely a crushing existence. There are still 160,000 gold left, and Tang Zheng continues to buy artillery companies. Type 63, 107mm towed rocket launcher, total weight 613 kilograms, 19 launch tubes, maximum range 8,500 meters, requires vehicle towing. Comes with 38 rockets, priced at 2,000 gold. At this stage, the Type 63 rocket launcher is probably more useful than the howitzer. After all, there are not many targets worth hitting with howitzers. Tang Zheng bought 10 rocket launchers at one time, and equipped 10 combat groups. Rocket launcher combat group, 3 people, price 1,000 gold. A total of 30,000 gold. Although it is only 30,000 gold, the cost effectiveness of this kind of strike firepower is almost higher than all other weapons. After buying the rocket launcher, you have to buy a few howitzers, at least the deterrent power is full. M198-155mm towed howitzer, maximum range 25,000 meters, 5 operators, total weight 7,000 kilograms, comes with 10 shells. Price 10,000 gold. Howitzer combat team, 5 people, price 2,000 gold. 5 howitzers, 5 combat teams, cost a total of 60,000 gold. Tang Zheng mobilized 10 212 jeeps and Willys jeeps in the army as vehicles for the artillerymen, because their guns still need to be towed by vehicles. The mortar combat team that Tang Zheng bought before was also added to the artillery company, but there are only 3 mortars at present. So far, Tang Zheng's artillery company has officially been launched. Finally, it is the Army Aviation Company that Tang Zheng has been looking forward to for a long time. However, Tang Zheng's money is really not much. After buying the artillery company, he only has more than 76,000 gold left out of the remaining 160,000 gold. Tang Zheng looked at the 2 helicopters. AMH-6 Little Bird helicopter, maximum crew of 4 people, maximum takeoff weight of 1.4 tons, equipped with 12.7mm machine guns, equipped with 12 Hellfire anti-tank missiles, maximum speed of 300 km per hour, price of 20,000 gold. CH-47 transport helicopter, adopts front and rear double propeller design, crew of 3 people, length 30 meters, height 5.7 meters, empty weight 5.5 tons, maximum load 6 tons, maximum flight speed 315 km per hour, equipped with 12.7mm movable machine guns, with 1,000 rounds of bullets, price 50,000 gold. Buy 1 of each type. It is really unaffordable to buy more. Click to buy a bird helicopter, 20,000 gold. A transport helicopter, 50,000 gold. After the purchase is completed, there are more than 6,000 gold left. You also need to buy a helicopter combat group. Helicopter Combat Group, 2 people, price 2,000 gold. Helicopter Combat Group, 3 people, price 3,000 gold. These 2 combat groups correspond to 2 types of helicopters. Buy them all, and there will be more than 1,000 gold left. Tang Zheng originally planned to buy a bunch of paratroopers, but seeing the price of 500 each paratrooper, he thought about it and gave up. Wait until you have enough money, and then build the Army Aviation Company. All the purchases were completed, and the next step was to wait patiently. From early morning to dusk, Tang Zheng had been sending out troops. Soldiers and tanks kept appearing one after another. Every soldier who appeared would come to Tang Zheng to report. Later, Tang Zheng was a little numb and could not remember the names of the soldiers at all. He just asked the soldiers to return to their positions quickly. When the tanks were finally sent out, Tang Zheng's spirit was excited again. The huge and powerful armored vehicles appeared with a rumble. The tracked light tanks made Tang Zheng's troops quickly reach a new level, especially after the appearance of the Type 15 light tank. Tang Zheng looked at the huge barrel and the heavy body and felt the charm of the weapon. Finally, the plane appeared. The little bad helicopter was like a huge egg, but the machine guns and hellfire missiles on the plane made no one dare to underestimate it. The last one was a transport helicopter. The 30-meter-long behemoth fell from the sky, and the front and rear propellers drove a huge wind, blowing Tang Zheng a little unable to open his eyes. This helicopter can carry a combat platoon of soldiers at a time, which is a powerful mobile force. Tang Zheng decided to use this type of aircraft first. His current vehicle is a Hummer Jeep, which is okay to use. If he wants to change the car, he can only change it to an armored vehicle. As the highest commander of the army, Tang Zheng doesn't really want to ride an armored vehicle, but the plane is different. This type of aircraft looks too domineering, and Tang Zheng also likes the design of the front and rear double propellers. Resisting the idea of taking a ride on the plane immediately, Tang Zheng still has one thing to do. That is to appoint officers of the army. Now he has a total of 10 companies, and there are several platoons under them. He has to appoint these company commanders and platoon leaders. First, Tang Zheng bought 10 sets of company commander uniforms. Now I declare that the first company commander is Luo Fei. Luo Fei came over excitedly. As the first mobilized soldier purchased by Tang Zheng, he followed Tang Zheng to fight all the way. Tang Zheng never forgot him and put him in the position of the first company commander. Taking the company commander uniform from Tang Zheng, he saluted Tang Zheng excitedly. Tang Zheng waved his hand, indicating that the other party's words of loyalty were omitted, and he would continue to appoint. Second Company Commander, Yang Mu. Third Company Commander, Wan Yu. Fourth Company Commander, Li Ji. Fifth Company Commander, Michael. Engineer Company Commander, Bao Zilei. City Guard Company Commander, Chu Zuan. Tang Zheng originally wanted to let Ji Yunshan take this appointment, but when he thought about Chu Zuan, he had been following him for a long time, and he was still just a guard, and he had made many contributions, so he promoted him. Moreover, his guard platoon was also an important department, and the value of this platoon leader was no less than that of the company commander, so he let Ji Yunshan stay. Chu Zuan excitedly took the military uniform from Tang Zheng, saluted and left. The remaining armored company, artillery company, and aviation company needed professionals. The first 15 type tank commander under Tang Zheng, named Jiang Heo, was appointed as the armored company commander by Tang Zheng. The first howitzer commander, named Wang Jinglong, was appointed as the artillery company commander. Then there was the aviation company. Tang Zheng thought about it and felt that these 2 captains were not very suitable, so he simply bought another paratrooper. This was his first paratrooper, named Hu Yuhang, who was appointed as the company commander of the Luhang Company. So far, the appointment of 10 company commanders has been completed. Lu Dachuan is the cooking platoon leader. Wang He is the medical platoon leader. Ji Yuoyun continues to serve as the director of scientific research. Since Izu is still with Tang Zheng, he is still a commander without troops. Finally, it is the guard platoon. Tang Zheng was about to appoint Ji Yunshan as the guard platoon leader, but suddenly found a mistake of his own. He actually forgot to upgrade the guard squad. Now the guard squad is still the guard squad without adding anyone. Even Chu Zuan was transferred to be the company commander of the city guard, and there was one less person than before. Tang Zheng was a little embarrassed and said to Ji Yunshin, "Then you will continue to be the squad leader first, and when the personnel are added, you will be promoted to platoon leader." Ji Yunshin could only nod. "General, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not the kind of official fan. You have always known it." Seeing that Tang Zheng was a little thirsty, Ning Yue opened her military water bottle. "General, have a drink of water and take a break." Among Tang Zheng's guards, since Ji Yunshin was the squad leader and was quite busy, Ning Yue followed him most of the time. Tang Zheng felt that he should make some arrangements for this girl if he had the chance, but money was tight right now, so he could only wait for a while. He nodded to Ning Yue and gave her an encouraging look, and Ning Yue understood and smiled. Zhu also ran over at this time and lit a cigarette for Tang Zheng. "General, my truck bomb will be ready soon." "Really? You're awesome then." Looking at the two beautiful girls in front of him, Tang Zheng was in a good mood and praised them casually. Seeing the harmonious scene here, Ji Yuan, the director of the scientific research department who was left alone, came to Ji Yunshin. "Squad leader Ji, I don't think you have much chance to be on duty, so I'll go to you for a drink tonight." Chapter 90 Aerial Inspection. 3 more chapters, 550 monthly tickets plus. The explosion of troops made Tang Zheng feel refreshed. It was really exciting to spend more than 1 million yuan at a time. But after the excitement, problems followed. The funds were almost zero, and there were not many food reserves. Tang Zheng's team had collected supplies from Tailei town before, and the food reserves were enough for the time being. But there is an essential difference between a company and a battalion, and now the food problem must be taken seriously. Tang Zheng's troops were not idle either. He immediately ordered several field companies under his command to go out immediately to kill zombies and collect supplies in the surrounding towns and villages. Tang Zheng himself set his goal on collecting funds. In the process of collecting food, the soldiers also collected some funds, but the amount was not too much for the current battalion size. Tang Zheng needed more funds. After all, a tank and an airplane now cost tens of thousands. Tang Zheng was ready to look for a gold shop. In the Hanyu Empire, gold shops are generally only available in county towns, and some towns also have them, but they are all located in developed towns in coastal areas, such as those in western Sichuan, Liang, grasslands and Mobi. So Tang Zheng could only lock his target on the county town. There are 2 county towns within the radar range, namely Kingpin and Keiki. Tang Zheng carefully checked these 2 county towns through the radar. There are many jewelry stores in the county town, but the location is basically located in the prosperous area in the middle of the county town. If you want to go there, you can only attack by force. The population of these 2 county towns is more than 4 or 5 million, and it is very difficult to attack by force. Of course, it is not to say that it cannot be attacked. In the past, it was impossible to attack when it was at the company level. Now it has become a battalion. It is still possible to bite it slowly, but the process is relatively long. Tang Zheng wants to look for it again to see if there is a relatively easy place to fight. But there are no other county towns within the radar range. If you want to find it, you have to go out for a walk. Tang Zheng looked at the transport helicopter on the side and decided to go out. Anyway, there is a plane. Just take a walk and take a look. One day is almost enough. After deciding, Tang Zheng led the team to board the plane. The new Army Aviation Company commander Hu Yuhang opened the cabin door of the transport plane, put down the ladder, and invited Tang Zheng to board the plane. Following Tang Zheng, there were Ji Yunshin, Ning Yue, Ji Yuan, Wu Di, Zhu, Lin Fifei, and 24 enhanced 3-star fighters. Tang Zheng's guard squad only had 8 fighters, but the company commander Luo Fei still suggested that Tang Zheng first transfer some elite 3-star fighters from the field troops to the guard squad. After all, his safety was the most important. Tang Zheng thought about it and agreed, and transferred 2 squads of fighters to let the guard platoon barely take shape. The fighters in the guard platoon were all elites. Ji Yunshin and Ning Yue were about to be upgraded to 2 stars, and this was the result of their long-term follow-up with Tang Zheng without many combat opportunities. After getting on the plane, Tang Zheng was shocked by the spacious cabin. There were 2 rows of 46 seats in the cabin, and a large cargo hold, so there was no problem in transporting people and supplies. More than 30 people sat in it, and it was not crowded at all. The crew invited Tang Zheng to enter the cockpit, where he could better view the ground situation. "General, where are we going?" Hu Yuhang asked. "Well, let's go to Shuanglin County in the southwest." "Okay, let's go." The propeller on the plane began to turn, and it slowly rose into the air. The huge propeller drove the airflow, blowing up dust on the ground. Tang Zheng sat in the plane and could see waves on the edge of the pond not far away. Tang poked her head out of the water and watched the plane rise into the air. The plane flew out of Ziguang City and entered the plain area in the south. The southern area of the city is a gently sloping plain, about 5 kilometers away, and there is a small hill where there is a dense forest area. Flying over this forest area, Fengming River has a turn here and begins to turn southeast. The plane flew to the southwest, getting higher and higher. When it flew to an altitude of about 300 meters, Tang Zheng did not let the plane continue to rise. If it flew too high, some things would be unclear. And this altitude was just within the coverage of his portable radar. Flying at a low altitude all the way, he looked down from the cockpit. Mountains, rivers, and topography were all in sight, which was more intuitive than seeing it on the radar. When passing through some towns, the situation on the ground was unbearable to look at. There were still some staggering people walking on the roads, but they were no longer human. Even on the radar, Tang Zheng could not see a single survivor in those towns. Instead, in some wilderness areas, there were occasionally some light spots representing survivors. Because of the close distance, when Tang Zheng's plane flew over, he could even see the survivors staring at the plane with dull eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Some survivors waved their arms and shouted something loudly at the plane. "Hurry up, it's September now, and the weather is getting cold very quickly. If no one rescues these survivors in the wild, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to survive this winter. The temperature this year is very abnormal. In previous years, this area still had residual heat in September, and at the very least it was a cool autumn. But this year is different. Leaves have fallen in Ziguang City today. Tang Zheng is almost certain that today's winter will be an unprecedented cold winter in recent years. These survivors can still barely survive in the wild now, but in winter, if there is no rescue, most of them may not be able to hold on." The plane did not stop because of some sporadic survivors and continued to fly according to the set goal. At a speed of 300 km per hour, it has already flown out of the radar range of Ziguang City in half an hour. After flying for about 20 minutes, a county town appeared in front. It was Shuanglin County, a county town at the northern end of Fengcheng. Tang Zheng could see a bright color in the city in the air. It was a river flowing down along the Yunshan Mountains, passing through the county town. Lower the altitude a little, and fly over the county town. The plane lowered to an altitude of about 200 meters, and flew over the county town. At this altitude, it was like looking down from the top of a skyscraper, and the view was clearer and more intuitive. Tang Zheng asked everyone to pay attention as much as possible to see where the gold shop in this county town was located. But it's easy to think, but it's not that simple to do it in practice. It's difficult to see the words on the plaque from a high altitude, even with a telescope. It's difficult, just like looking for a needle in a haystack. Instead, some zombies discovered the plane and roared at the sky. Tang Zheng looked for a while and felt his eyes sore. "I'm so tired. It would be great if I could find someone to ask." At this time, the captain said to Tang Zheng, "General, when we flew over the edge of the county, I saw a small survival base in the urban-rural junction area, and there were some zombies around. Should we go over and take a look?" "Okay, go over and take a look." Asking a survivor is much faster than looking for it like this. Tang Zheng didn't have much hope. After all, the situation in each county was similar. If he couldn't find a suitable gold shop in Shuanglin, he would go back to Qingquan County. If he couldn't finish it in a month, he would finish it in 2 or 3 months. "I hope this year's winter won't come too soon." The plane turned around and returned to the sky above the urban-rural junction. Soon, Tang Zheng found the survival base that the captain mentioned. It seemed to be a large yard for purchasing grain. There was some machinery inside, drying equipment, weigh bridges, conveyors, etc., but most of them should have been scrapped. There were also several large granaries here, which were the most valuable things. A sentry tower was built at the gate of the yard. There were about 100 people in the yard and the house. The defense of this yard was not very reliable. The original iron gate was now piled with thick sandbags. Outside the sandbags, some zombies were roaring. It looked like there were about 200 or 300 of them. One of the tall armored zombies was also wandering outside the yard, trying to find a gap to enter the yard and enjoy the feast inside. A group of people were guarding inside the wall and on the sandbags. The sandbags were piled up to more than 4 meters high, and it was not easy for the zombies to climb up, but those people did not dare to be careless at all. They were guarding with simple weapons at all times. Their weapons were indeed simple enough, except for one person holding a double-barreled shotgun. The remaining long-range weapons were mainly crossbows. And there were not many crossbows, only about 6 or 7, and most people were holding homemade spears. Some zombies tried to climb up the sandbags, so the people stabbed them with spears. The crossbows over there rarely fired, and the shotgun was more like a decoration, and they would never shoot easily. Everyone's eyes were almost focused on the zombies below. No one noticed the helicopter flying in the haze above their heads. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Zombies are trying to climb up. It's not easy. Some zombies have been killed and become stepping stones for them. The height of the sandbags is not enough. What should we do with that big zombie? We can't hit it at all. Crossbows can't pierce it, and bullets can't penetrate it. It can tear the sandbags with one claw. Our sandbag supply is insufficient, and it's mainly because of it. If it doesn't work, just shoot. Kill as many as you can. No, bullets can't kill armored zombies, and killing ordinary zombies will be more troublesome. We can only take turns to hold the gate like this, and prevent them from entering. It's been almost a week for more than 100 of us. I don't believe we can outlast them. Where are the brains? Zombies don't know how to get tired. Although there are more than 100 of us, half of them are old and weak. If this goes on, none of us will be able to hold on. One of the leading strong men sighed, "It's over. At this rate, at most 2 days, no one will have the strength to fight the zombies. As long as this door is broken, everyone will be fed to the zombies. What should we do, brother you? How about we run? Run. Where can we run to? This world is full of these ghost things, and mobile phones can't be used. We don't even have a goal or direction. Besides, aren't we able to survive until now, only because of the food in the yard? What will we eat if we run away? Even if some of us can still run, what about the others? Are we going to leave them behind?" Everyone was silent. This was almost a dead end. Even if they could run away, how long could they stay in the wilderness? Just when everyone was at a loss and almost desperate, a gust of wind descended from the top of their heads. Thump thump thump. The huge wind came down, blowing everyone unsteadily, and even unable to open their eyes. Everyone still reluctantly raised their heads and looked at the sky. It was an unforgettable scene. Chapter 91, The Heroic Army from Heaven, 4th update, 600 monthly tickets plus. Because they had been keeping their heads down while fighting the zombies, and the sky was cloudy and the clouds were low, they did not notice the arrival of the helicopter. By the time they noticed it, the helicopter was already overhead. The man known as Brother Yu squinted his eyes and opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. The feeling of a 30-meter long helicopter overhead was too shocking. The huge double propellers in front and behind made the aircraft appear even larger in visual effects. There is no doubt that this is a military aircraft. For a moment, everyone even forgot the threat of the zombies, and a feeling called ecstasy rose from the soles of their feet and rushed straight to the top of their heads. This, cough, cough, cough. Brother Yu wanted to say something, but he was filled with wind and started coughing violently. At this time, someone on the helicopter spoke. Through the loudspeaker, the shouting was very clear. "Listen, everyone down there. Listen, everyone down there. We are the light-chasing army. We are the light-chasing army. Please retreat immediately. We are going to destroy this group of zombies. Please retreat to the other side of the room immediately." Although these people had never heard of the light-chasing army, they still clearly understood what they meant. They want to fight zombies? That's great. If this group of zombies is not destroyed, they may die here. Everyone jumped down from the sandbags in a hurry and ran back to the room quickly. But no one hid. Some people were at the door, and some people opened the windows, revealing a row of heads. Looking at the situation here, seeing that the survivors had left, Tang Zheng's plane opened fire. Although this helicopter was a transport plane, it was also equipped with two 12.7mm mobile machine guns. This heavy machine gun was equipped on the plane, and it was mainly used to deal with personnel targets on the ground. As the survivors left, the machine gun opened fire. Ji Yunshan and Ning Yui, 2 scouts, temporarily played the role of machine gunners, firing at the same time on both sides. Da. A dense rain of bullets fell from the sky, sweeping the group of zombies below. The results of actual combat have long verified that none of the current zombie species can face heavy machine guns head on. Even the strongest armor can only barely resist light machine guns, and heavy machine guns exceed its defense limit. Ding poof. Ning Yui aimed at this armor and focused her firepower on it. The armor felt threatened and raised his arms to block the bullets falling from the sky. After 3 shots, he was still shot through the head. The armor's head was blown up and he fell to the ground on the spot. Needless to say, the rest of the zombies fell down like grass after being swept by machine guns. If there were people below, they would have cried for their parents and were defeated. But zombies won't. They have no reason, and will not be afraid. The only way is to kill them all. The helicopter pilot also cooperated very well, controlling the aircraft and hovering in the air, giving the 2 scouts the best shooting angle. Each machine gun on the plane carries 1,000 rounds of ammunition. There were only more than 200 zombies below. In this low altitude shooting situation, although the accuracy could not be guaranteed, the 20% headshot rate was still about the same. Even if there was no headshot, the zombies that were hit were often incomplete because the bullets were too powerful. Broken limbs and arms were flying, and many half-bodies were still crawling and wriggling like some disgusting insects. Ji Yunshan and his men focused on taking care of the standing zombies. The plane circled for a while, and the sound of machine guns gradually stopped. There were no standing zombies on the ground, only some half-dead ones were still struggling there. The propeller speed of the plane slowed down, and then landed. Seeing that the machine gun stopped firing, the survivors had already run out of the house, swarmed onto the sandbag pile, and watched the slowly descending plane against the strong wind. The cabin door opened, and someone came out. One after another, soldiers, wearing brand new dark green military uniforms, wearing steel helmets, holding rifles, and carrying backpacks behind them, came down from the plane. After these people got off the plane, the rifles immediately began to fire. Those zombies that were not completely dead were quickly and easily eliminated. When the last person got off the plane, there were no living zombies on the ground. The survivors were extremely excited, and their eyes were focused on the last person who got off the plane. The soldiers stood solemnly with guns in hand. The last person, wearing a long slim grey military coat, a military cap and sunglasses, slowly walked down from the plane. There was a medal on his chest, which he had never seen before, and he didn't know where it belonged to, but there was no doubt that this was a big shot. People were a little nervous, watching this big shot, surrounded by dozens of fully armed soldiers, coming over. The only thing brother you could think of was that the big shot had taken a fancy to the food in his yard. But he didn't dare to say it, nor did he dare to ask. He stood on the sandbags a little stupidly, at a loss. It wasn't that he was stupid, but the scene in front of him had exceeded his previous cognition and ability to deal with things. It wasn't until the big shot came to the sandbag pile and asked him questions that his thinking returned to normal. Is there anyone who can make the decision here? I'm the boss here. My name is Yuzao Yang. Well, boss, should you thank my soldiers? Hey, my fault. It's so rude. Everyone, quickly move the sandbags away and invite our benefactors in. A group of people worked together, almost as if their potential was bursting, and quickly moved the sandbags that blocked the road. Tang Zheng led the people and walked into the yard of this small survival base. Sir, what's your name? Yuzao Yang finally returned to normal. Tang Zheng, from the Ziguan army. Welcome. I really don't know how to thank you. You are our benefactor. We bow to you. The group really bowed to Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng couldn't stop the first bow, and some people even bowed a second time. That's enough. Don't bow to me 3 times. It's like a farewell to a body. Hearing Tang Zheng's joke, the faces of these survivors relaxed. After all, these fully armed soldiers who killed zombies like chickens gave them too much pressure. Being able to talk with a smile also relaxed their tense nerves. Captain Tang, let's go inside and talk. Yu Zhao Qiang invited Tang Zheng and his group into the house. Several key subordinates followed Tang Zheng in, and most of the soldiers stayed outside to be on guard. In a large and bright room, everyone sat down. Some survivors sat around Tang Zheng with a little restraint, and there was still caution on their faces. Tang Zheng didn't say anything, and asked directly, "You shouldn't know our Zhuang army, right?" Yu Zhao Qiang and others shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. "Then do you know the Northern Territory Survivor Alliance?" Everyone still shook their heads. "Then do you have any channels to get news from the outside world?" Yu Zhao Qiang thought for a while. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were mobile phones, but later they couldn't be used, and there was a power outage. "We have been isolated from the outside world for a long time. We don't know what's going on outside, otherwise we might have left. Now we can only stay here with the food. At least we can survive." Tang Zheng sighed. He knew that this was the real situation of most survivors. Not everyone can get a radio. That requires technicians. Only when there are many people in a large base, someone may know how to do it, and it is difficult to get it in a small base. Tang Zheng briefly introduced himself. "I'm from Zhuang City, about 300 kilometers away from here, at the foot of Guian Mountain. If you are willing, you can consider joining our city. At least there will be no more threats from zombies there." Yu Zhao Qiang and others were very interested when they heard it, but he also had concerns, so he asked, "Captain Tang, what will happen to our food when we leave?" "You can take the food with you. As long as you agree, we will send a car to pick you up and take your food away. Whether you eat it yourself or keep it in the base, there will be a clear explanation and you won't suffer any loss. After all, with so much food, you more than 100 people can't finish it even if it rots, and it will be wasted in the future. Then let's discuss it. I personally am willing to follow you." Yu Zhao Qiang had almost made up his mind to leave. This time he was saved by Tang Zheng and his friends, but next time he might not be so lucky. Just looking at the helicopter had completely shocked him. If he didn't go to such a place, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Tang Zheng saw his determination and smiled. "No hurry, you can discuss it slowly, but I want to ask, are any of you familiar with Shuanglin?" Yu Zhao Qiang said hurriedly, "I'm familiar with it. I grew up here, and I have walked almost all the streets and alleys here. Ask me if you have any questions. Then can you tell me about the jewelry stores here? Our arm is scientific and technological research and development requires gold in some places. It would be best if the location is a little off the beaten track, where there are not so many zombies, which is convenient for collecting." Yu Zhao Qiang immediately fell into deep thought. Tang Zheng didn't have much hope at first, because the situation in the county town was similar. But unexpectedly, after thinking for a while, Yu Zhao Qiang actually gave an answer. "There are Shuanglin and a river that separate the city. The new city is very big, and the old city is small. I remember that there is a Huki gold shop near the river in the new city, near the Peace Bridge. It is not small in scale. Compared with other jewelry stores, it is relatively remote. Except for this one, the others are all in the center of the new city." "Oh. It's close to the river and the bridge, right?" "Yes, but it's hard to get close. After all, there are many zombies there. The commander has a plane, so you can go over and take a look." "Okay, thank you for the news. Now you discuss it, and I will listen to your decision when I come back from the county." "Okay, Commander Tang, don't worry, we will discuss the result as soon as possible. I believe the result will be good." Tang Zheng and Yu Zhao Qiang and others waved and boarded the plane again. This time, he had a clear goal, the intersection of the new city and the old city, next to the Peace Bridge. Thanks to the book friend Xiang Dan for the 3000 coin reward. Thanks to the book friend Chang Xiang for the reward. Thank you all for your monthly tickets. Today I finally caught up with the progress of the monthly ticket updates and completed the rewards and updates for all the helmsmen. Next, I will update for the Silver Alliance. Chapter 92 Attacking the County. The plane took off again and soon arrived at the location described by Yuzuo Qiang. Peace Bridge is the largest highway bridge in Shuanglin County, and the location is easy to find. The bridge is about 150 meters long and spans across the two banks. Shuanglin City is divided by the bridge. The old city area is small, accounting for about 1/5 of the city, and the new city area is large, accounting for 4/5. And that jewelry store is a store on the first floor of a building, about 100 meters away from the bridgehead, which looks quite large. But Tang Zheng also clearly realized the difficulty of taking down this jewelry store. There are too many zombies around. The only way to enter the jewelry store is to go through the old city area, break through the old city area, and then stop at the bridge. The gunshots will inevitably attract zombies. The troops will annihilate them here on the spot. When the zombies coming over there are all killed, they can walk across the bridge and enter the jewelry store. This process is very difficult. You must know that once a large-scale gun battle starts, it will not attract hundreds or thousands of zombies, but tens of thousands or even close to a million. The only advantage is that once the old city is penetrated, the bridge can be guarded, and the zombies can be concentrated to destroy them without worrying about the zombies coming from all directions. If it was before, Tang Zheng might have really felt a bit confused. Because when you attack the old city, the zombies in the new city will come along the bridge and surround you, making it impossible to complete the cleanup of the old city. But now Tang Zheng looked at it and had a solution in mind. Let's go back and make arrangements. We will move here to fight soon. The plane returned and stopped at Yuzuo Qiang's place on the way. They had already discussed the result and agreed to go to Tang Zheng's Ziguang city. Tang Zheng asked Yuzuo Qiang and the others to wait patiently, and then returned again. After more than an hour, they returned to Ziguang City. After returning to the city, Tang Zheng issued an order. Tomorrow, the troops will set off to Shuanglin City to fight zombies and seize a jewelry store. This process will not be too short. It is estimated to take at least 20 days, but this is already the best jewelry store that can be found at present. While Tang Zheng was waiting for the troops that went out to collect funds to come back, another team came back first. That was the second company that went to Tailei Town, and the first platoon of the fourth company that stayed in Tailei Town. The troops returned to Ziguang City, and Tang Zheng's father, sister and other survivors came back with them. When they just came back and walked in the wilderness without roads, some people wondered how there could be a city in this mountain valley. But when Ziguang City appeared in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. How was this city built? Judging from the scale, it should have been built before the end of the world. Why haven't you heard of it? The huge and long city wall stands at the foot of the mountain. A river flows through the city in meanders. Tall watchtowers are densely covered on the city wall, and huge flags flutter in the wind. Half of the mountain is used as a cover, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The magnificent atmosphere is overwhelming. When they came to the south gate, the three big characters Ziguang City were written with iron painting and silver hooks. It is unknown which calligraphy master wrote them. At the city gate, the guards raised their hands to salute the convoy, allowing these survivors to enjoy a high treatment. After entering the city, everyone found that this was a busy construction site. Because Tang Zheng had purchased 300 engineers, the construction speed today was very fast. When he went out to collect supplies today, a giant tower crane was even dismantled and pulled back. After returning to the city for assembly, a residential area that had been reserved in the outer city was ready to be built. Roads were being leveled everywhere, and wires were being pulled everywhere. Excavators were digging trenches, and some people were laying optical cables. The roads were simply leveled, and foundations were being laid everywhere. In one area, simple colored steel mobile houses were built as temporary residences, and the wires were pulled over. As dusk approached, the city was full of lights. So the interior of Ziguang City has not yet taken shape, but it has already presented a thriving scene. When the survivors' convoy came over, Tang Zheng was standing in the center of the outer city, discussing planning with Jiuo Yun. This area should not be set up as a residential area. This is the center of the outer city of Ziguang City, and should be used as a commercial area. Here, reserve a piece of land to build a city center park. Also, build a song and dance theater here, which can be open to the citizens of the city for free in the future. We are about to start the rescue work. It would be great if we can rescue a few celebrities and let them perform for our citizens for free. Haha. Well, you are back. Tang Zheng was chatting happily with Jiao Yun. He turned around and saw that the motorcade had arrived behind him. His father and sister got off the car and came to Tang Zheng excitedly. Son, I'm not dreaming. There is such a good place. How come I didn't know about it before? Brother, you are so awesome. I heard them say that you are the highest official in this city. Is this true? Tang Zheng rubbed his sister's little head. Of course it is true. Great. Then I will be the little princess here in the future. That's right, but you are not allowed to bully others. I won't do that. Tang and I happily took her best friend's hand and wandered around. Tang Yushan did not ask Tang Zheng any more questions. In his mind, these should be the secrets of the army, and it would be inappropriate for him to ask too much. This also saved Tang Zheng the trouble of explaining. These survivors will be placed in the mobile houses. Tang Zheng's engineering troops are also speeding up the progress. At least 20 buildings must be built before winter this year. The survivors walked in the outer city area in a daze. Some saw the city gate in the distance and wanted to approach the inner city. They were immediately warned by the city guards not to approach. Along with the survivors, there was also a batch of supplies brought from Tailei Town. The second and fourth companies received Tang Zheng's instructions and did not leave any supplies for the people who stayed behind. Most of the supplies were brought over. Among them, rice, flour and other food were loaded into 5 large trucks, which temporarily relieved the food pressure of the troops. After a while, the troops who went out to collect supplies also came back. There were more than 30 trucks of supplies and a bag of funds for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng converted it and obtained more than 7,000 gold. The army is large in size, so there is no need to deliberately collect. It is normal to go out to collect supplies and fight zombies. Collecting a lot is enough. Moreover, they would not easily buy bullets. The training bullets given by the system every day were enough to ensure the kill. With a little money, Tang Zheng first filled the gap of the guard platoon soldiers drawn from the first company. However, Tang Zheng did not continue to draw. He planned to fill the remaining gaps in the guard platoon with new soldiers. That is the paratrooper. The cost of a paratrooper is 500 gold each. This kind of unit itself belongs to a special unit, and its combat effectiveness is definitely above the mobilized soldiers. And they also have the skill of parachuting. In the future, when Tang Zheng goes out by plane, they will be more useful. In the evening, the cooking platoon was busy cooking, and Ziguang City had a collective meal. Tang Zheng sat by the pond and played with Tang Tang for a while. I don't know if it was Tang Zheng's illusion. Tang Tang's body has grown bigger in the past few days, with its tentacles stretched out, and its body length has exceeded 6 meters. You know, there was no special meal for it in the past few days, and the fish in the river did not decrease significantly. It seems that Tang Tang has found its own source of food. After staying in a simple tent for one night, Tang Zheng began to assign tasks early the next morning. Now, except for the 5th company, all the troops are in Ziguang City, which can be said to be strong and powerful. 1, 2, 3, 4. Several field companies, artillery companies, and armored companies will set off today and head to Shuanglin County. Your mission is very heavy. I require that within 20 days, you must break through the old city, annihilate some zombies in the new city, and open up the road to the jewelry store. 4 squads of the cooking platoon and 4 squads of the medical platoon will follow the troops to join the battle. The city guard company and the engineering company will continue to stay in Ziguang City. You don't need to go out to fight or look for survivors, but you must ensure safety and speed up the pace of construction. People from the guard platoon, follow me on a helicopter to the front line and look for survivors nearby. The order was issued, and the troops immediately took action. All the troops began to board the vehicles. Tang Zheng also found and collected more than a dozen heavy trucks, removed their car panels, and replaced them with flats. The task of these trucks is to transport tanks. The tanks rumbled onto the trucks and were ready to go. As Tang Zheng gave the order, the troops set off. Dozens of military trucks and many jeeps rumbled out of the south gate of Ziguang City. A road had been pressed through the fields. The journey of nearly 300 kilometers could be reached in 4 hours. Tang Zheng also boarded the helicopter and headed for Shuanglin County again. This time on the road, Tang Zheng mainly marked the location of the survivors and prepared for a large-scale search and rescue. After marking more than 20 locations with people, Tang Zheng rushed to Shuanglin to join the large army. There were no accidents along the way. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the troops arrived at the edge of Shuanglin County. Yu Qiang and the other survivors had already packed up their things here. Although they were mentally prepared, when they saw the large army led by Tang Zheng coming, they were still shocked, and their jaws almost dropped. Especially when they saw those heavy trucks pulling tanks. Many people had tears in their eyes. There is hope in this world. The troops left more than a dozen trucks here. These trucks are mainly used to take the survivors back and then take away the food here. Jiuo Yun stayed behind. He wanted to repair the conveyor belt here and load the food as soon as possible. Tang Zheng led the troops to continue forward until they reached the edge of Shuanglin County. In front of them was the crossroads leading into the city from the outer ring. The troops stopped here and the soldiers got off the cars. There were already a lot of sandbags in the cars and they quickly set up defensive positions here. The sandbags built a line of defense with armored vehicles and tanks interspersed among them, leaving firing points. The artillery stayed in the rear and formed an attack formation. Tang Zheng personally came to the front line, ready to command the battle. He was sure that, apart from the Imperial Royal Army, his light chasing army was definitely the first among the civilian survivors to take the initiative to attack the county. Chapter 93 Blocking the bridge. The position was built, and the soldiers of the first company were in place. However, Tang Zheng did not order the battle to start immediately. He still had an important task. He boarded the plane again, and the helicopter took off and headed straight for the peace bridge in front. On the plane, behind Tang Zheng, the paratrooper Hu Yuhang stood there. Seeing that the peace bridge had arrived below, Tang Zheng asked, "You take me with you to rappel, won't it be a problem?" "Don't worry, General, the safety rope has been hung. I just help you maintain stability. Our plane is powerful, there will be no problem at all." "Okay, then remember to cover me." "General, don't worry, not only will I cover you, but the machine guns on the plane will also cover you. Once there is danger, the safety rope will quickly pull us up." After getting a definite answer, the plane began to descend. The descent speed was very fast, and it stopped when it was 20 meters above the ground. The sound of the plane's propeller began to attract the attention of the zombies on both sides of the bridge. Some zombies began to run towards the plane. Tang Zheng and Hu Yuhang hung the safety rope, opened the hatch and slid down. Hu Yuhang supported Tang Zheng from behind to ensure the safety of the general who was using an airplane to rappel for the first time. During this process, the machine gun on the plane opened fire. Ji Yunshan and Ning Yue played the role of machine gunners again. Their goal was to eliminate the zombies approaching Tang Zheng. This process was a bit dangerous because the machine gun also needed to change magazines, and with the sound of gunfire, more and more zombies would come, and they would definitely not be able to hold on in the end. So the time left for Tang Zheng and Hu Yuhang was only one magazine, which was about 2 minutes. Tang Zheng and Hu Yuhang landed on the ground, and a circle of zombies had fallen around them. After Hu Yuhang came down, he immediately shot at the zombies approaching around him, and the two of them quickly approached the bridgehead. The position where the plane was hovering was less than 30 meters away from the bridgehead. Under the cover of 3 guns, Tang Zheng used his speed and quickly ran to the bridgehead. On the bridge in front, some zombies had already heard the gunfire and rushed over. Tang Zheng looked up and saw that some zombies had already run to a distance of less than 10 meters from him. He could even see the ferocious faces and sharp claws of the zombies, and even feel the stench coming towards him. Thanks to Tang Zheng's long struggle in the apocalypse, his mentality has been trained to be quite calm. Even though he was a little worried, his hands did not stop moving at all. Open the system and click on the props he had purchased long ago. City wall. A regular city wall 5 meters high and 50 meters long. Click. The zombies have already run to the 5-meter range, and Hu Yuhang's bullets whizzed in from behind, knocking down the zombies one by one. Place. With a bang. Just when some zombies were already within 2 meters, a city wall was directly across the bridgehead of the peace bridge. All the zombies' roars were isolated on the other side of the city wall. Only some zombies behind him were still roaring, but Ji Yunshin and Ning Yuo's machine guns kept killing them, and they never had the chance to get close to Tang Zheng. "General, let's run back." Tang Zheng kept his head down and ran hard, almost rushing through a distance of 30 meters in 4 seconds. The plane took off. The machine gun changed the magazine and stopped firing. An agile zombie jumped at the last moment and waved its claws to grab Tang Zheng, but its claws were still nearly half a meter away from Tang Zheng's feet, and then it fell down helplessly. The safety rope was pulled, pulling Tang Zheng and Hu Yu hang up. Tang Zheng didn't let out a long sigh until he sat on the plane. "It's so exciting." He wiped his forehead and sweat oozed out, which showed how nervous he was just now. Although this time was a bit risky, the gains were huge. Tang Zheng used the city wall to block the zombies on the other side of the bridge. In this way, Tang Zheng and his team can safely deal with zombies in the old city without worrying about being surrounded by a large number of zombies in the new city. On the plane, Tang Zheng asked Meng Meng, "Meng Meng, my city walls are placed there. What should I do when I don't need them?" Meng Meng replied, "General, the system's buildings can be recycled at half price. When you don't need them, you can take them back. It's great that there is such a function. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to destroy the city wall." Hearing the system's answer, Tang Zheng felt confident. Next, it is to clean up the zombies in the old city and open a safe road to the bridge. When the plane returned to the position, Tang Zheng looked at the time. There was still 1 hour to 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, our ammunition will be refreshed, so in this hour, each company does not need to be stingy with its ammunition. Fight as much as you can, fight hard, and kill as many zombies as possible to relieve the pressure on our next action. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers answered in unison, their voices loud and clear. Artillery ready, fire. In the first wave of battle, because of the sufficient bullets, it is required to fire loudly enough to attract more zombies. The artillery position is also divided into 2 sections. 5 155mm caliber howitzers were deployed 10 kilometers away. At this distance, the howitzer's range was just right. Tang Zheng gave the order through the intercom, and the artillery company commander Wang Jinglang immediately opened fire. The specific target was 500 meters from the front of the soldiers' positions. Boom boom boom. The howitzers opened fire and immediately set off 5 huge fireballs on the street in front. Some zombies wandering over there, as well as abandoned vehicles on the street, were immediately enveloped by them. The huge explosion shook some of the glass on the street and shattered it. Such a sound immediately attracted a large number of zombies to come. A large number of zombies appeared on the streets around the street, in the alleys, in the houses, and upstairs. Soon, this group of zombies gathered into a corpse tide, roaring and rushing over here. Compared with 2 months ago, the zombies' footsteps were a little faster, almost the same as the speed of normal people. Obviously, zombies are also constantly evolving, and now zombies are a lot more threatening to ordinary survivors. Prepare the rocket launchers, fire. When seeing the zombies coming in large numbers, Tang Zheng ordered the second wave of attacks. This time, the 107 rocket launchers were fired. 10 107 rocket launchers, each with 19 barrels. A salvo can fire 190 rockets. Fortunately, there are shells given by the system every day, which can be used up. Boom 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 boom. Swish 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 swish. Rockets dragged their long tails and poured towards the front position. In an instant, the streets were exploded, and a sea of fire. This wave of zombies was completely enveloped in the sea of fire. I don't know how many zombies were killed in this wave. In the flames, some zombies were still walking forward with their bodies on fire, but most of the zombies could no longer walk out of the sea of fire. Even if they walked out, the intense burning was depriving them of their lives. If their brains were burned through, they would fall to the ground and die. Howitzers. Keep going. Seeing that more zombies were coming, Tang Zheng ordered the artillery to continue firing. At the same time, he also turned on the system radar to check the situation ahead. In the radar, many red dots representing zombies were struggling in the sea of fire, and there were constantly red dots in that area. At the same time, on the streets behind, endless waves of zombies gathered in this direction, and more red dots came over. Howitzers, rockets, and mortars took turns firing. The rumbling explosions continued, and countless red dots flickered here. The continuous bombardment left the block in ruins. However, the bombardment did not last too long. After about 15 minutes, all the artillery had run out of shells. During this process, 3 107 rocket launchers were upgraded to 1 star. After upgrading to 1 star, each rocket launcher has 76 free rockets. Because each rocket launcher has 19 muzzles, it can fire 19 rockets at a time, and 76 rockets can support 4 rounds of salvos. The other 3 mortars were all upgraded, which shows how many zombies they killed. Only the howitzer has not been upgraded. The more expensive the arms, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Tang Zheng did not continue to let the artillery fire, because he had to leave time for the main force. After all, he had to try to use up all the ammunition before 12 o'clock. The artillery stopped firing, the smoke gradually dissipated, and a large group of zombies appeared. They left countless corpses here, but it didn't matter to the massive zombie army. There was no sign of reduction at all, and the zombies continued to move forward. This time, it was the armored company that opened fire. 10 light tanks and 5 armored vehicles began to launch a fierce attack on the zombie group. These vehicles were all equipped with vehicle-mounted machine guns, which were even better than artillery in killing zombies. Of course, the shells in the vehicles could not be idle. For a while, the artillery kept firing, and the machine guns also began to fire. Especially the Type 15 tank, which was also equipped with a grenade launcher. These grenade launchers also fired at the same time, and the 3 people in the car were very busy. The rumble of cannons and the clang of machine guns were deafening. The zombies were like a group of insane death squads, resisting the dense rain of bullets and artillery fire. The casualties were extremely huge. This kind of target shooting brought explosive damage to the zombies. Groups of zombies were knocked down and shattered, and broken limbs and blood flew all over the sky, blending with the smoke and flames. The machine gun firepower of more than a dozen vehicles made the company, which had been on high alert, useless. After 20 minutes of shooting, all the armored vehicles and tanks had run out of ammunition. 2 scimitar light tanks and an armored vehicle were upgraded in the battle. But after the upgrade, they did not continue to fight, leaving the remaining little time for the main force. At this time, Tang Zheng had already asked the soldiers of the second company to go up at the same time, and together with the first company, they would give the zombies a heavier blow. The fierce battle did not make the zombies retreat, and more zombies gathered here. Looking down from the sky at this moment, the number of zombies heading to the crossroads has exceeded 50,000. 50,000 is just a number, but in reality, it is all over the block, boundless. Tang Zheng's 4 field companies, as well as the armored company and the artillery company, will face a real test. Chapter 94 Liquor. Faced with the zombies pouring in like a tide, the soldiers of the first and second companies opened fire. With Tang Zheng's unremitting investment, each squad was equipped with a light machine gun, and each platoon was equipped with a heavy machine gun. Now, in addition to the new recruits, more than half of the ordinary soldiers of the Ziguang army are 3-star veterans. Each 3-star veteran has 180 rounds of training bullets every day. Therefore, the output of these soldiers, for fighting zombies, is even more powerful than armored vehicles and tanks. At the huge crossroads, a crazy rain of bullets poured out. When the zombies walked to a distance of about 100 meters, they began to be knocked down in large numbers. The troops came from the north, and the positions were also located in the north. In the south, southeast, and southwest, the corpses of zombies quickly piled up. It can be seen with the naked eye that a gentle slope formed by corpses appeared on the ground. Some zombies were not killed, but their legs were broken, and they could not move, so they were stepped on by their companions behind them. So in the pile of corpses, you can still see hands and feet shaking, but they can't get out. The scene is quite scary. Occasionally, mutant zombies appeared, and were immediately targeted by snipers. 10 minutes of continuous fire output allowed all the new recruits present to upgrade to the enhanced 2-star level. The zombies' record was to push the 100-meter position to about 70 meters. The 30 meters they advanced formed a bloody channel. First and second companies down, third and fourth companies up. Tang Zheng gave an order, and the soldiers quickly completed the frontline replacement. Looking at the time, it was 11:50. The soldiers of the 3rd and 4th companies replaced the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd companies and continued to shoot. However, there is a fundamental difference between the 100-meter encirclement and the 70-meter encirclement. The zombies roared and roared, stepping on the corpses of their companions and rolling in. The soldiers didn't need to aim at all. They could hit them with their guns, but they still couldn't stop the torrent from moving forward. In just 5 minutes, the zombies threw down more than 3,000 corpses, but the distance between them and the soldiers had been shortened to within 40 meters. Originally, this distance was safe, but suddenly a strange zombie appeared in the group of zombies in front. The battle site chosen by Tang Zheng and his team was at the intersection in the north of the city, with buildings on both sides in front. Under normal circumstances, zombies come from the flat ground, but this zombie ran over from the wall of the building like a gecko. It was not like ordinary zombies that ran on 2 feet, but on 4 legs. It was nearly 3 meters long, with thick limbs that were extremely flexible. As its mouth opened and closed, a fiery red tongue kept swallowing. Its mouth was split open, and a tail grew from the tail vertebrae behind it. It looked like a big lizard. This thing, is it a licker? Tang Zheng had seen some zombie movies, but he had never thought that there would be such a thing in reality. Immediately, a soldier shot at this thing, but it ran very fast. The fastest zombie Tang Zheng had ever seen was the agile zombie, and its speed was even faster than that of the agile zombie. After a few rounds, this thing crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters, then leaped into the air, withstood the damage of several rifle bullets, and jumped into the position. The 2 soldiers were unable to dodge, and were scratched by its 2 claws. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. This should be the form of the agile zombie after the 2nd evolution. But it is much more difficult to deal with than the agile zombie. He was caught off guard, and suffered a small loss. However, Tang Zheng was not too anxious. Although he didn't know he would encounter such a thing, he had already taken precautions in advance. That is his military dog team. This time, 4 companies came, and dozens of military dogs followed. They were always led at the back of the team. After all, in such a large-scale battle, the role of military dogs is very small. But this licker rushed over, and the military dogs immediately had a place to use. Without Tang Zheng's command, when the licker fell into the position, Da Kungming rushed up with a group of military dogs. Among the military dogs, Da Kungming and Xiaopiaoying have been upgraded to enhanced 2 stars, and the rest of the military dogs are ordinary and enhanced 1 star. The 2-star enhanced military dogs were as big as leopards, and they were agile and swift. The 2 dogs rushed forward and bit the licker. The licker waved his claws and slapped Da Kungming aside. But Da Kungming was protected by a bulletproof vest, so the blow was not heavy. The licker was about to pounce on Da Kungming to death, but Xiaopiaoying immediately dug out his anus from behind. No lychees, no problem. Seafood is also eaten. The licker was caught off guard and bitten, and turned around to attack Xiaopiaoying. At this time, other military dogs rushed forward and attacked the licker frantically from behind. Have you seen a pack of hunting dogs besieging a lion? This is a similar scene now. No matter how the licker wants to fight back, there will always be a group of military dogs attacking it at its tail, making it unable to split its attention. Even if it wants to jump up and escape, it has no chance. There were bursts of roars accompanied by countless dogs barking, and the licker and a group of military dogs bit each other into a ball. Dog hair flew everywhere, blood splattered, and the intensity of the battle was no less than that of the previous positions. The main ones who could cause damage to the licker were the big smart and the little pretty, as well as some 1-star enhanced military dogs. The rest of the ordinary military dogs were probably just followers who waved flags and shouted. Through such a battle, Tang Zheng also realized the importance of upgrading high-end troops. This 2nd evolved zombie is very strong, but if there were a few 3-star military dogs in his team, the licker would probably have been on his knees by now. It's not too late now. Under the siege of a large group of military dogs, this licker will definitely be left here. After this annihilation battle, it is estimated that these military dogs will all be 3 stars. However, Tang Zheng did not want this chaos to continue. Being torn apart by many military dogs, the licker could no longer run, and it was time to end it. With a light wave of his hand, after a few dull sniper rifle shots, the licker was knocked down. The agile zombie evolved twice, and its defense was slightly improved, but at most it was at the level of ordinary iron armor, which was not enough to resist sniper rifles. But this thing was very tenacious, and it didn't die completely after being knocked down. Dozens of military dogs opened their mouths and bit at the same time. When the licker died, Tang Zheng saw that the great conscience that locked its throat had been upgraded. It had not been long since the great conscience was upgraded to 2 stars. This time, it should have been the last blow to the licker, and it was directly upgraded to 3 stars. The body of a leopard grew directly to the size of a lioness, looking extremely fierce. After the licker died, the scientific research soldier Guo Yun immediately rushed over and started collecting crystals with tools. After a while, a shining crystal was in Tang Zheng's hand. Congratulations, General, you have obtained a 2nd level crystal, which can be used for human evolution or soldier enhancement 5-star evolution. Tang Zheng was secretly happy in his heart, knowing that this was a treasure, but there was no time to study it now, so he put the crystal away first. The chaos caused by the licker was over, but the zombies at the front of the position had advanced to a distance of 30 meters. Throw grenades. Tang Zheng saw that he still had thousands of gold in his hand, and immediately ordered to buy grenades. The soldiers immediately bought a grenade each. Throw bombs. The sound of bombs being thrown rang out, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred about 30 meters in front of the position. Countless zombies were blown to pieces, and some hands, feet, and even heads could be clearly seen flying into the sky. This wave of explosion slowed down the fierce offensive of the zombies, and bought some time for the Zhuang army. After the next wave of shooting, it was past 12 o'clock. Everyone's training bullets were refreshed. Not only the soldiers' bullets, but also the armored units, heavy machine guns, and artillery refreshed their training bullets. The second round of fierce fighting started again. This time, it started with the collective firepower output of the infantry. When all the infantry had only the last magazine left, the infantry began to retreat and vacated the position. Then the armored vehicles and tanks began to fire and continued to attack the zombies. Finally, the armored vehicles and tanks retained their basic firepower and began to retreat, leaving the position completely to the zombies. When the zombies swarmed into the position, the artillery opened fire again. With a round of free artillery bombardment, the large number of zombies that entered the position were once again annihilated. When the smoke cleared, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Tang Zheng could clearly see the tragic situation in this area from the plane. The entire block was reduced to ruins, and the number of zombie bodies left here was conservatively estimated to be more than 30,000, or even close to 40,000. The thick corpses were like carpets, covering the entire block, with corpses piled on corpses, nearly 1 meter thick. In the outer area, some zombies did not squeeze in, because the battle in front had stopped. After they lost their target, they stayed in place, and gnawed on the corpses of their companions. However, there were too many corpses here, and they would not be able to finish gnawing until tomorrow. Take advantage of now to collect funds. The main thing is not to go too far, do not alarm the zombies in the distance, and try to avoid fighting at night. The soldiers did not even have time to eat a bite of food before they started the intense work of collecting funds. In this position, there were too many zombies who were not dead, but were buried in the pile of corpses. The military dogs followed the search. When they encountered such a situation, the zombies with little mobility were either bitten to death or shot. In the process of collecting funds, many soldiers and military dogs were constantly upgraded. After 2 hours of intense collection, Tang Zheng brought back 21,000 gold. These funds relieved Tang Zheng's pressure. He could let the soldiers refill their bullets and launch a wave of offensives tomorrow morning. This is to support the war with war. Tang Zheng was very satisfied with today's battle. This was the first time that the Zhuang army tried to cooperate with multiple arms. They cooperated well with each other. Although there were some injuries in the battle for most of the day, no one was killed. This was almost a miracle. What made Tang Zheng even more relieved was that the number of zombies coming from the old city became less in the later stage of the battle. Of course, this was mainly because the battle took place in one place. The zombies in this area kept coming. As they were constantly eliminated, they would naturally become less. If they continued to move forward, the number would increase. But it can also be imagined that before the blocked bridge was opened, the battle in the old city would not be more intense than today, which also made Tang Zheng really relieved. The next battle will continue until the peace bridge, and Tang Zheng will not continue to participate in the command. Today, my mother-in-law had a stroke. I was busy from the afternoon to midnight, and went to 2 cities and 3 hospitals. I haven't finished it yet. This chapter was written in the morning. He too is now sitting in front of the hospital, and making simple revisions, and proofreading with his mobile phone. I will find time to write in the second half of the night or tomorrow. It will be a little slow. Hope you understand. Chapter 95. The tide of corpses appears. While the Zhuang army was attacking Shuanglin City, great changes were also taking place in Tele Town. Tele Town Public Security Office. Commissioner Wang and his team were fiddling with a generator. This generator was left in the restaurant by Tang Zheng's troops, and Commissioner Wang and his team took care of it like a treasure. Now they moved the generator from the restaurant to the public security office, and tried to generate electricity again. Thump thump thump. With the addition of gasoline, the operator pulled the starter rope hard, and the generator started successfully. Seeing the lights in the room light up, the people present cheered. They had a new residence, and from now on, they would live a happy life. These people happily took out some of the remaining meat food, and prepared to make a hearty dinner. At nightfall, the dinner was ready. The collected wine and drinks were also placed on the dining table. More than 50 people sat at 6 tables. Commissioner Wang was elected as the new leader by everyone, and he was in high spirits. Everyone, let me say a few words. With a glass of white wine in front of him, Commissioner Wang stood up. Everyone present was looking at him. This was the highlight of his life. Ladies and gentlemen, I can say this, everyone present here is a hard-working person. When Zheng Kejiang was in power, we worked like oxen and horses, and lived a precarious life. We suffered oppression and humiliation. During that period, I endured it with everyone. When Tang Zheng was in power, although it was better than when Zheng Kejiang was in power, we still didn't have any good things. His father didn't have to work, and still had food to eat. His sister did some easy work every day, so her hands were clean, and she had to apply hand cream at night for maintenance. We endured all this, but I don't know how Li Yanhong, that woman, went upstairs and flirted with Tang Zheng. After coming back, she could only work 6 hours a day. Do you think this is fair? It's not fair. I've been fed up with it for a long time. Tang Zheng is a warlord. Although he doesn't treat us harshly, he never pays attention to us. He didn't even agree to my application to join the army. The people at the scene immediately started to nag and complain. Basically, those who were able to stay were not close to Tang Zheng, so they all agreed with Commissioner Wang's words. Commissioner Wang was very satisfied to see the atmosphere on the scene being stimulated. However, our hard days are finally coming to an end. Tang Zheng said that he has built a new city and will take people here to enjoy the good life. We can tell him loudly that we don't care. There are not many zombies in Tele Town, and it is still far away from here. We can collect supplies and enjoy them to our heart's content in the future. A town with a population of more than 40,000 people has enough supplies for dozens of us to use for several years. Moreover, we still have hands and feet, and we can completely create a better future with our own hands. Everyone knows about the Peach Blossom Spring. No matter how chaotic it is outside, it has nothing to do with us. We all have to rely on our own hard work and wisdom to create our own Peach Blossom Spring. Pa 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 pa. The people present were completely aroused and clapped their hands violently. Commissioner Wang said it very well. We will not look at anyone's eyes in the future. Tele Town is ours. Commissioner Wang, you must always be our leader. We will obey you. Taking advantage of the warm atmosphere on the scene, Commissioner Wang was about to raise his glass and toast with everyone. But just as he stretched out his hand, it stopped in midair. Boom. The ground seemed to tremble. He saw the wine in the glass swaying, and a circle of ripples appeared faintly. What's going on? Boom. There was another sound, and this time the chopsticks were jumping, making a crisp sound when they touched the plate. Boom. The plate and bowl also jumped. Everyone was a little restless, because the sound of dong 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 was very rhythmic, as if some big guy was walking on the ground. Dong dong dong. one after another. Everyone present was a little unsteady. I'll go see what's going on. Could it be that Tang Zheng and his people are back and deliberately stepping around us? Commissioner Wang hurried to the window. The others were confused, but they didn't dare to speak. If Tang Zheng really came back, they had no way to deal with it, and could only continue to be cowards. Commissioner Wang opened the curtains. People gathered at the window. Hiss. Everyone gasped almost at the same time. On the street outside the window, in the fields in the distance, countless red lights, like stars in the sky, spread all over the field of vision. Others don't know what these red lights are, but people in the end times know very well. Those are the eyes of zombies. But there are too many of them. Commissioner Wang reacted quickly and drew the curtains with a swish and said to the people around him, "Turn off the lights." The room soon fell into darkness and people hid inside, not daring to breathe. These are some conventional ways to avoid zombies, but they are useless now. With the sound of thumping footsteps going upstairs, the door of the office was smashed open. The door was smashed directly, and a group of extremely terrifying zombies entered the office. These zombies are all over 2 meters tall, and each one is as strong as the Hulk. One of them is even more than 2.5 meters tall, and it is about to touch the ceiling when standing there. There are also some zombies who move quickly, and their bodies gradually change from walking on 2 legs to walking on 4 legs. If Tang Zheng were here, he would probably be able to see that this was the agile zombie beginning to transform into its second form. Once the transformation was complete, it would become another liquor. Seeing these terrifying zombies coming, many people peed themselves out of fear. It was conceivable that the next moment, these irrational beasts would pounce on them and tear them to pieces. But that did not happen. Among the terrifying zombies, a zombie that looked different came out. Compared with the other zombies, this zombie's appearance was a bit ugly. Although he was wearing an expensive suit and luxury brands, his height was about the same as that of an ordinary person, and he had lost an arm. He came to Commissioner Wang's table and scanned the room. Not finding his target, he spoke. An indescribable hoarse voice sounded, "Where is Tang Zheng?" Everyone present was stunned. It was the first time they heard a zombie speak, and no one answered for a while. The zombie was angry, and with a wave of his hand, a survivor who was close to him had his throat cut off. Blood splattered on the roof, and the survivor covered his throat, making a hoarse sound, and fell down. "I'll ask again, where is Tang Zheng?" This time, Commissioner Wang spoke. Tang Zheng is gone." The zombie's cold eyes fell on his face. "Are you the one in charge here now?" Yes. Commissioner Wang didn't want to admit it, but he didn't dare to lie. "Then tell me, where did Tang Zheng go?" He and his people seemed to say that he went to Ziguang City at the foot of Guian Mountain, north of Fengcheng, at the junction of 4 provinces. Ziguang City? The zombie turned around in the room and looked at everyone again. "Then why didn't you follow him and leave?" We want freedom." "Freedom?" A bunch of cowardly trash. More than 30 out of more than 50 people wet their pants when they saw me come in. It's a waste of food to give you freedom to such a bunch of trash. It's better to let you become food to feed my children. No, please don't. We can help you work. We can. Commissioner Wang tried to persuade the zombie, but the zombie no longer gave him a chance. With a wave of his hand, the zombies around him who had been ready to move rushed forward. The tragedy happened in the police station. About half an hour later, the zombie leader came out of the police station. Behind him, Hanyu, who turned into a zombie, which was already 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall, with arms as thick as buckets, looking extremely scary. There were also some zombies, all of which had evolved to different degrees. A group of armored zombies about 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall, and a dozen agile zombies that were evolving into lickers, formed a powerful zombie group. North of Fengcheng, Guan Mountain area. It's really far away, about 1,500 kilometers away from here. Although we can only move forward on our feet, my children don't know fatigue and can walk 24 hours a day. It will take about half a month to get there. What kind of city did you build? It's ridiculous. With just your few people, it's not enough for my children to fill their teeth. Then we'll see each other in half a month. Tang Zheng. The one-armed zombie Chen Filang walked out of the yard of the police station and came to Tailei town, letting out a long howl in the night. There were about 20,000 zombies left in Tailei Town, all on the edge of the town. Chen Filong's voice was extremely penetrating in the night, and it could be heard from far away. The zombies in the distance vaguely heard Chen Filong's call, and they all began to walk towards the direction of the voice. In a blink of an eye, all 20,000 zombies in Tailei Town moved. The huge zombie tide moved and joined Chen Filong's team. Looking at the zombies around, Chen Filong was satisfied. His ability improved rapidly, and the number of zombies he could control increased. By now, the number of zombies he controlled has exceeded 100,000, and he could feel that this was not his limit. In half a month, he could control at least 500,000 zombies, or even more. He even had a feeling that his limit should be between 800,000 and 1 million. Such a number of zombies could probably sweep across any survival base today. What's more, he had a large number of advanced zombies under his command. The cumulative number of armored zombies and agile zombies alone under his command has exceeded 500. By the time he reaches Tang Zheng, he will try to increase this number by more than 10 times. A terrifying and huge tide of corpses set out again from Tailei Town, slowly moving towards the north. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Celebrities. 3 more chapters. I'm the most handsome silver ally in the village. Seeing that the battle situation on the front line had stabilized, and that the soldiers could handle the next scene, even if he was not there, Tang Zheng left the front line. The recruitment of survivors in Ziguang City must begin immediately. In recent days, Tang Zheng always felt that something was going to happen. The construction in the city had to be accelerated. Tang Zheng still felt that it was too slow to rely solely on the engineering corps. He wanted to promote Ziguang City, but he always felt that, although the current Ziguang City was well built, it was not well known, and in the area covered by the Alliance, no one would buy their account. If the promotion was not done well, the first shot would not be successful, and future recruitment might not be easy to carry out. So Tang Zheng did not make any publicity for a long time. He was going to find a larger team of survivors to see if he could bring them to Ziguang City. Just as Tang Zheng was about to go out to look for them, the guard platoon leader Ji Yunshan ran over to report. General, something happened with the 5th Company. What happened? While you were directing the battle, the 5th Company reported a situation, but you were too busy at the time, so you didn't have time to tell us. Tell us now, didn't you make any trouble? That's not the case. The 5th Company received a mission to fight another group of mercenaries in Hezhou City, Liang Province. After winning the battle, we found that the people who hired them wanted to rob people. Michael from the 5th Company couldn't stand it, so he reported it to you. Because you were too busy to have time, we acted on our own and attacked the enemy. The leader of the group ran away and used the radio to say a lot of bad things about the 5th Company. Now the reputation of this umbrella mercenary is a bit bad. Tang Zheng snorted, thinking it was a big deal. The 5th Company's actions were relatively free, and Michael was given a lot of authority. As long as he didn't do anything that was harmful to the world, he wouldn't care. Tang Zheng wouldn't do such a thing as attacking the enemy, but what was the 5th Company for? It was originally to take the blame. Although Tang Zheng didn't advocate it, it was done. But Tang Zheng was not satisfied either. He snorted coldly, we should do things carefully. How can we let any fish slip through the net? Seeing that Tang Zheng did not seem to be angry, Ji Yunshan became a little bolder. It was our mistake. That leader was too cunning. Now there is another situation. There is a celebrity among the people who were rescued. Celebrity? Yes, the group of mercenaries that the 5th Company defeated earlier were hired by this celebrity. He wanted to protect them to go to Jing County and the base of the 5th Army. Now that the group of people have been rescued, they still want to hire the 5th Company to protect them to go to Jing County. Michael is undecided, so he reports to you for instructions. Hezhou is about 500 kilometers away from here. Let's go and take a look. Tang Zheng saw that Ji Yunshan was hesitant and felt that something was a bit strange. Anyway, there was a plane now, so he went to take a look. The helicopter started and headed straight for Hezhou, which was 500 kilometers away from Ziguang City. After nearly 2 hours of flight, Tang Zheng arrived over Hezhou. Halfway through, he had already contacted the 5th company, and the plane landed directly at the location of the 5th company. As soon as they got off the plane, Michael led several platoon leaders from the 5th company to salute Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng saluted back. "What on earth happened here? Is it worth you contacting me once?" Michael told the situation again, which was roughly the same as what Ji Yunshan said. A base leader ran away, and a group of survivors were rescued by them. The key problem is that there is a celebrity among the survivors, and Michael doesn't know how to deal with it. Tang Zheng frowned. "Aren't celebrities also survivors? Are they so worthy of attention?" "General, this time is different. This celebrity is a famous reporter and network anchor. He has many fans and great influence in China. Don't you think you can use him?" "Who are you talking about?" Michael took out a poster before the end of the world, with a beautiful young girl on it. The voice from the deep sea, the most beautiful reporter, Xiao Dili. Looking at this person, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up immediately. Xiao Dili is a news reporter from Yuanjing Royal Radio. As a reporter, her appearance is the ceiling among reporters, and she is also a network anchor. Her voice is beautiful and somewhat evil. When she was a reporter, her voice was sweet and pleasant. When she was a host, she occasionally sang for her fans and charmed a large group of people. Her fans said that she had the voice of a deep sea siren and was a singer who was delayed by reporters. Because of these two identities, Xiao Dili has a large fan base in China, and people who like her voice are even of all ages. Tang Zheng also liked Xiao Dili before, liked her voice, and was considered her fan. So Tang Zheng knows Xiao Dili better. When she was live, she was once asked what kind of boyfriend she would find in the future. Xiao Dili replied that she lacked a sense of security, and if she wanted to find a man who could give her a sense of security, she would find a man who was very strong. This also discouraged many people who wanted to pursue Xiao Dili. Even if some warriors still insisted on trying, they all returned without exception. After 3 years in the circle, there was no scandal, which was also one of the reasons why Xiao Dili's fans loved her. So now Tang Zheng can especially understand why Xiao Dili chose to go to Jing County. Because it was protected by the Royal Army, she might feel more secure. In order to arrive safely, she even hired mercenaries. But unfortunately, she had been targeted. Another group of people hired Michael and his team to defeat the mercenaries hired by Xiao Dili. Then Michael robbed the gang again, and Xiao Dili fell into his hands. Tang Zheng thought about it, and felt that this matter seemed to have a way out. He looked at Michael again. "You have made a lot of money during this period, right? Where is the capital?" "Oh, here, I almost forgot." Michael immediately called, and the two platoon leaders Lebron and Steven took a package out of the car and handed it to Tang Zheng. Looking at the big bag and the two people's struggling appearance, Tang Zheng did not take it, but let them put it on the ground. Then he picked it up and found that the weight was at least about 40 kilograms, which was all their accumulation during this period. Tang Zheng immediately opened it and exchanged it. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the general for winning 88,600 gold. Not a small amount. It seems that jewelry accounts for a large proportion of it. Tang Zheng was happy in his heart, and he had nearly 110,000 gold in his hand. Although there is still a need for funds on the front line, 20,000 yuan of reserve funds is enough, and he still has 90,000 yuan of funds to use. Tang Zheng collected the funds and thought he should go meet Xiao Dili. Xiao Dili is 19 years old this year. When she was 16 years old and still in high school, she was spotted by Yuanjing Royal Radio because of her live broadcast. After an interview, she became an intern reporter there. With her unique singing called The Siren's Whisper, her accurate reporting, and sharp analysis of news facts, and her beautiful appearance, Xiao Dili became an overpass sensation. Her cross-border identity makes her fan base not inferior to some big stars, especially her voice, which is almost known to everyone. Before the end of the world, she planned to come to Hezhou to interview the news. But just after leaving the airport, and on the way to the city, everything changed. The end of the world began, and people turned into monsters. Fortunately, there was a bodyguard group in her team. After going through untold hardships, she finally survived here. After that, Zio Dilly began a life of displacement. The former celebrity is like a wanderer, hiding from place to place every day, looking for a suitable hiding place. After much difficulty, they found a supermarket at the junction of urban and rural areas, where they established a foothold. Every day, her team collected supplies, while listening to the radio, waiting for news of rescue. Gradually, she determined that there was no rescue for the time being, but she could save herself. There are many survivor bases in this world recruiting people, but Zio Dilly doesn't like any of them. Those bases are too weak, and are not enough to give her enough protection. She was influenced by her original family, since she was a child, and she lacked a sense of security, otherwise she would not go out with a large bodyguard team. And she also knew her identity. If she went to an inappropriate place, she might become a man's plaything. So she must go to a place that is strong enough and secure. Until the news of the Imperial Royal Fifth Army appeared, Zio Dilly decided to go. She used a lot of collected supplies to contact a mercenary team on the radio and reached an employment relationship. The mercenary team came to protect her and her team, but before they had walked for dozens of miles, they fought with another foreign mercenary group. The fierce foreigners beat their own mercenaries to pieces and fled in embarrassment. Zio Dilly and others became prisoners of another base. The people in this base are not good people at first glance. They have detained many survivors here for them to work, and the total number is even thousands. There are often some women coming in and out of the tents of those armed personnel. No woman comes out. You can tell what happened inside by looking at her disheveled appearance. Fortunately, the prisoner Zio Dilly seems to be more important, and no ordinary armed personnel have troubled her yet. But this also means that Zio Dilly has been targeted. Zio Dilly was worried about her fate, but she didn't expect that there would be another fight outside. Amid the sound of gunfire, the people in this base were beaten and cried for their parents. The battle didn't last long, and it was over in more than 20 minutes. Zio Dilly and others were opened from the tent where they were detained. A group of foreigners with guns came in and drove them all out. Zio Dilly and others left the tent and came outside nervously and found that the outside had become a military camp. Many foreign soldiers stayed here and no one asked them questions, but just looked at them, which made Zio Dilly and others feel uneasy. Many of the survivors here recognized her, and it can be seen that some people wanted to talk to her, but no actual action was taken. Obviously, people in the last days have learned to be reverent, and they are also afraid of foreigners with guns. But none of those foreigners seem to know Zio Dilly. This is normal. Zio Dilly is very popular in Hanau, but she is not popular abroad. Few foreigners know her. This makes Zio Dilly, who has always been the focus of the camera and the center of attention, a little uncomfortable. She wants to find someone to talk to in order to ease the uneasiness in her heart. After walking in the military camp for a while, she suddenly found a suitable target. Chapter 97 A General's Day, 4th update, 650 monthly tickets added. Ahead, a young soldier was sitting on a jeep. The soldier looked handsome, wearing a military cap, and leaning on the seat. His deep facial features had a kind of tough masculinity. He was wearing a military coat, with his feet on the steering wheel, sitting there smoking. He looked young, in his early 20s. These were not the most important things. The most important thing was that he was a Hanau person. Little Dilly rolled her eyes and decided to talk to the young man. There were very few Hanau people of this age who didn't know her, and judging from the appearance of this person, he should be a driver or a guard. Little Dilly mustered up her courage and walked over to the front of the Willis Jeep. "Hi, how are you?" she greeted with a sweet voice, attracting the young man's attention. The young soldier raised his head and was obviously stunned when he saw Little Dilly. "Little Dilly? Yes, it's me. It seems you know me. Haha, you are a famous gold medal reporter and anchor. There are probably not many young people in Hanau who don't know you." As he said that, the young man stretched out his hand. "I'm very happy to meet you at this time. My name is Tang Zheng." Little Dilly also stretched out her hand generously and shook hands with the other party. "Can I get in your car for a while?" "Of course, welcome." Tang Zheng opened the door and Little Dilly got in. Tang Zheng took out a mobile phone. Little Dilly was a little curious. Mobile phones have become waste now. I don't know what he is doing with the phone. Let's take a photo together. To be honest, I used to be your fan and followed your Weibo. Really? Then we are really predestined. Little Dilly was familiar with the requirements of taking photos. She posed in a proper posture and took a photo with Tang Zheng. After the photo was taken, the two felt closer. Dilly, what are your plans next? Little Dilly frowned in distress. I want to go to Jing County, where there are royal troops guarding it, so it should be safer. But all the assets I accumulated before were used to hire mercenaries. Now I have nothing, and there is no way to get to Jing. Tang Zheng knew that little Dilly had been working at the royal radio since she started working, and her ideas were a bit ingrained in her mind. It was not easy to change her ideas and join him, but Tang Zheng still decided to give it a try. Zhuang City really needed a publicity figure. Then didn't you consider joining other bases? Little Dilly shook her head. Those civilian bases have too low security, and there are few things that can be reported. Tang Zheng laughed. Then you still know too little. Do you want me to take you to learn about it? Okay, as long as you are not punished by your superiors. No one can punish me. I'm the highest commander here. I'm a general. As he said, Tang Zheng showed the medal on his chest, which had a word camp on it. Dilly took a look and found that the medal looked a little strange. It was not from the Imperial Army. Moreover, the young man was too young. It was not certain whether the clothes belonged to him. However, she still said politely, I'm really disrespectful. I wonder how you live as a general here? Tang Zheng smiled. Is this considered an interview? Of course, I'm a reporter, and this is an interview. Then you don't have a camera. Dilly was stunned for a moment. His cameraman had already hung up, and she didn't think Tang Zheng would have much news material. Tang Zheng handed her the phone casually. Then you can use this for the interview. Dilly nodded, took Tang Zheng's phone out of politeness, and turned on the video recording function. Tang Zheng looked at the camera. Since it is an interview, let's be more formal. Okay. Dilly was a professional reporter after all, and she quickly got into the state. Hello everyone, this is the Dilly's appointment program. Today, we have invited a mysterious military leader, Tang Zheng, to our program. Today, we are going to do an exclusive interview with Mr. Tang Zheng, a general's day. Excuse me, Mr. Tang Zheng, can you take me to know your life? No problem, I just happen to have some things to deal with, just follow me. As he said, Tang Zheng started the car and shuttled through the military camp. Soon, he came to a checkpoint set up by the soldiers of the 5th Company. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, the black soldier squad leader on guard immediately stood at attention and saluted. Hello, General. Hello, Kit. Tang Zheng reached out his hand and patted the black soldier's shoulder. Where are you from? General, I'm from Galicia. Well, it's a beautiful place. Did you fight bravely today? General, I killed 3 enemies today. Well done. Then tell me about your future plans. General, our company commander said that we should learn from our colleagues in the guard platoon in the future. Deal with things decisively. Don't cause trouble to the general over trivial matters. And take action when it's time to rob the thieves. Otherwise, how can we make meritorious deeds? When can I get promoted? I hope that in the next military expansion, I can be promoted to platoon leader. Tang Zheng was choked for a moment, feeling that the atmosphere of his troops had unconsciously gone astray. However, he still had to give affirmation to the enthusiasm of the soldiers. Good idea, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. I'm optimistic about your future. After speaking, he patted the soldier's shoulder again and started the car. Goodbye, Galician boy. Goodbye, General. The black soldier saluted and watched Tang Zheng's car leave. Dilly, who was filming on the side, was extremely shocked. He is a general? Is he really the highest commander here? But how did he do it? You know, the soldiers here are all foreign mercenaries. Dilly suppressed her curiosity and did not speak and continued to film. Tang Zheng's car drove forward and drove to the door of a large tent in the center of the camp. The car stopped and someone immediately came to open the door for him, and Tang Zheng got out of the car. Dilly followed Tang Zheng closely and entered the tent all the way, and no one stopped her. After entering, there were 2 rows of military dogs lying inside. When they saw Tang Zheng, they stood at attention and squatted, their heads straight, and their tongues were all the same length, which was enough to prove that they were well trained. Xiaodali's phone almost fell down, and she felt that the scene was a bit magical. Continue to walk inside. There is a conference table inside. Tang Zheng came to the main seat and sat down. There were already many officers waiting next to him, including foreigners and Hanyu people. Tang Zheng sat down and said concisely, "Time is tight today, so let's make it short. Michael, tell me about your next action plan." Report to the general, "We have accepted a new job. There is a group of adventurers who do all kinds of evil in the northeast, and we are going to defeat them." "Very good. When will we set off?" "We will set off soon, General. LeBron and Kevin's 2 platoons have already started, and the remaining troops will follow soon." "What do you plan to do about your bad reputation?" "It doesn't matter, General. If possible, I would like to make it worse, but soon people outside will find out that we have a bottom line, and innocent survivors will not be harmed. As for reputation, it is also a medal." "Okay, then what do you think of dealing with the survivors here?" "I don't have time to deal with it. Please make the decision, General. Tell them that those who are willing to join us will be sent to Ziguang City by us, and those who are not willing can leave freely." "Yes." Tang Zheng looked at Ji Yunshin again. "Platoon Leader Ji, has there been any news from the base?" "General, Wu Di told me that some rescue activities have been started at the base, but some survivors are hesitant and unwilling to join. Don't force those who don't want to join. They will regret it if they miss the opportunity." After simply assigning some tasks, Tang Zheng said, "Are there any remaining militants captured here?" "Yes, some are willing to surrender, and some are talking to us about their previous identities. One person is a baron of the empire, saying that we are not qualified to judge him. Now he is being held outside the tent." Tang Zheng snorted coldly. "What time is it now? You are still talking to me about your past identity. Even if it is the past, he has done so many bad things that the imperial law cannot tolerate him. Shoot him." "Yes." 2 guards ran out, and soon there was a shout outside the tent. "Who are you? Are you the Imperial Royal Army? You have no right to treat me like this. I'm a noble. My ancestors shed blood for the empire, and my family has made contributions to the empire. I want to complain." Bang. After a gunshot, the shouting outside stopped. The guard ran back to report, "General, the execution is complete. Return to the team." "Yes." The soldier returned to Tang Zheng's back, and Ji Yunshin continued, "General, we should set off. There are survivors in the city now, and the work is quite busy." "Okay, let's go now. The meeting is adjourned." Tang Zheng stood up and walked out of the tent. Willis was gone, and a Hummer Jeep stopped at the door. Tang Zheng got in the car, and Xiaodali followed instinctively. The car sped all the way to the outside of the camp. Turning a corner, Xiaodali was surprised to find that there was a huge helicopter parked here. Xiaodali had interviewed the troops, and this kind of large helicopter was not equipped in the Hanyu Empire. She had only seen it in foreign news. This made her more curious and surprised about Tang Zheng's identity. Before boarding the plane, Tang Zheng took back his mobile phone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, this is my phone. Today's interview ends here. Now I declare that you are free and can go wherever you want." Dilly was stunned for a moment. But this interview has not ended yet, and I haven't reported it yet. Today's content is confidential and will not be reported to the public. So, goodbye." Seeing Tang Zheng waving his hand and about to get on the plane, Dilly could no longer suppress her curiosity and excitement, and grabbed the corner of Tang Zheng's coat. "I want to continue doing news interviews about you and your base. It sounds like it feels great. Are you willing to give me a chance?" "Thank you for the reward from Junzi Yunzang Zhig Lei, the book friend of Super Legend Brother." Chapter 98 Commissioner of Public Security. Seeing that Xiaodali agreed to come to Ziguang City, Tang Zheng smiled. "This is good, and it will be a good start for future recruitment." He took Xiaodali on the plane, and the rest of the survivors were transported to Ziguang City by several large trucks from the 5th row. After nearly 2 hours of flight, the plane landed in Ziguang City. It did not go directly back to the inner city, but landed in the outer city, in a small courtyard built by Tang Zheng alone. In this small courtyard, Tang Zheng's father, sister, Zhu Jingqiu and others lived. This courtyard was also built with emphasis, with a circle of regular walls separating it from the outside, and some mobile houses were built inside. He brought Xiaodali in, got to know everyone briefly, and then Tang Zheng took her to a separate small house. There was a radio station that Tang Zheng had purchased in advance. "Miss Dilly, this will be your residence in the future. You can take a look at the construction of Ziguang City first. We are recruiting survivors here, and I hope you can do your part for us in this regard." Xiaodali is still a little confused. Ziguang City has brought her too much shock. The city was a construction site in full swing, with wires and electricity everywhere, and the lights were bright. For a base in a mountain valley, it was incredible to be able to achieve full electricity. The big windmills on the mountains and the radar stations she saw on the plain made her puzzled. How did Tang Zheng do it? There was also this huge city, with an area of 10 square kilometers and a 20-meter high city wall, which was completely higher than the base in Jing County, where the 5th Army was located in the broadcast. The base there had an 8-meter wall, and it was solemnly boasted about. Compared with the city wall here, it was simply unbearable to look at. What also impressed her was the soldiers here. The strict military discipline, the solemn military appearance, and the vigorous spirit all made her see something completely opposite to the end of the world, that is, positive, upward, and thriving. The mountain scenery, the river, the climate, and the people here made her feel like she was on vacation. Even if Tang Zheng didn't say it, she would report the base well, and promote it to the survivors, so that everyone can come here to live a happy life. "Don't worry, General Tang, leave this matter to me." Looking at the little Dilly who was full of fighting spirit, and seemed to be injected with chicken blood, Tang Zheng smiled. "Okay, then I will wait for your good news." After leaving the small courtyard, Tang Zheng returned to the inner city area. Along the way, he found that there were more survivors in the base. There were not many, probably about 100 people. These people were brought back by the engineering company when he went to the front line and the 5th company when they went out to collect supplies. But there are only so many for the time being. After all, the current Ziguang city is still unknown in this area. When these survivors arrived, they also consciously put into work and began to build their own nests in the area planned by Jiuo Yun. The scene was a little chaotic. After all, Tang Zheng had not yet established a special management department in the city. This is not a solution, Tang Zheng thought to himself, and returned to his own pond. There were also dozens of engineers working here, and the foundation of Tang Zheng's residence had been laid. According to Jiuo Yun's design, Tang Zheng's residence is a villa covering an area of more than 3,000 square meters. There is one underground floor and 3 floors above ground, and the area of each floor is more than 800 square meters. The underground floor is a garage, where Tang Zheng's car and the military vehicles of the guard platoon are parked. The ground floor is a reception hall, where a large sand table is to be built to show the mountains and rivers of the entire northern region. There is a kitchen, a monitoring room, and a residence for guard soldiers. The main area of the second floor is a large conference room. When the whole army holds a meeting in the future, it will be held on the second floor. The third floor is Tang Zheng's private living area, including a swimming pool, bedroom, sports venue, etc. On the rooftop, there is a large helicopter landing pad. From the room, you can take the elevator or stairs directly to the top of the building and leave by helicopter. Outside the villa is a larger yard, which not only includes the pond and orchard where Tang Tang is, but also reserves space for the future air defense system. After Tang Zheng came back, he first used a conventional city wall to encircle his villa yard. The entire courtyard covers an area of at least 50,000 square meters, and there is also a parking lot inside. The courtyard has a main gate, a side gate and a water gate that connect to the outside world. In front of the gate of the courtyard, Tang Zheng built another sentry tower. However, this does not belong to the defense area of the city guard company, but to the jurisdiction of the guard platoon. When these were completed, the sky had gradually darkened. The sound of a motorcycle came from outside the courtyard, and Ji Yunshan drove back from outside. He ran to the small courtyard in the outer city area, and brought the small kitchen that Zhu Jingqiu arranged for Tang Zheng. Putting the food down for Tang Zheng, Ji Yunshan casually talked about the situation in the outer city area. "General, those survivors need someone to manage them." Today, Zai orderly went out to look for news materials, and many survivors swarmed over, asking for autographs and taking photos. The order was very chaotic, and the city guard company had their tasks, and there was no one to manage them. In the future, there will definitely be more and more survivors here. It can be imagined that it will be even more chaotic in the future. Tang Zheng had just opened the lunchbox and heard Ji Yunshan say this and looked up at him. Then how do you think we should manage it? Ji Yunshan immediately replied, I think we should set up a public security bureau to manage the survivors in the city. After all, our city is not small, and we can't let the garrison take care of everything. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. What you think coincides with mine. In this case, you don't have to continue to serve as the guard platoon leader. From now on, you are the director of the Ziguang City Public Security Bureau, and your status is equivalent to that of the company commander. Hearing that Tang Zheng had taken away his position as the guard platoon leader, Ji Yunshan's face turned pale. But then he was given the position of the director of the Public Security Bureau, which was on the same level as the company commander. Ji Yunshan suddenly became energetic and his face was full of red. Don't worry, General. I promise to complete the task and do a good job in maintaining public security in Ziguang City. Tang Zheng smiled. It's not enough to just do a good job in public security. You also have to understand all the situations in the city, the situations of the survivors from outside, how many unstable factors there are, and whether there are any potential safety hazards in the city. In addition, you have to go deep into the group of survivors and don't learn the style of the imperial aristocrats and the high-handed officials. Ji Yunshan nodded frequently. General, don't worry, I will definitely obey your orders, understand the situation in the city, and get along well with the survivors. Okay, you go find Ji Yuoyun and ask him to change the style of your clothes and make a special uniform for you as a security guard. Then choose a location from the planned locations and leave it for the Ziguang City Security Bureau as the office location. Probably build a 5-story building, and then go find the engineer company commander Bao Zilei and ask him to start construction of the security bureau as soon as possible. Understood. I'll go now. Ji Yunshan was about to run out, but suddenly stopped. General, I'm the only one in the security bureau? Tang Zheng looked around and saw that the guard platoon had just been fully staffed, so it was really hard to recruit new soldiers. So he simply bought a new scout. Scout Zhu Liu, report to the general. A smart-looking young man came out, his face was full of energy, and he looked quite clever. Zhu Liu, you are now a member of the Ziguang City Security Bureau. Ji Yunshan will be your director in the future. You don't have an office space yet, so I won't add too many people to you. You two should go to work first. Zhu Liu nodded in agreement, and then asked, General, my director and I should have a car, right? Indeed, we should have one, but it would be a waste for the two of you to have another car. You can drive the 3-wheeled motorcycle outside first. Zhu Liu saluted and then came to Ji Yunshan. Looking around, he took a pack of cigarettes from Tang Zheng's side without any hesitation. He lit one for Tang Zheng first, and then lit one for Ji Yunshan. Director Ji, please take good care of me in the future. Ji Yunshan, the newly appointed official, took a puff of cigarette and felt very happy. He was now a company level cadre. Although he only had one soldier at the moment, at least his rank had been raised. As long as he worked as the director of the Public Security Bureau for a period of time and satisfied the general, he might be directly appointed as the battalion commander during the next military expansion. Zhu Liu in front of him looked good and was quite smart. He should be trained as a confidant. Well, he could only be trained. There was no other choice. Let's go. Follow the director and I will go out to understand the situation. Ji Yunshan walked out and sat directly on the sidecar of the motorcycle. This time he didn't have to be the driver. Zhu Liu sat in the driving position. The motorcycle started and rushed out of the yard. From then on, Ji Yunshan was no longer Tang Zheng's security platoon leader, but became the director of the Public Security Bureau of Ziguang City. The position of the security platoon leader was taken over by Ning Yue. Ning Yue took over as the platoon leader, still with an indifferent look, just came behind Tang Zheng and gently massaged his shoulders. General, smoke less. Tang Zheng put out the cigarette without hesitation, feeling the gentle strength of Ning Yue's little hand, and felt a sense of corruption in his heart. At this time, the communicator Woody turned on the radio. "General, I just got the news that Miss Dilly has mastered some materials and is going to start broadcasting tonight to recruit survivors for us in Ziguang City." "Really? What time does it start?" "It starts at 6 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 20 minutes. Tang Zheng looked at the time, then picked up the small stove prepared by Zhu Jingqiu for him, and started to eat. 4 dishes and 1 soup, with good color, fragrance, and taste, a very comfortable meal. After eating, the new guard platoon leader Ning Yue went to the orchard in the yard, and picked some fruits for Tang Zheng. There are hawthorn trees, apple trees, kumquats and grapes here. They were washed by the pond, and put in the fruit plate, and placed next to Tang Zheng. At the same time, she also brewed a pot of tea for Tang Zheng, and placed it on the coffee table beside him. Tang Zheng sat on the chair, feeling the cool breeze blowing from the pond in the evening, feeling extremely comfortable. "Yue, you are the platoon leader now. Let others do these things in the future." "No, General, I'm used to it. I don't trust others to do it." Ning Yue started to peel an apple for Tang Zheng, and answered with drooping eyebrows. Tang Zheng looked up at the sky. It was over. Corruption was hopeless. Chapter 99 Celebrity Promotion. After eating the apple that Ning Yue had peeled, Xiaodila's radio finally started. Woody placed his radio next to Tang Zheng to ensure that the general could hear it clearly. "Russell. Zizizi." A new radio signal source appeared in the Northern Territory for the first time. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Xiaodili. I'm very happy to be able to talk to you in this way at this time. I'm very happy." Xiaodili's gentle voice came, clear and pleasant to the ear. At this moment, Tang Zheng felt like he had returned to the time before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, Xiaodili's voice was transmitted to the public through radio waves. And now, it is the same. When Xiaodili's voice came, the people in the entire Northern Territory who were listening to the radio suddenly froze. At the Manda base, young Lin Ling's action of pouring wine into the wine glass suddenly stopped, and the wine fell on the table without him noticing. At the international base, Jonathan was doing something on a woman, and he also stopped suddenly and shrank rapidly. At the Union University headquarters, Zi Jinshan was habitually picking up a can of beef to feed the fish, but he found that the octopus was gone. After hearing the broadcast, he unconsciously stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth. Many other bases, all of which had broadcasts, could not believe their ears. "It's Xiaodili. It's really Xiaodili. Am I dreaming? Oh my god, she's still alive. I can actually hear the voice of the goddess in the past in the end times. This is so surprising. Don't make noise. Listen to what Xiaodili says. Listen to where she is." At this moment, all the bases in the Northern Territory were surprisingly quiet. Xiaodili's gentle and smooth voice was still slowly telling the story. "Time flies so fast. More than 2 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Now I can still clearly remember that 2 months ago, I was full of longing and love for my future life. From the day the end of the world began, everything changed. I could no longer meet you through radio and television. I began a life of escape and wandering. That was a past that I couldn't bear to look back on. But in my heart, I never gave up hope, just like you who are still alive today in this miserable world. The darkness before dawn is not eternal. The light in our lives will eventually come, and the hero in our lives will surely appear by our side. This morning, I was still a captive, and now I'm in Ziguang City. You may not know the name Ziguang City. Today I will tell you about the legendary world here. Ziguang City is located at the foot of Guoyan Mountain, the source of Fengming River. This is a fertile land full of miracles. When I arrived here by helicopter today, I felt that my worldview was overturned. Here is a city wall that is as strong as the ancient city wall, but stronger than the ancient city wall. It is 20 meters high and covers an area of 10 kilometers. Here are excellent guards, watchtowers and fully armed soldiers, making people's dreams here sweeter and more stable. Here is the cleanest water source, the water of Fengming River and the delicious river fish. Today I had the most enjoyable meal since the beginning of the end of the world. There is no class distinction or aristocratic oppression here. Everyone can build their own house and all needs can be obtained through labor. Plane, tank, chariot, these weapons rarely seen in the end of the world can be seen here. And do you believe it? Today I walked around the city and found that a park and a theater were built here to enrich everyone's future cultural life. I saw several dancing girls in the park by the Fengming River. They were practicing ballet there. They were very beautiful. There are people fishing by the river. The fisherman told me that the fish here are stupid. They don't go upstream, but wander downstream. It's easy to catch them. Isn't it very interesting? Of course, when it comes to this, we have to mention an important person. He is the leader of the Ziguang City base, the leader of the Ziguang army, Tang Zheng. I don't want to reveal too much about leader Tang Zheng, but I can tell you that he is a handsome guy and a very nice person. He also said that the city will be tax-free in the initial stage. Welcome everyone to Ziguang City and enjoy everything I have to say. Little Dilly is waiting for you here. Next, I have a song that I want to give to everyone here. The name of the song is You Are My Light. HMM hum la 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 hum hum la la la. The siren-like singing that belongs only to Little Dilly sounded faintly in the radio. There are no instruments, no accompaniment. Close your eyes and listen. The sound is like coming from the deep sea. This is why many people like her before the end of the world. When her singing sounded, many people in front of the radio had tears in their eyes. There is hope. It seems there is hope. Little Dilly will not lie to us. I was her fan before the end of the world. She has never lied to anyone. Chasing Light City. I want to go to Chasing Light City. Compared with the place described by Little Dilly, the place we live in is a garbage dump. Should we wait and see? After all, it is the end of the world now. Many things are different from before. Let's wait and see. If others can prove that what Little Dilly said is true, then we will go too. Okay, but the broadcast said that the startup phase is tax-free. I don't know if it is true. I'm a little skeptical. I doubt it too. Let's wait and see. There will be results soon. In the land of the Northern Territory, even the Alliance does not control only a small number of survivors. Some people are unwilling to join the Alliance as long as they have the ability to protect themselves, which is equivalent to being restricted. Moreover, the reputation of the Alliance is not very good. The heavy taxes make people barely able to maintain food and clothing. Many things described by Little Dilly are very attractive, but the most attractive one is the tax-free clause. If all this is true, then Chasing Light City is undoubtedly the best place to go. Some conservative people chose to wait and see, but many decisive people decided to set off at that time. This is the so-called star effect. It is also thanks to Xiao Dilly's good reputation and audience appeal in the past that many people believed her words. According to the location mentioned in the broadcast, a large number of survivor teams set out one after another in the morning of the next day, heading towards Ziguang City. The effect is obvious. By noon of the next day, Xiao Fan could see 4 or 5 survivor teams entering this range within his radar range, with a total number of more than 2,000 people. Xiao Dilly has made a good start. It seems that the population of Ziguang City is about to enter a stage of rapid growth. More people is a good thing. The infrastructure of the city just needs a lot of manpower. Our city will take shape soon. Is Tang Zheng's Ziguang City really as good as the broadcast said? At the headquarters of the Northern Territory Alliance, Xi Jinshan couldn't believe it. But according to the information he had, many survivors had left their original survival bases and headed for Ziguang City. Some of these bases, he wanted them to join the Alliance at the beginning, but those bases did not agree. Now they are taking the initiative to go to Ziguang City, which makes him alert. But he had to admit that Tang Zheng's celebrity advertising was indeed extraordinary. The celebrity effect of Xiao Dilly, coupled with the bright prospects described in the broadcast, made many people unable to sit still. Even within the Alliance, some people were quietly discussing whether they should withdraw from the Alliance and join Ziguang City. Although this voice was still small, there was already a bad trend and sign. Speaker, it seems that the situation is probably true now. The area of Ziguang City is a bit remote. I have never been there before the end of the world, and I don't know anything about it. It has been so long since the end of the world, and no one knows what it has become. Maybe there is really a city built there. Next to Xi Jinshan, Li Mo and Lian Na were sitting there. These two people were his left and right arms. They were all mutants, and each of them controlled a large survival base, helping Xi Jinshan maintain the stability of the alliance. Xi Jinshan turned to Liemo. I asked you to investigate the people who caused chaos in the headquarters that day. Have you found out who they are? Speaker, I checked according to your instructions. The three people who left the building first that day were Yang Linling, Jonathan and Tang Zheng. However, according to the later investigation, although Yang Linling and Jonathan were suspected, they did not show any abnormality. We have our insiders in their bases, and we did not find any clues. It's just that Tang Zheng was not the focus of attention at the beginning, so we didn't have time to investigate. Investigate now. Send a large number of people to investigate. Who is causing chaos here must be investigated, and the specific situation of Ziguang City must also be reported to me in detail. Isn't Ziguang City recruiting a large number of survivors now? Then send people to try to plant as many people as possible in their city. I will not allow any forces beyond my control to appear in this land. Liemo stood up. Don't worry, Speaker, I'm very skilled in this kind of thing. Although many bases have not joined the alliance now, as long as we want, we can immediately make them cause chaos from the inside, and Ziguang City will be no exception. Xi Jinshan nodded with relief. That's good. By the way, Lion Nap, we have to do two things at the same time. Liemo is looking for people to enter Ziguang City. You should not be idle. Let the tax collector go to Ziguang City immediately. They are collecting people, so we will collect their head tax. The more people there are, the more taxes they have to pay. Not a grain of food or supplies can be less. Okay, Speaker, I will send someone over and stay in Ziguang City permanently. Also, sign a contract with them and include Ziguang City in the protection scope of the alliance. Otherwise we have no reason to collect taxes. Understood, Speaker. The contract must be signed. They can't refuse. Liemo and Lion Na received the order and left one after another. After giving the order, Xi Jinshan sat back in his chair and calmed down a little. He felt that he was right to do so. There can only be one voice in this land. That is the voice of the alliance. That is Xi Jinshan's voice. Including Ziguang City in the protection scope will also facilitate future control, and he has a legitimate reason. As for the so-called protection, Xi Jinshan didn't take it to heart. Is there any danger now? Zombies are not large scale, and not to be feared. Survivors? It was even more of a joke. No survivor team had the guts to challenge the alliance. So the protection was only nominal, but the benefits were real. Chapter 100 in full swing. 3 more chapters, 700 monthly tickets plus. The influx of a large number of survivors brought abundant labor to Ziguang City. The materials collected by the engineers finally found a place to use. Dozens of tower cranes were erected in Ziguang City at the same time, and a large number of construction sites began to break ground. Tang Zheng had to expand the Public Security Bureau, which was established only yesterday. The Public Security Bureau expanded from 2 people to 90 people, 2 full platoons. Some mobilized soldiers joined the army and directly put on the public security uniforms designed by Jiuo Yun. The public security uniforms of the Empire are blue, and the public security uniforms of Ziguang City, where Tang Zheng is located, are grey. The configuration is slightly different from that of the army. The public security officers do not need to be equipped with grenades or marching backpacks, but have more police explosion-proof shields and handcuffs. Some public security officers hold rifles, and some hold pistols and explosion-proof shields. Everyone is equipped with a trench knife, and all squad leaders are equipped with walkie-talkies. It is necessary to expand. Thousands of people have poured into Ziguang City. The city is already a bit chaotic, and someone must maintain order. In addition to the Public Security Bureau, Ziguang City also needs an internal affairs department. However, most combatants are not qualified for this department. According to the system, combatants have difficulty getting started with some delicate work. Only scientific research soldiers have the brain to adapt to the work of internal affairs. Although Jiuo Yun is the Minister of Scientific Research, many internal affairs work also need to be found by him. Tang Zheng can only let Jiuo Yun take on the internal affairs work at the same time, and added 10 scientific research soldiers at once to take up the internal affairs work first. In fact, Tang Zheng wanted to hand these things over to the survivors, but at present these survivors are all outsiders, and they don't know each other, so important work cannot be handed over to them. At the same time, there is also the work of collecting materials. Tang Zheng's several main companies are fighting outside, the engineers are building, and the city guards are defending the city. There are no extra people to go out to collect. Although Tang Zheng's troops still have some places, several main companies are not full, and some arms have not been supplemented. For example, the Army Aviation Regiment is short of a large number of people. He can't buy a team specifically responsible for collection work. Tang Zheng had no choice but to let Ji Yunshan, the director of the Public Security Bureau, take charge of this matter. If there are mercenaries and adventurers coming to Ziguang City, they can be handed over to them. The materials they collected can be handed over to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. At present, the location of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is located at the door of the material recycling station, and the materials can be directly sent to the warehouse. But new problems followed. How to calculate the materials, and how to compensate the mercenaries and adventurer teams at that time are all problems. Because whether it is Ziguang City or the Alliance, so far, the traditional trading method of barter has been adopted. So far, there is no thing that can replace the previous currency. The money in the past has no value. The amount of holdings is too large and can be collected everywhere. It is already worthless. Other places do not have the ability to issue currency, and even if they do, they may not be recognized by people. Because the issuance of a local currency not only requires a place to consume, but also requires comprehensive evaluation from all aspects. First of all, your base must be safe enough for the currency to exist. Otherwise, if you are occupied and captured at any time, your currency will become waste paper. It is crucial to make the survivors trust and recognize your currency. Although Ziguang City looks indestructible, it has not established such a status in the hearts of the survivors. Perhaps, it requires a victory in a large-scale war to prove that they are qualified to issue currency. When Ji Yuoyun proposed to Tang Zheng that he could consider issuing currency, Tang Zheng decisively refused. It is not the right time yet, it is still too far away. Although the primitive barter is troublesome, it can only be carried out in this way for the time being. As for the rewards and compensation of the adventurer team and mercenaries, Tang Zheng decided to use weapons, vehicles, etc. So far, Tang Zheng has no other base that has mastered the acid-resistant technology, so whether it is weapons or vehicles, everyone is in short supply. Especially weapons, Tang Zheng still has a large number of guns and ammunition in his hands. Although they are some old styles, they are not bad at all for fighting zombies. Tang Zheng also has a lot of vehicles here. In addition to what he can buy himself, there are also hundreds of vehicles collected these days that have been treated with acid resistance and piled up in the base. Among them, the engineering vehicles were used by Tang Zheng and his team, and most of them were off-road vehicles. Tang Zheng couldn't use these vehicles here, but for other survivors, these are good things. After the establishment of the Internal Affairs Department, Tang Zheng came over immediately and had a tense discussion with these scientific research soldiers. After Tang Zheng focused on it, the engineers went into battle together, and a simple mobile house hall was built in less than a day. This hall was named the Ziguang Trading Registration Hall. The main task of the hall is to be responsible for population registration, task release, material trading, etc. The original plan was to set up an electronic screen in the hall, but this thing had not been collected before, so a large blackboard could only be used instead. On the left side of the hall, a large display case was set up. There was nothing else in the display case, all weapons. Tang Zheng put in hundreds of guns, most of which were 98K rifles, as well as 05 style pistols and Colt duelist pistols. Even AK-47, Tang Zheng put in dozens of them. 2 light machine guns were also put in. There were also a large number of yellow-orange bullets, a large number of boxes of grenades, etc. These guns are commodities for trading. Of course, there are vehicles, but they are not placed indoors. They are currently placed in the open space outdoors. A guard squad was dispatched to cooperate with 2 squads of the Public Security Bureau to guard here 24 hours a day. During the construction of the trading hall, Xiaodila's radio station released this news. Any adventurer team, mercenary team, and other civilian survivor teams that come to Zhuang City can send supplies to Zhuang City. There are strict accounting standards based on the value of the supplies. After the value is determined by the people of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, these teams can receive weapons and vehicles of equal value in the trading hall. If you don't need weapons, you can also get points in Zhuang City by paying for supplies. Points cards are issued by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and are temporarily made by scientific research soldiers. Points cards are like temporary currency with different denominations. These points can be retained or used to purchase homesteads in Zhuang City to build their own houses. At present, the temporary sheds and mobile houses built by the survivors are not long term. If you want to own your own homestead for a long time, you have to buy them through points cards. Once the news was sent out, it immediately caused a great response among the surrounding survivor groups. It has been 3 days since Zhuang City released the broadcast. Many survivors have already gone there. So far, the feedback is still good. However, relying solely on these and the star effect, it is impossible to attract everyone to go there. Many people have built their own small bases for a long time and do not want to change places. But now it is different. With the promotion of interests and the demand for materials, too many people are tempted. Apart from anything else, the weapons alone are enough to impress too many people. Especially those adventurer teams that make a living by collecting materials are too short of weapons. Some adventurers that Tang Zheng saw in the university city base before would even wrap bullet chains around their bodies. Why do they do this? It is a kind of show off and a symbol of strength. People who can own a gun and a bullet chain are the heroes in this doomsday. Everyone should be more polite when talking to him. But in fact, they are all very short of weapons. The more they lack something, the more they want to show off. This is human nature. Hearing that there are 98k, AK-47, and even light machine guns available in the broadcast, most adventurers and mercenary teams are crazy. Must go. Go now. Go to Zhuang City, exchange supplies for weapons, and build a strong doomsday team. In the next 3 days, the second wave of population influx peaked. In the previous 3 days, about 5,000 to 8,000 people arrived in Zhuang City every day. In the next 3 days, the average number of people pouring into Zhuang City every day exceeded 12,000. In the 6 days before and after, Zhuang City changed from a deserted city to a city with a population of 70,000, which is almost the same as the university city base. On the streets, the number of people carrying guns has increased visibly. This made Ji Yunshan, the new director of the Zhuang City Security Bureau, very nervous. He was afraid that there would be trouble in the city, so he patrolled the streets with a large number of security guards every day. With more people, many things have risen in price. First of all, the land in Zhuang City was immediately sold at a very high price. There are 4 sections that have been sold as prime locations. The first one is the south gate of Zhuang City, on the main road leading to the inner city. This road is the core road of Zhuang City, and has not yet been named. Although the road conditions are not very good, the land prices around here have soared all the way, reaching 100 points per square meter. Zhuang City's points are obtained through supplies. For every kilogram of grain handed over, 1 point is obtained. For every liter of gasoline handed over, 1 point is obtained. For every gram of gold handed over, 1 point can also be obtained. Don't talk about whether gold is valuable in the end times. Since the Ministry of the Interior of Zhuang City has purchased it, it is valuable. If calculated according to grain, 100 points, that is 100 kilograms of grain. How many people can 100 kilograms of grain feed in the end times? It can only be exchanged for 1 square meter of land here. And there is more than one such location. In addition, there are planned communities along the Fengming River, the main road to the East Gate, and the surrounding areas of the future Zhuang Grand Theater, etc. The land has been hyped up to a sky-high price. Of course, this kind of price speculation is inseparable from the pushers of the Ministry of the Interior, and the ultimate behind-the-scenes pusher is naturally Tang Zheng. Especially the land on both sides of the South Gate Street, that is not sold to ordinary people. In the past few days, Tang Zheng has been very busy, but he also vaguely feels that a considerable number of people who come to Zhuguang City do not come with such simple intentions. A tall tree attracts the wind. Zhuguang City's continuous big moves have already made it quite famous in the surrounding area, but all this happened too quickly and too suddenly. The current foundation is very unstable. Behind the full swing, there is a kind of false prosperity. He is looking for an opportunity to have a big wave to wash away the sand. This morning, he suddenly received 2 messages. The first one is from the Alliance headquarters. Lion Nab, the third counselor of the Alliance, will lead the Alliance inspection team and tax collectors to Zhuguang City for on-site inspection and taxation. It is expected to arrive at 10 o'clock this morning. The second message is from Qin Zhao. Bailing, the leader of the airport base, sent a shocking message. Thanks to you Bashibing for the 1000 coin reward. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.